Welcome to GhanaWeb TV. This is a GhanaWeb special on the GhanaWeb Reporter. The GhanaWeb Reporter is the Ghana's first digital media sharing platform that democratizes journalism and empowers content creators. My name is Ismail Akwe, and today we are going to go through the ins and outs of the GhanaWeb Reporter through the eyes of journalists, bloggers, and content creators. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back to our GhanaWeb special, and we have here in our studio two gentlemen who are one of the first users of the GhanaWeb Reporter platform that democratizes journalism and empowers content creators. Indeed, they are content creators and they've been using the reporter since January. Let me introduce you to Mr. Michael Jan, who is on my immediate left, and Mr. Michael Ejapong, who is also a GhanaWeb reporter. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Let me start with Mr. Michael Jan. How long have you been using the GhanaWeb reporter?
For the past 6 months now. 6
months? Since when? Is it
January?
January. Okay. Five months, I think.
Months, okay.
That's 5 months. And how did you get to know about the reporter?
I got to know about it online in LinkedIn.
On LinkedIn?
Yeah.
And then it was a contest. I remember we put out a contest about the reporter, and then we asked people to send in entries. So you sent in a LinkedIn entry.
Exactly.
Yes. And why did you think you would be selected as one of the winners of the contest?
Actually, I'm a content writer myself. I have a personal blog that I do also publish articles. So when I got that opportunity, quickly I sent in my articles. So I knew that definitely my articles will also go through because I'm a content writer myself.
What's your blog name?
My blog name is FrenchEducationGhana.com.
.com. Yeah. It's not .wordpress.
No.
.com.
Yes.
Okay. Now let me come to the other Michael Ejapa. Yeah. Ejapa, how did you know about the reporter?
Yes, I was going through Twitter, and then I saw GhanaWeb Reporter. Actually, first it was a flyer, an artwork, and I read through it and I said, okay, so how do I fill in this? And then I went back to your page on Twitter, and then I see a link there. So I tap on the link, and then I submitted an article I wrote. I submitted that article because I read through the requirements, and then I saw that the article should be impactful, should impact lives. And then I sat down for a while, and then I think, okay, so you just let me submit this article because I know they really need it, and maybe out of that they will have some help. So I submitted that particular article, and then
you are here.
Yes.
So are you a journalist?
Yes, I'm a journalist.
Okay. Where do you work now?
At Radio 1.
Radio 1.
Yes.
Okay. And how does the reporter come to support the work you're doing as a journalist?
Yes, because with a reporter, with even my own blog, I need to put up a write-up. But with a reporter, I can even put out just a video and then do a caption so that people knows what actually is happening. Let's say the flood here in Accra, I can take a video and then just caption, this is happening in Accra, this place, and then people get to know, and then they have access to what is happening, other than just putting in a lot of write-up and all that. So I think it's wonderful. It's have just summarized everything my work.
So let me give you some background. Michael Ejapong and Michael Jan were part of the 10 contestants who were selected and awarded at the Ghana Bloggers Summit after they contested in the GhanaWeb Reporter contest. And all of them submitted stories that were fit to be on the reporter, and then they were given the first hand account on the GhanaWeb Reporter. So they were the first to have accounts on the reporter. They've been using it since January, and now they are giving us what they've experienced, what they've encountered, and also the rewards they gained out of the GhanaWeb Reporter. Let me go back to Mr. Michael Jan. So from January, when you were given the account, what have you been going through?
Oh, when I had the opportunity to have the account, I started immediately publishing my articles, and the articles come from also from social media. When I see it, I try to put my own perspective, the one that I always want to also motivate others. Yes, about life. So depending on the topic of the articles, I also try to bring my own ideas that will also help the audience, especially the youth, how to keep on going. And doing that has really also helped me, and people appreciate it a lot.
What's one significant content that you remember publishing on the Reporter?
I have a lot of them, more than 500 articles, but the one that really went far was about almost 1 million views, was about Eto. Yes, I wrote about Eto, the way Eto became president in Cameroon as Cameroon, the
Fecafoot of Cameroon,
yes,
yes.
president of Fecafoot. And then when he did that for free. So he didn't charge anything like monthly. He was going to charge something like salary, but for free, and also increased the player's salary. So through that, when I took it, I published it, that this is exactly what, yes, this is a type of leaders that we want in Africa for Africa's development. And that content really went for almost 1 million views.
But you are a content creator, and do you create video content as well?
For now, no.
Okay. But how did you know that the Eto story would blow up?
Yes, I knew because of what he did. Yes, actually, Eto has money. He's a billionaire, so Eto could have still charged them as a president. Yes, take money, the salary. But here's the case. Because he wanted to sacrifice, that is the sacrifice spirit that really got me. So for him, he wants to sacrifice himself for the people. As a player, he knew what players go through, so he wanted actually to help them.
Okay.
Yeah, so that is the part that really got me, and also wrote an article about it. That is exactly what I mean. Our leaders also need to be not always about money, but it should also come from the heart. Okay.
Yeah. Ejapa, what about you? What was your most significant article which you published through the Reporter?
Yes, that was the last meal of Kutua Champon before his execution, and then people really wanted to read about it. What food? And then actually in the headline I said his favorite meal. So people wanted to know about his favorite meal. And then recently I published about the wedding photos of the president, the sitting president, Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, His Excellency. And then people are really loving it. And then, you know, I think one thing I've also noticed when I was using the Reporter is that I've been on other platforms, because I'm a blogger, have been on other platforms. They have their terms and conditions. That is, you need to have a certain number of words before you can put up what you want to put up. But with a Reporter, even if it is a picture, just put the picture there. Ask people about the picture. I remember I recently did one. There was this lady who has tattooed all his body, and then I posted the picture there and I said, how much are you going to pay for her bride price? And then you see the reactions are massive. So you don't need a certain voice to describe it. You just post there, ask the people, and then they can react. Other than, you know, if I want to post something, you limit me to have a certain voice before I can put it out there. But a Reporter, if it is a video, just put it up there. If it is a picture, just put it up there. Even if it is your opinion, just put it up there. And then you can also seek people to also share their views. So it's a wonderful place to be.
How do you know people are reading your article?
Yes, you can track them. There is a dashboard. So when I put up the story, I can really track the dashboard, how many people are reading the article, my income too is there, and then even among us, the reporters, my rank with my articles. And then Michael here has been a tough opponent since we joined the Afia.
Since you've brought up the issue of income, it's very important to talk about that because I know a lot of people want to earn from YouTube and other platforms, but they don't make any money. They have to hit a certain threshold and all of that. With the reporter, do you make money instantly? Are you guys seeing the money you are making? How do you make money?
Oh.
Let me go to Michael John.
Yeah, so the money is being made through the viewership.
Okay.
So when people come in numbers to read your article, other pictures or whatever you put it there, since you have a dashboard, so through that it generates an income for you. So as time goes on, and then you continue. So it has to be something that has to be consistency. Yes, in order to achieve what you also want.
Okay, where can we find your blog?
My blog,
yes.
My personal blog.
On GhanaWeb.
On GhanaWeb. It can be found at GhanaWeb News, and GhanaWeb News you will see bloggers. Is it bloggers blog?
Yes,
yeah, bloggers blog. And then my name is French Education.
Okay, so your blog name is French Education on GhanaWeb, on the news section. And what about you?
Yes, on the news section, you see Daily News Ghana.
Okay, so when we go there, everything there is your content.
Yes.
And how do you upload your content?
Yes, I use the dashboard. And then one thing also about the dashboard is that it's very easy, simple to use. You know, you don't even have to be educated. All you need to do, just download the app, and then you go through the process of registering, and then when you are posting, it's just easy. Your title is there, the body of the content, you just upload your pictures, videos, and then it's,
do you use your phone or your laptop to do
my phone.
Your phone?
Yeah.
What about you?
I use laptop.
You use your laptop, but why don't you want to use the phone for uploading the content?
Oh, okay. I think the laptop is easy for me.
Easy for you. Okay, but you prefer the phone?
Yes, because with the phone I can take pictures, videos, and then upload anywhere I am. So.
And are you getting any supporting, publishers who are using your Daily Mail to also publish content?
Yes.
Because I understand the reporter also has the feature where others can also help in publishing content.
Yes. I remember I needed to go for a while, and then I said I needed someone to, and then I got two people, so they were publishing on my behalf.
Okay, two people.
Yes, two people. So they were publishing on my behalf whilst I was away, and then it was like all fun because I sit back and then I see them publishing in my name, and then sometimes I need to come back and then review the content, and then they were all good. So sometimes I get people to also support it.
Do they also look at the dashboard?
Yes, they do.
They do, and they see the numbers.
Yes. I remember one stopped publishing, and then he said, "No, Charlie, you need to get me an account because look at your numbers here. I can really sit back and then for you to also enjoy because I can create the content as you can. So you just give me." How I can go about it, and then I did that, and then there are people also approaching. They want to join because they saw my dashboard. Okay,
and how many content do you publish in a day?
Publish about 3 to 5 contents in a day.
In a day, and yours are mainly articles.
Mini articles. I don't do mini articles.
Okay, and what about you? What do you post normally?
And you see, one interesting thing also about the reporter is that you don't have any limitations, so you can publish as much as you want. Sometimes I publish 5, I publish 10, depending on what I am posting.
Okay.
And I have shifted my attention from publishing articles to posting social media pictures. What is trending on social media, I bring it back to the app and then see how people are also reacting onto the app. So I'm more like sharing pictures and then videos from social media, and then it's been amazing.
Okay, with the social media shares, I know the reporter gives you the opportunity to share videos from YouTube. Yes. You can share posts from any social media platform directly to the platform. When you were told this, that was in December last year, before you were given the account, what did you make of it? What did you think?
Yes, I for the first time, I went there and then decided to share my post, and then I saw GhanaWeb up there, and I was like, oh, wow. But when I started sharing, when people react to the post on GhanaWeb, they come back and then they give me a follow. So it has really not given me income on the reporters app, but it has also increased my following, because a lot of people also want to follow me because they always see my content on the blog, and then the post is either coming from my Instagram or my Facebook, or sometimes even my YouTube channel. So they want to follow back there. So when I post, they will be the first to see there before it comes to the app. So it's been amazing for me.
And Michael John, what was your previous impression and what you think about it now after 5 months?
This has really helped me, especially also to have more views on my blog. So because I normally I'm more into articles and sometimes pictures. So when I do that, I normally write my website under by Michael John, also French education. This has also increased viewers on my blog. Sometimes they want to come and see who is Michael John behind this article, especially when the person finds it good, and also other social media on Instagram and then Twitter. Some people can even message me privately, oh, I read this article about this topic, but it was good. Unfortunately, I couldn't comment on the GhanaWeb, but it was good. And that really also helps me to continue doing what I'm doing.
There's a question everybody is asking concerning your blog. Yeah. Your blog is called French Education on GhanaWeb, GH on GhanaWeb. Exactly. Why are we not seeing French education on your blog?
Exactly. So initially, the idea was to publish about French articles and also to also let people, especially students, also learn French outside the English. So that was the idea. So at times I do, but I also realized that no, I have to add other articles also into it. The article that has to do with the social issues and everything that can also impact people. So I do about the French education articles also. So it's a mix of everything, and not particularly about the French education or French articles alone. Yes.
Well, this is quite an interesting discussion, and we'll take a break. When we come back, we're going to talk about the money part. How much money have they made in the 5 months that they've been using the reporter? They'll tell us all of that after this break. Welcome back from the break. This is a GhanaWeb TV special, and we are speaking to Mr. Michael John and Mr. Michael Ejapon. They are GhanaWeb reporters, and we are talking about the GhanaWeb reporter. Now, the money part. I mean, a lot of people are very interested in the money aspect. And Michael, I think 2 months ago, a month ago, you made a withdrawal request, and everybody was wondering, why is this guy trying to withdraw 100 cedis or so? I think about 100 or so, 170 something. So why did you make that withdrawal request when you had not even hit 300 cedis on the platform?
The thing is, when I first started, I wasn't too sure if this is really even going to work with the money aspect and all that. But then I did 3 publications, and that 3 publications got me the 100 plus Ghana cedis. So after doing the 3 publications, I stopped publishing there, and then I decided to go back to my dashboard and then see how things are going. Then I saw that this 3 publications actually got me 100 plus Ghana cedis. And okay, so can I really have this money, or it is just there? So I decided to request and see if truly I will receive the money. And then I was given an option to put in my mobile money and then my bank also accounts, but I decided to go with the mobile money and then see how fast it will be. So I wanted to see if truly I will receive the money.
And did you receive the money?
Oh yes, I did.
176, I think.
Yes, 76 Ghana cedis.
Okay, by mobile money.
Yes, by mobile money. And then one thing is that when I withdraw the money, I was just there waiting for it to drop, and then we were told that it's this is paid every 15th of the month.
Yes.
So I was waiting for it. The 15th, I didn't receive it, and I was like, okay, so let's wait and see. And then on the 15th, I didn't see anything, so I waited, and then the early morning on 16th, I received an alert that the money has been paid to me, and I was so excited. I was like, oh, okay, wow, so this is real. So, and that really motivated me to continue publishing more. And then I was really telling people more about it. I was just showing them. So even though I will spend the money, I took a screenshot of it so that I can tell people that I got paid from the app.
And then you, Michael Jan.
Yes, please.
How was the payment like when Ejapa was expecting 100 CDs? I'm sure you were around 500 CDs already.
Yeah.
And you saw it. You knew what you were making.
Exactly.
Did you really believe you would make or get that money?
I couldn't believe it. But contrary to my colleague Michael Japa, mine was I intentionally leave it like that. It was a source of motivation. So anytime when I come and I see 500 or 600 and something, 700. So actually it was a source of motivation. Anytime when I come and I see it, it helps me to continue to publish more articles to get where I want to get and then withdraw the money. So I wanted to be as a source of motivation. Yeah, so that's the reason why I didn't withdraw it right from the beginning.
So you didn't withdraw for 5 months,
exactly,
waiting for it to motivate you.
Exactly.
So which motivation level did it get to before you withdrew?
Exactly. So now when I got to 1,007, getting to 2,000 now, I said, now the money is becoming huge. In Ghana, where would they be able to pay me that money? Okay, if that is the case, now let me withdraw it and see if truly they'll be able to pay. So I also wanted to test the system and see whether the system really works. And I did, and truly.
So you were paid?
I was paid.
Were you also paid on the 15th or the day after?
Oh, the day after.
Okay.
Or the day after. I got it into my bank account.
How much did you withdraw after the 100?
Yes, but you see, one thing is me for the after the 100, I didn't want to withdraw actually, but I showed it to a few of my friends, and then they were saying, "Are you sure this money is real? Are you sure this money is real?" You know, those kind of vibes. And I said, "Oh yes, I even withdrew 100 and something Ghana cedis." So I was having 500 plus in my account, waiting for it to grow more. But because I just wanted to show them this is real, I requested for a withdrawal, and then I said, "You just wait and see that this money will be paid." And when the money was paid, I showed it to them, and then if you see how these people were rushing to get the account done, and then it was really amazing. But for me, I was pushed to withdraw. I just wanted to be like my brother.
So what's your final words to those who may want to be part of the reporter, who want to be reporters, and what advice would you give them in terms of how to generate content and also how to get a lot of people reading the content?
The point is, as I said earlier, this is just simple, easy. I don't know the brain, because the brain behind this reporter thing is just genius. Because we have other platforms doing the same or similar thing, but they restrict you. they give you limitations. You can publish this a day, you can publish with these words, you can publish using this, that. But with the reporter, he said, no. Do you have a video? Is it on your social media? Do you have a photo, a picture? What do you have? Do you want to show it to people? Do you want to ask them about the opinion? Just do that. You can even go through your social media posts, whether Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, whatever. Just share your post and then it will be live. People react to it. You don't need any amount, nothing. It's just you and your data. Just publish and then get paid. And then one thing also is that really when I withdrew my 500 Ghana cedis, that was 3 days ago. So I have about getting to close to 200 Ghana cedis again, just like that. So you just need to publish. If you really want to, what do you think? When I want to make a post, I ask myself, if I see this post online, will I be tempted to click on and then read? If the answer to me is yes, then I'll put it out there. I just want things that people could react to. We see things every day. We see things happening around us. People are not reporting. Even getting journalists to report on these things are hard. But GhanaWeb is that you can be your own reporter, you can be your own journalist. Just put it out there. We have the numbers and then we will show it to our people. And then they are doing this paid something, I don't know. But then I see my content at other places of GhanaWeb. Sometimes I even open stories on GhanaWeb, and then when I scroll down, I see my content there. They are just promoting for me for free. I'm not paying anything. Just put up the content. We promote for you. You get income, and then you can withdraw your money. I don't know what else we want, and then we can ask for more. This is just amazing.
What about you, Michael John?
Yes, so I see this reporter as a side hustle business, and then actually it also help you as a person. I'm more into writing articles, short stories. When I have the headline, I always want to write articles about it. So for me, I think it is easy, because the GhanaWeb has already the numbers. Everyone wants to create his or her own blog and also have Google AdSense, so that at the end of the day the person can be paid, and that one sometimes becomes difficult. But with that one, the numbers, the audience is already there, so it's up to you to work on your headline. The headline is very important. So with all this experience, the headline is very important. You have some of the headlines. When you go, you can just see the introduction and then the body and also conclusion immediately from the headline. Yeah,
so your strategy is the headline?
Mine is the headline. Okay. Because I'm to writing the article, mine is the headline. So the headline has to be catchy. So I want you to come and then click on it, so that at the end of the day, when you read, not because I also want something in return, but it will also benefit you as well. So the headline, when you have a very catchy headline, definitely people will go and read your stories, your articles, what you have to offer, and then at the same time in return to also help you.
You've heard the testimonies of Michael Jan and Michael Ejapon. So they are our first users of the GhanaWeb Reporter. They are actually blog reporters. So with the reporter, there are two types. We have the basic reporters and then the professional reporters. The professional reporters earn income out of their work, which is to publish on the blogs that will be created for them. The basic reporters, you have access to the number of people on GhanaWeb, all of the GhanaWeb audience who see your content on the wall. As professional reporters, you could be VIP reporters under the professional. The VIP are for influencers, also for public figures and then celebrities. While the blogger reporters, that's for bloggers and also journalists. They are journalists, also content creators. They are using that platform to put out their content to the entire audience of GhanaWeb. GhanaWeb as well benefits by giving its audience diverse content of different varieties, help people to understand what's happening in the country. You can also be a reporter by downloading the GhanaWeb Reporter app on Play Store and then on the App Store, either on iPhone and on Android devices, and then you register, go through the process, then that's it. You can just apply, upload anything you want to upload. It could be a photo, a video, and even document. and these will be published on your personalized page, and it would also appear on the wall of GhanaWeb and on other platforms. When you want to be, or if you want to be a professional reporter, you need to apply. After downloading the app and then registering, you apply to be a professional reporter. You have to show proof that indeed you are a content creator, you are also a citizen journalist, or a celebrity, or an influencer, and then you'll be given access to the professional reporters dashboard. Then you can measure and see the number of people who visit your page and the number of money you make out of the reporter. The reporter is so easy. There's also the aspect of the advocacy, or for the advocacies, like the NGOs. You can also have a reporter page where you put out content surrounding the good works that you do, and also if you need people to contribute to your NGO with the advocacy reporter, you could do same. You just have to register to be an advocacy reporter. All the details are on GhanaWeb. Go to the wall section and you find all the content and all the reports from the reporters. The GhanaWeb Reporter is Ghana's first digital media sharing platform created to democratize journalism and empower content creators. And you've heard from Michael Ejapong. He is a journalist and he has been given the opportunity to put out his content as a journalist. And also you've heard from Michael Jan. He is a content creator. He has been empowered to make money out of his content. You can also be a reporter.
Welcome to another wonderful episode of Diaspora Link exclusively on GhanaWeb TV. I'm your host, Diallo Sumbri. I'm very excited about my guest today, as I am about all my guests, but I'm also very appreciative because I was able to catch her while she was in Accra just for a short time, passing through, running, doing a lot of things, but she agreed to come share her story with us on the set today. So, without further ado, it gives me great pleasure to introduce you to Nadu Placca. Now let's dive into the interview and learn a little bit more. Welcome to Diaspora Link with our guest Nadu Placca. As we do every episode, before we get into our interview, let's find out a little bit more about our guests with choices. Nadu, this is what we call choices. It's really simple. I'm going to give you two choices, and then you choose one and tell us why. Okay?
Okay.
Pretty simple, right?
Supposedly.
Okay. You ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. Lagos versus Accra.
Ooh! Ooh! It's very different. Accra.
Accra. Why
yeah.
Accra?
I guess maybe why not Lagos? Lagos is too much.
Okay.
So you were talking about, like, before we've had to say Accra lifestyle. Lagos is too much.
I got you. Okay, just there's no right or wrong here. It's just your is your choices. Okay, so Accra.
Yes.
Okay. Next, London versus Accra.
Accra.
Oh, well, you are.
London is cold and people are miserable. Too many bronies. No, we'll stay here.
We stay here in Africa, in your hometown.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Jollof versus Wache.
Oh, Jollof.
Jollof all day.
I'm not a big Wache fan.
Okay.
So I'm not that I don't like Wache, but I'm not a big Wache fan, and I think Jollof is always a safe bet for me.
Okay. How about this? South African nights versus Accra Knights?
South African Knights.
Oh,
Like,
no question.
No question. No question. That will be, South Africa will have their own year of return because, you know, after Ghana, it has to be somewhere.
It has to move around.
And I do feel like all eyes are on South Africa now. But from growing up there, from being younger, it's always been a vibe. Like the music, it just touches your soul in a very different way.
The vibe
Very
is real.
different.
The vibe is real. Okay, how about this? Hip-hop versus Afrobeats.
Ooh, Afrobeats.
Afrobeats over hip-hop.
Yeah, I mean...
Okay. No, it's fine.
If you're talking old school hip hop, like it's funny.
Whatever you want it to be.
Then
hip hop versus Afrobeats.
Afrobeats.
Okay.
Afrobeats for me. It's funny because we were out one night at Front Back, and Afrobeats came on. Everyone was dancing and hip hop, and they had the new stuff, and it was just like, oh, what is this?
New hip hop.
Yeah.
And the crowd didn't really. It was like.
Yeah.
You needed some diamonds on your wrist to dance to the music.
Yeah. No, Afrobeats.
Okay. Fufu versus Banku.
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 I don't actually like fufu. This is the thing. Kenke not
They
so
might not
much.
let you back into the country. You realize that?
I like Banku. Banku's good. No, Banku, it just has a different taste for me. I never really enjoyed fufu. But
Is it the cassava plantain versus the maize? Is it like the base? Is it the fact that it's maize you like that better?
Yeah, it tastes a bit better for me.
It tastes a bit better for you. All right, one more, and I know you're gonna hate me for this one. You're going to hate me for this one, but I got to try. Afro-punk versus Afro-cello.
Oh, Afro-cello.
Oh, that was easy. I thought it was going to be different.
Cello. It's a different vibe.
Okay.
All right, to be fair, it's difficult, and that's not fair to do that.
No, it's not
now
fair.
maybe I'm backtracking.
Don't backtrack.
They both have different assets that they bring to the experience.
I know. So the choices is, if you had to choose one, and you chose Afro-cello, there's nothing wrong with that. There's no right or wrong. Thank you for playing this game with us. As you always know, why do we play choices? Every day we wake up, we all make different choices in life. Our choices should not divide us further. Our choices should only serve to help us become more clear about who we are and bring us closer together. So remember, just because you may think differently or choose differently from someone else, it doesn't mean that you have to be opposite or opposed to them. You guys just have different choices, right? Just different choices. Okay, now we're going to find out a little bit more about Nadu with top 5. Nadu, this is our top 5. Are you ready?
I am ready.
These games are not too bad, right?
Ready.
You're doing great. All right, top 5. I'm going to give you 5 categories, and you just choose your top in each category. All right, number 1, your favorite book. If it's not your favorite book ever, one book that you would recommend that everybody read. What is that book?
The Celestine Prophecy.
The Celestine Prophecy by?
Ooh, James read something.
James read something. Okay.
James something. Yeah.
Okay, and why this book?
Changed my life.
Okay.
It was ironic actually. So one of my ex-business partners who completely fell out, I'd known her for 20 years. She gave me that book, and when I read that book, it just speaks about intuition. That feeling that we get in our stomach if you've had an argument with your partner and you feel a way because you know maybe they're hurt. You know, if you took a left turn but something told you maybe it was right. It's being able to listen to your intuition, as small as it may be, being able to read people's energies and feel like what do people want to get from spaces and how to navigate. And the way it's told is a story of searching for scriptures, that each of these scriptures tell you a bit more about how to kind of communicate and learn more.
It sounds like a really interesting book.
Priceless.
Excellent.
Very, very. I've bought.
That was easy for you. You were
I bought because I buy them for people. I'll probably buy you a copy now.
Okay.
And send to you because it's done so much for me. I always want to pass that on.
I appreciate that. Next one. Top musical artists across every genre of all time. You get to pick one.
That's horrible.
I know.
Every music genre of all time.
Across the board. If you just had to pick one name, it might change next week or whenever, but for Diaspora Link, we want one.
Lauryn Hill.
Lauryn Hill. That's what's up. You gave Lauren props. I love Lauren. I love Lauren. I absolutely love Lauren. Nice.
Yeah.
Why Lauryn Hill?
I met her here when she did.
Okay. I was here at that show at BBNC.
She's Lauren. Like, it was either going to be a Lauren, Erica, you know what I mean? Like, that's where we are.
Right.
So she is just the embodiment of just
who and where we are.
Yeah, Blakk, just love Lauren.
No problem. Yeah. That's my homie. I still listen to Zion. Like
yes.
whenever it comes on, I still can't listen to it once. I still have to rewind it and listen to it 3 or 4 times. Timeless. The Miseducation of Lauryn Hill, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you who have no idea who Lauryn Hill is or what we're talking about, get the album. You'll love it. All right. Favorite food. It can be a dish or a kind of food.
Okay, well, seeing as we are here, contemporary.
Ooh, that's your favorite.
My favorite.
Listen.
And garden egg stew, but contemporary for me.
Okay.
With fish.
Listen. This is what I'm gonna do for you. If I would have known that before now, I have the absolute best contemporary for you. In my village, a small place called Yame Bechere near Kafordria, we absolutely make the best contemporary, period. It's not palava sauce. There's no egusi mixed in. There's no. It's contemporary. They go pick it.
I know there's some in my family's
We
garden.
go pick it and cook it. Okay, I'm sorry, y'all. Y'all know I'm hungry already. All right,
okay,
contemporary.
I'm gonna hold you to that.
Okay, but with rice or boiled yam?
Actually with a motor.
Ah.
Yeah, that for me is very different. My aunt's like, "What are you doing?" And
Yeah,
I have boiled plantain as well, but they're like, "What?" And I'm just let me have it the way I like it.
Yeah, you know that's so interesting about Ghana. You try to mix two foods, people are like, no. We don't serve it like that. We don't take it that way. You can't have it. All right. Favorite place to vacation in the world. It could be a place that you've already been or a place that you want to go.
Zanzibar.
Zanzibar, that's a place you've been.
Yeah.
And hands down.
The most amazing experience of my life. I probably lost about 2 stone out there as well, because every day you're just walking on beaches, drinking coconut water in the sea, just, and the people, amazing.
Excellent. Last one. Your favorite sport?
To play, to watch?
Favorite sport, whether it could be a combination of playing and watching. It could be just, if you had to pick one sport, what would that sport be?
Netball to play.
You said?
Netball. Do you know what netball is?
No.
Okay, it's a British thing.
What is netball?
It's like basketball, but you can't travel with the ball. And it's predominantly for women to play.
You can't travel with the
ball?
No,
you can't travel with the ball.
What do you mean? You can only pass it?
When we finish rolling, I'll have to show you.
Okay, I'll look up netball. I'll look up netball. I've never even heard of it.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
So netball to play.
Netball to play. I don't know.
Watch?
Is gymnastics considered a sport?
That's considered a sport.
I love watching gymnastics and synchronized swimming. I just think it's incredible.
Gymnastics.
Like,
okay, great.
I watch football quite often, but I'm not like, fanatic.
You're not like crazy like some people. Okay.
No, yeah.
Thank you for participating. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Nadu Placca's top 5. Remember, as we continue to build this bridge in the diaspora and we begin meeting people from different places, whether we meet in Accra, whether we meet in London or the US, let's find out more about each other. And asking someone's top 5 is a perfect way. It's a great icebreaker to get to know somebody, to get to know kind of what moves them, what are some of their favorite things. That's going to help you build a relationship. Because the only way we can continue to build the bridge between the continent and the diaspora is to find out more about each other. Now, let's dive into this interview and find out a little bit more about exactly who Nadu Placca is. We are back with another wonderful episode of Diaspora Link, and I am here with my guest who you've gotten to meet a little bit, Miss Nadu Placca. Nadu, how are you?
I'm good, Diallo. You?
I'm good. Thank you so much for joining us here today. I'm glad that I was able to track you down and catch you in between this visit while you're here in Ghana before you fly off to your next destination. So thank you for your time.
Anytime for you.
Oh, really?
Of course.
Y'all hear that? Anytime for me. So y'all know Diaspora Link is real because she just said anytime for me. All right, here we go. Nadu, so you are from Ghana, right? Even though I thought you were from somewhere else.
Yes.
You are from Ghana.
I am. I am half Ghanaian, half British.
Okay, half Ghanaian, half British. So your
father? Ghanaian.
Ghanaian.
My mother, British.
Your mother's British?
Yes.
Okay. What part of Ghana is your dad from?
So we're talking pre-colonization, post.
Give us a history lesson.
Oh, do you know what? It's been very interesting because on this trip and every trip I come, I always try to learn a little bit more about my history.
Okay.
So my grandfather was the first assistant to President Nkrumah.
Wow.
Benjamin Placca.
Okay.
And as I've been coming back, I've been meeting with my grandma and learning more stories.
Okay.
So she is from the line of Savages, Savage family name, whose family home is in Cape Coast. But at the moment they live in Latibiokoshi. So yes, my father was born in Accra, but as a diplomat's son, he traveled the world. They were in Russia. They were posted all over.
Okay.
So I've been able to track my lineage and find out exactly who I am.
Exactly who you are and where you're from. So have you been able to visit your family's hometown and your family house here in Ghana?
Yep. So I've visited Latibiokoshi this week. We have some renovations to do, of course.
Right.
But I think the next trip I want to go to the Savage House in Cape Coast and do a bit more, learn more. All the stories I hear we come from the Lawson family. So we were Ak Placca Lawson. Okay. But Ak Placca, back then they said it meant fat Lawsons. So my great-great-great-grandfather was like, forget this. We are not fat Lawsons. I'm going to go down here. I'm going to start my own village. And he dropped the Ak Lawson, and so we became Placca. Oh, okay. So very small. We're Ewe, so Togolese mixed as well.
Yo, how does that feel? Like, how does that feel as you know your dad is Ghanaian, you're a Ghanaian, but you're tracing your family history and you're finding out more things. How does that feel?
It's really exciting. I've started making notes, like stories from my elders, because the stories my grandma's been telling me, you put it in context to like this day age, like my generation, you're just like, this is what you went through? Or, your grandfather was pissed off with the rest of the family, so he was just like, yeah, forget you guys, I'm out. I'm going to start my own village. Like, it's really interesting and it's fun to learn. I think it's really important.
Right,
really important.
Were you born in Ghana or were you born in...
I was born in London.
You were born in London?
Yeah.
Okay. So how often have you been traveling back and forth? Is it like every year? Was it, you schooled in London and didn't come back to you as a teen or adult? Tell us a little bit about your story.
So I schooled in London up until the age of 13. And then I went to school in Lesotho, which is landlocked by South Africa. Okay. I was there for a year, then went back to London, and I'd only been to Ghana when I was 4 years old, and I came for my grandfather's funeral. So that was my only real interaction. My dad, having been posted all over the world with his father before, he decided to settle in the UK. And he, I guess, lost touch with some of his, Ghanaian roots. And as the eldest son, he still had responsibilities, but obviously a lot harder to implement when you're not here. So I had been working across the continent, more so in Nigeria. And my family were like, you're so close, why are you not going back home? I'm like, where the money reside? I am following the money right now. So if I have an opportunity to go to Ghana, then I 100% will. And I put it out to the universe. And within, I think, 3 to 6 months, I got a phone call that invited me to come to Ghana to work with Fuse ODG and work on Tina Festival. Okay. So, that was the start. And since then, I think probably been back 2-3 times a year. Nice. Yeah.
So from the time that you were 4, you hadn't been back to Ghana until...
It was 30 years at the time.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's bad.
But you, it is what it is.
I think it's bad.
Okay. but Ghana was always in your heart.
Always.
It was always something calling you back.
Yeah.
You mentioned traveling the continent, right? You mentioned schooling in Lesotho, and you were in Nigeria doing business. So that means that you're familiar with the continent.
100%.
100%. And you've traveled to different African countries, right? What are some of the African countries you've traveled to?
Senegal, so my father lived there for a while. Kenya, Zanzibar, Lesotho, South Africa, Swaziland, Namibia.
Wow. You've been around.
And not enough. I want to try and go to at least all 54. There's so many to do. Right. Yeah, it's just interesting. And it's funny because when I read your book, I opened the first chapter, And as soon as it opened up, I was like, oh, this is hard hitting. This is exactly what it is. Depending how the country's been colonized, you're literally going to be setting the stepping stones of how you need to navigate.
Yes.
And I tell like my team when we come over, the way we work is we have to learn from each culture, and each culture is different. From greetings, from handling money, from, you know, bartering is all part of it. But it's really interesting to learn how to navigate, and I love it all.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for Africa in 60. Our guest has no idea what we're about to do, so I'm going to tell her. Nadu, this is something that we call Africa in 60, and we'd like to see how many African countries our guest can name in 60 seconds.
Oh, okay.
See, that's not deep, right?
No, that's hard.
Let's see how you deal with the pressure, because I know when the pressure comes, it's a little bit differently. So we have our clock set up. We have 60 seconds, and we will go in 3, 2, 1, go.
Mauritania, Egypt, Libya, Ethiopia, Sudan, Ghana, Togo, Benin, Nigeria, Senegal, Gabon, Cameroon, DRC, or let's go on this side, Somalia, Kenya, Zanzibar, Tanzania, Swaziland, Botswana. Oh, let me see, where am I down here? Did I say Namibia? I'm not sure. South Africa, Lesotho, Madagascar. Where am I in the middle? I've missed some in the middle. I don't know. What's the time?
We got more time. Keep going.
Morocco. Oh, who are these northern fake countries?
Did you call them fake countries?
I did. I already said Nigeria. That's all I can think of.
Where are the pyramids?
I said Egypt.
Oh, I didn't hear you.
I said Egypt.
I'm sorry. Okay, time. No, you did good. You got about 28.
Wow.
You got about 28.
That's
you got about 28.
Okay.
You got to see.
Is that, like, where's the ranking?
No, wait, I can't tell you that.
Okay.
We're gonna put up a leaderboard so everybody can see kind of where they are. But you know, and we do Africa in 60, as you all know, because we want people to know that Africa is a continent. It's a vast, large place. 54 countries, and in each country there are various cultures, there are languages, there are so many different customs. So as we begin to bridge the diaspora, we want people to know that no one speaks African. You just don't go all the way out there to Africa. There's a country in Africa, and there's a city in that country. So keep that in mind. That's Africa in 60. Thank you, Nadu. You're such a good sport.
That was fun.
I was trying. Was that fun?
Good,
okay. I was trying to get you a little bit nervous by telling you, hey, we're going to do something, and I'm not going to tell you what it is.
Oh, that was the one you're not going to tell me?
That's the one. That's the only one I'm not going to tell you. That's the breeze, right? Don't have to worry. Okay, so you travel back and forth. You came back here after 30 years, right? But since you've come, you said 2 to 3 times a year.
Yeah.
So that means that you've seen other people who don't have Ghanaian roots come back and forth to Ghana. For you, what is it about Ghana that pulls people? What I mean, maybe for you because of your family, but you know, your business has brought you here and other things. What is it? What are some of the things about Ghana that you love?
I think, going back to your point of not saying Africa, but from an African perspective, stepping back on the continent always feels like I'm recharging in some way, shape or form. I think it's an opportunity to explore, learn, and really tap into new culture. So for Ghana, I think for other people who maybe this is their first time coming, it's definitely been led by, I think, stepping away from that traditional, oh, Africa, we live in huts and there's nothing here.
Hut life.
Yeah, that life, hut life. You know, we all came from there. But being able to really explore new adventures, I think the Year of Return was something that put Ghana in a very different position that it has been before. Like, eyes are on Ghana for different reasons now. People are understanding the potential, that it's not what we've seen on TV being brought up our whole lives. There's actually, you know, things that have been going on here for years. So I think it's, being able to explore. For me, it's home. I always think as Ghana as home, second to, actually no, it's one of my homes, I would like to say. And just being able to be around my people. Like, it's funny, sometimes I go out here and I'm like, oh, a white person. And like, it's a subconscious thing, but it's slightly triggering.
Right.
I'm also aware I'm a brony, so I'm not naive to that, but it's also being around your people all the time. It just a different kind of energy. And the work I do abroad, I always try to ensure that I'm working with black people, be it our production company, be it our suppliers, be it the team that we work with. So being around your people is just a different energy. A totally different energy. You get that vibe, right? You know, in my book, I call Ghana the enjoyment capital of the world. Enjoyment. Enjoyment, right? A lot of enjoyment here. And, you know, when people either come, you know, through our Birthright journeys or when they come with us to visit, and I always tell people, let me know when you're ready for an Accra night. And they say, well, what is an Accra night? I said, if you're not having wache at 6 a.m. in the same clothes you went out in, you haven't gone home to sleep, then that's an official Accra night. Is you start and you have to at least go to 3 or 4 places because there's that many places to go and that many things to do. So you schooled when you were young in Lesotho. Now, did you school again for your university, your college in the UK? London.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what did you study?
I studied event management and music and media management.
Okay.
And I'm now doing my master's in live event design.
Nice. And where are you doing that at? So
it's in the middle of the UK, in the countryside.
Just in the middle, so somewhere.
Like, I'm literally the only black person there. Yes, it is.
All right, so now let's talk a little bit about some of what you've done in your career that has led you to where you are now. And I'll just let you walk us through it.
Wow, it's been many, many years. So 14 years that I've been in the events industry.
Okay.
Started off the back of my degree. I was very fortunate to be headhunted from university.
Okay.
So straight out of university, I had a job, I was working. But what I found was some of my friends and colleagues from uni, they couldn't get a job without the experience, but then couldn't get experience without the job. So you're stuck in this cycle, this loop of, you know, not being able to move forward.
You know, that reminds me of Mos Def's line. Why do I need ID to get ID? I'm sorry, go ahead.
But it's the same theory and principle.
Right, it's the same theory and principle.
And so I was like, how do I help more people to be able to kind of make this transition? So we started an educational course that I started to design. And with that course, we developed it into a 12-week course where we teach everything that I learned over my 3 years on my degree to all of my experience. And decided to say, we're going to give 15 students an opportunity to learn everything. We'll physically give them some money to produce their own event, and they'll produce it. So you get the vocational and the practical experience of being in the event industry. Because it's not always standing there with a clipboard and a radio and everyone thinks, you know, you're in charge of things. And
that's wonderful.
Yeah.
That's excellent. So and you are still doing that course now? You still offer it?
Still doing.
You still offer cash for people who complete the course to do their events?
Yeah.
Wow. Wow, that's excellent.
Yeah, so we come to Ghana, South Africa. We've got an exchange program where we have an opportunity for students to learn about events and travel the world to deliver them. Because I don't think anyone should be restricted to just working in one country. I think everyone should learn. Like, I'm trying to get some of my white counterparts at university to come and work in Accra, because you want to know how we feel when we're on site as the only black people. Let's see how you'll feel in the middle of Africa, to be specific, Ghana, and see how you get on. Right. Because culturally, it will, you know, wake you up.
Wow, that's a great idea.
Yeah.
That's a great idea. So, from the time that you started your company, that's what you've been doing for 14 years?
So for 14 years, I've probably had about 3 or 4 companies.
Okay.
Companies that I didn't necessarily put the energy into, companies that had crazy business partners. You know, we go through the ebbs and flows of running a business. But in the last 2 years, we had a rebrand with the Zoo XYZ, which is my current company. Okay. And with them, we have been doing stuff with some amazing clients, from Afropunk in New York, South Africa, to Pan Afro Link, NBA player Lowdown, working with him across London and Ghana, SoundCloud, Amazon Music, a lot of UK artists, the festivals here, Tina Fest, Afrochella. So yeah, we're spread out well.
Spread out very well. Nice. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to take a short break. And when we come back, we're going to talk a little bit more about Nadu's company, the Zoo XYZ, or as they say in London, XYZ. I'm learning so much. And we'll get back and talk more about this. We'll be right back. Peace, global African family. My name is Diallo Sumbri. I'm a co-architect of Ghana's Year of Return 2019, and I'm the president and CEO of the Adinkra Group. For the past 5 years, we've been bringing loads and loads of people to Ghana. Many of them, their first time on the African continent, their first time putting their toes in the African sand, in the African soil. And so many people have had their life changed. Our Birthright journeys are curated cultural immersion journeys centered around reclaiming cultural identity, exploring your ancestral heritage, and celebrating African resilience. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our Birthright Journey Partner Program. It's really simple, and you really don't have to do much other than email us at info@theadinkragroup.com. Now, what makes a great Birthright Journey partner for our program? Are you a leader? Are you an influencer? Are you that person that your family calls on to organize, or do you automatically know that that's your job? Are you somebody of status in your community? Are you a community leader? Are you that person in your church or in the school? If you are the ideal Birthright Journey partner. Do you believe that every person of African descent should have an opportunity to touch ground on the continent of Africa? If you are, then you are the ideal Birthright Journey partner. It's simple. We're going to show you how you can travel to Ghana for free. Not only can you travel to Ghana for free, but you can actually get paid to travel to Ghana. Really simple. Just contact us at info@theadinkragroup.com and set up a discovery call. You'll get to travel with your family and friends, you'll get to travel with your community, and the best part of it is that it'll be free for you. Or you'll even earn money doing it. So again, info@theadinkragroup.com. We look forward to seeing you in Ghana. We look forward to dancing with you in Ghana. We look forward to eating fufu, eating jollof, eating wache. Make sure you contact us now, and we would love for you to become a Birthright Journey partner. Madasi. And we are back with Nadu Placca from the Brooklyn Zoo. Anyway, from the Zoo XYZ. You know, I had to throw my, I had to do my best ODB impersonation. All right, so Nadu, your company that you've rebranded and that's spread out in African countries, in the UK, the Zoo XYZ. Talk to us about the name. Like, it's such a different name. I'm really interested to know how you came up with that.
So it's funny because I wanted, so the company I had before was NP Presents.
Okay.
So Nadu Placca Presents. The one before that was Madame Blah, because that's all I feel like I ever do in the industry. Blah, 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 blah. Just, you know, trying to make deals that work here and there.
Right.
And I was ready after having a negative experience with a business partner. I wanted to, you know, transition the business. And then from NP Presents, I was like, I didn't want something that you could maybe know what it was. I wanted it to be very spontaneous and be like, well, what is that?
Right.
If someone says, you know, the zoo was that. So we initially came up with the zoo. Don't ask me why. It was actually in Ghana when my colleague and I came up with it, and we were on the back end of a Ghana night, an Accra night, which I think explains even more. And we were just like throwing words and like, the zoo, like, oh my gosh, that works. And so, you know, did some research online. Obviously, thezoo.com was gone, so, and .co.uk, and I was just like, oh, and then it was like, oh, .xyz. So I was like, oh, this is a new domain that actually hasn't been established yet. And often when we're talking in events, we're saying, okay, XYZ, this is how we're going to structure
Exactly.
things. And so it worked. And thus the Zoo XYZ was born.
You know, that's interesting because, you know, I had my own theory.
All right, let me add on to the theory a bit more.
I had my own theory about the zoo and where it came from, but go ahead.
It's also the multitude of like personalities and people that we deal with in any given like project. there's always things that are moving. You have to learn how to, you know, nurture people's egos, how to get them to do business the way you do. So it's having an understanding of there are so many different things taking place under one roof.
Right.
So yeah, the zoo. And I always loved the word menagerie, but I didn't know how to use it. So the zoo just came forward. So I want to know your theory.
That was it. Well, my theory was, I've been on the front side of events and the back side. And most people, when they see the event in its finished form, a well-done event, they just see they see what you want them to see, right? Especially for your customers, you don't want them to see what goes into it. But I know on the back end of that, it's a zoo.
Yeah, basically.
Sometimes it's a zoo, just exactly what you said, the number of personalities, the number of people, and it's like managing a zoo. You got this section over here, you got this, everybody eats something different at a different time, or you know, and putting all of that together to make it an attraction for somebody to come pay an entry fee and get the whole experience. So for me, I was just like, yo, that was mad creative. Like, it's really a zoo. You know, people who are not into events really do not know. They really have no idea. I'm sure we both all have a lot of stories about things that have happened at the 9th hour before an artist goes on stage or before the gates open. So
many stories, so many.
So let me ask you this, because this is Diaspora Link, and a lot of what we want this show to do is to share personal stories about why people have chosen to do business in Africa, right? Because it's a choice a lot of times. You don't have to look for business in Africa. You can turn business offers in Africa down. And you could focus on the UK, you could focus on other parts of Europe and the US. So why is doing business in Africa important to you?
It wasn't a choice, it was my calling. I think I've always been very much about people. Anyone will tell you, working with me, I'm always for the people, the team, like how are we establishing that kind of network and growing the community. And schooling on the continent, having my roots back here, like it made sense for me to come back and also to spread the knowledge far and wide that I have. I don't feel like my knowledge and information should be left with me. Part of that legacy is being able to impart more knowledge onto other people and allow that knowledge for myself. It helps me to grow in territories, to understand how events are done in Ghana, how they're done in Nigeria, how they're done in South Africa, what works, what doesn't. Can any of my knowledge or experience contribute to that? So yeah, it was destined.
It was destiny. But you had to hear that calling, right? Because they say, many are called, but few are chosen, right? So a lot of people are called, but not everybody answers that call. So how have you found doing business in Africa for events different from UK and the US? And you know, I always say that it's okay for us to talk about challenges because we're not really focusing on the challenges, but there's somebody watching who wants to do business here, who's into events management and maybe wants to come here to do that. So what's some of the differences between the various countries in Africa you work with South Africa, Nigeria, Ghana, other places in the UK or the US?
So many differences. I think I definitely have had to make sacrifices over the years in order to fulfill this. The differences across each country, again, I think reading the first chapter of your book will just give you an insight as to where. I'm not being paid to plug, I'm just saying.
But thank you.
Because you have to understand the people first. That's the first thing. Understand who you're working with, how they work. Being a woman working on the continent has its own layer.
I was about to say, I'm sure that's a whole nother...
Being a woman in Nigeria as a Ghanaian or British was another layer. Being from the diaspora coming back home, it has another layer. Like all of it does, because there's also hierarchy, there's also respect, there's things that culturally have been embedded for generations that you have to now step into and just grab the reins a bit more. So, for example, when we were working in Nigeria, the runners, so these are the people who literally, without them, you will not get stuff done.
At all.
They're picking up stuff, they're running it to places, they're making sure people are in the right place at the right times. At the end of the event, they all sat down with myself and my other colleague who's also British, and they were like, thank you. Thank you for just treating us like we're human beings. And my dad always taught me that it doesn't matter when you like who you're working with.
Right.
If it's someone who's older than you, when they go home, they are the head of their household. They are the breadwinner. They're the person who is coming back. Just because they're working with you now as a runner at a smaller role, it doesn't take that away from them.
Right.
And so it's always paying back that respect and ensuring that people are spoken. I'm not dictating to you to do something. I'm not going to ask you to do something that I wouldn't do. So if I'm asking you to pick up rubbish, you will see that I've picked up rubbish, which also isn't a very African mentality. It's go and pick. Like there's no
small
question.
boy, small girl, please
Yes.
pick all of this.
Yes, but for me, I was like, that's not how I work, and I can't change that. Now, it's difficult, because I think you get to an element of capacity. For me, I was like, working in Nigeria, I could only do a month, because the stress, the conversations, the level, the dealing, like all of this builds up from having a Western upbringing to then, you know, integrating it. You have to take time away. Africa, Ghana, it works at a very different pace. You have to adjust to that pace. This trip here, it took me a week to settle in, because I have to do the Accra city tour. I have to go and party, to show face in different places, and then I have to also kind of come down and settle. So yeah.
Right. And you know, I tell people all the time, Accra is growing at a rapid pace. You can be away for 6 to 12 months, and when you come back, there are how many new clubs, how many new restaurants, how many new lounges, how many new roads or changes. So it's growing at a really rapid pace. What are some of the logistical challenges that you have here with events? Like, do you have problems getting materials in these countries? Do you have to always ship them from South Africa or Turkey or Dubai or something? Or
you've got it. So not everything is here. Not everything is here, and this is something I'm really working on. Like as basic as comms, so radios on event day. There isn't. Well, we know of one that's here, but even so, stock is limited. You know, does it work with the radio frequencies? There's so much that has to go into it. Rigging, near impossible to get things. Pyrotechnic, all of these things do often have to be flown in from different countries on the continent to make sure, you know, we have it here. But I think in time, this is something that just will be developed. I'm definitely seeing a change in the industry and the change in the way people are, you know, having their experiences, because we've had positive experience and negative experience of international companies coming in, bringing international people to do all the work as if Ghanaians are not capable. We've been here. They have been here doing events before. It was on an album that brought everyone and put eyes on Africa, so I think it's just refining that and just trusting the process internally. And I will always be, I guess, an ally for work to be done by Africans for Africans.
You know what? I've seen miracles. Right, and by miracles, I mean, you know, during the year of return, we did a lot. And I remember us having an event at Cape Coast, at the Slave Dungeon. And I remember showing up maybe 3 or 4 hours before the event, right? And we had a lot of people on the way. Like 250, 300 people I knew were on the way to Cape Coast. So I remember, let me go early. I remember showing up, and nothing was set up. And I was losing it. Like, yo, what is... And then I was like, Diallo. Shouts out to my brother Ernest. I'm sure he may see this. And Ernest was like, I got you. The confidence that he said that with, okay, when I tell you in 3 to 4 hours...
Honestly.
You would think that it was set up from the morning. Like, there wasn't, it was done. And I was just like, okay, there are miracles.
It's just how it
I don't
works.
know how, I don't know how, like.
I understand.
I wish we could do that earlier.
Yeah.
Without, like.
But why? Because it gets done.
I know.
And that's the thing, that's the mentality. But it will get done.
It'll get done. But it's like the stress.
Yeah. High level. I had to learn the hard way as well. On site. 4 a.m. I'm like, I'm not going to the bed. So the things here, I've been calling them since 11 a.m. They told me they're coming. Why is it now gone past 11 p.m.? They're telling me they're coming 4 a.m. Yeah. We got to be back on site at 7 a.m. Go to sleep for an hour, come back. I was like, oh, okay. And that's when I started working, and I see people say, oh, it's your first time doing an event here. Don't worry, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Don't stress. Like, you have to not overthink it, because it works differently here.
It definitely works differently. It definitely works differently. So, you mentioned a lot of big names. You mentioned Afropunk. You mentioned Afrochella. And so talk to us about Afropunk. You've done that in South Africa?
So Afropunk takes place in Bahia, New York, in Atlanta, Paris, London, and South Africa, so 6. So I was a live event consultant for them for a year, and now supporting them in terms of entering new territories, developing on the continent as well.
And Afropunk is a pretty large event. Like each Afropunk event brings, what, thousands and thousands of people to a particular city or place, and people are flying in from all over the world, no matter where it is.
Yeah.
Talk to us about the economic impact of some of these festivals and events that you work with, and how African tourism departments can do better to support some of these events because of the economic impact that it brings.
The economic footprint from these events is massive. I think even from Year of Return you would have seen here, and like using Afropunk as a case study, I guess looking at South Africa, massive. So December's normally a time of year where everything closed down and shuts, so we're able to provide jobs, provide opportunities, provide, you know, more for the country. And I think governments can use these as beacons, you know, utilize this opportunity to be able to have new people, new money coming into a country, to be able to see actually how can we make this work for us to benefit us longer than this period of a month that, you know, maybe someone's in town. Like, where can we tap into tourism and what does that look like? So yeah, I think it's about having conversations with the right organizers that are supporting the economic growth, you know, internally as well. I don't want it to just be ever international companies coming in and doing and then, you know, bouncing back out. It means to be how are we working with companies on the ground, what corporate social responsibility are we doing, what are we giving back to ensure the longevity of business and the economy for, you know, wherever we're entering.
For the economy, for the local economy of wherever the event is.
Precisely.
So I take it, I would assume that you believe that large festivals of such that you've worked with can be a part of this idea of Africa beyond aid to an extent, right? So let's say you take a festival like Afropunk in a place like Accra. Could Accra handle a festival like Afropunk that size once a quarter?
Oof. Once a quarter, that's a lot. But to be fair, I think there's levels to this. Okay, so is it an international festival that's coming in?
Right.
Who's the target audience? Who are they, you know, what are they looking to generate from a perspective of, is it revenue? Is it just exposure? All of those things kind of have a hold on it, and it's funny because we do feasibility studies for organizations. So if you want to enter a territory, come and have a conversation with us. We work with the team on the ground to be like, this is what it will cost, this is what you'll need to do, who you need to speak with, these are the stats, this is what you should be looking if you want to work with a particular audience, to be able to get, I guess, the lay of the land of the best way to work when entering. Because it's easy to say, okay, once a quarter to do an event, but there are so many different layers to that to be able to actually identify, you know, what type of event is best coming in, who's your audience, and how you can maneuver. So, yeah.
So for up-and-coming event planners, artist management firms, and other diasporans from the UK, from the Caribbean, from the US, who want to work in Africa.
Call me.
That's the fact.
Yeah, number one.
That's the quick
Number one.
answer. Call you. Number one, call you. What piece of advice would you give them? What advice do you have for somebody who wants to come and do that? Because I'm sure, like you, I talk to a lot of people who want to come here, and everybody has big dreams, which is good. And I try not to burst the bubble when I see somebody floating with all of this ideas and this romantic idea of what they're going to do when they come and how it's going to work and what will happen. Even knowing that this particular person hasn't spent time, and I try not to just be like, calm down.
Yeah.
None of that is going to happen because...
That's nice. When you get here, you'll see. I would say don't be naive. It's all of that. I think all of that naivety and also an air of ignorance can come with, we are this brand, we have this name, this is how we're going to enter. And I have seen first-hand examples of that. You know, Cardi B being an example. We're going to bring this massive show, book 30,000 people, book out the stadium. Sorry, do Ghanaians listen to Cardi B like that? They don't. Just because you maybe have a certain audience in another country on the continent doesn't mean it can easily be replicated here or anywhere for that matter. So I'd say take time. You have to put the work in to really understand the market, understand your audience, and understand how everyone works. So yeah, naive and ignorance, leave that at the door.
Okay, now what piece of advice would you give Ghanaian suppliers, vendors, and potential workers or staff that people like you would want to hire here? What piece of advice do you have for them that will help them be better on-ground partners for events and festivals?
Transparency and continuity.
Okay.
Like, so one of the things I've found is also, you know, just communicating what you really want to happen. So your expectations. I always try to move as transparent as possible. If I'm going to tell you that I need barricades, for example, and I know there's only one supplier that does barricades, then tell me when I need to come to you, when I need to have a certain money ready by, so at least I can plan ahead. I think sometimes it's very flitty, you know, people, you know, say they can do something, but then can't. Oh, I'm on my way, but really you're at home, or you're in Tema and you're coming to meet me in East Legon. You know that's going to take some time. So it's just, yeah, being very open.
Really? So Tema and East Legon is not, it's not a 15-minute trip?
No, it's not. And so it's just, I think it's, with those expectations and communicating, it's easier just to navigate the way of the land. And I understand, you know, when we did the course in 2019, we were here, a lot of suppliers were like, we have issues in terms of we're asked to put our own money up, you know, front in terms of being able to be paid. We don't get paid in time. And it's very difficult. Like, I, even working on some of the projects here, I come in, I'm about business.
Right.
This is the process and this is the structure. And if I can ensure that the money I'm bringing into the country will stick to that process, then everyone else works accordingly. And we've seen it. It works, it's flawless, it's easy. We have great relationships. So when we come back to these suppliers, they know, oh, we're working with them, don't worry, it's going to be done.
It'll be there.
But it's a two-way thing. You have to show that respect in the same way. So yeah, just be honest. Be transparent and let me know the expectations.
There we go. Nadu, I want to thank you so much for coming to share your time, because I got you. Like, listen. All of y'all out there who've been trying to get Nadu, I was able to get her. That means that we're special at Diaspora Link. She took out time for us. So I want to thank you again for joining us on the show, for sharing a little bit about yourself, about your company, and just for giving some insight for all of our listeners so we can see what event management really looks like a little bit from the inside.
I look good today. Normally sweating, stressed, everything.
But today is different. We're okay. All right. Nadu, again, thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in, and we want to thank our guest, Nadu Placca, for joining us and sharing just a little bit about herself and her journey. Only here on Diaspora Link, exclusively on GhanaWeb TV.
I'm seated with the Queen Solomon of Ghana music industry, Sister Afia. She is considered one of Ghana's most versatile female artists. Just give her any genre and she's going to slay it. She's got a number of several hit songs to her credit. This is Talkertainment on GhanaWeb TV, and I am Paula Amabruni. When we get back from this break, we get personal. You're welcome back from that quick break. I'm seated with Sister Afia. Queen Solomon. You're looking good.
Thank you, thank you.
I finally have you in my seat.
Finally.
Great. Now, Sister Afia, as I introduced you, you've got a number of hit songs to your credit.
Try.
From the days of JJ to Champion Atta.
Oh, wow.
A lot.
A whole lot.
Weather, the latest Aswading, which was an anthem, and then Makwe.
Yeah.
Would you say that Ghanaians have given you your flowers when it comes to the kind of songs that you've given us?
Of course. I mean, they have in a way, and I feel very grateful because there's not a lot of female artists that has been able to pass through this. This whole years. I've been in this game for almost 7 years, and I've been able to. Been able to showcase what I can do. And I'm really happy. I just did it. I just came to Ghana to have fun with music, and now it's a business. So, the Ghanaian people, dear, no doubts, they've been very, very supportive, and I can't deny that.
So you talk about you just came to Ghana to have fun. So
yes.
What was Sister Afia doing before she finally decided?
Well, I was a registered nurse in Reading. Hospital. Well, not for a whole term. I did like a few months, and then I came because I was having so much racism. I'm a workplace. I was not really excited to work. So when I finally made it through my former boss, Aaron, in London, and he just loved my talent, and then the next minute he was like, oh, I need to record a song. I recorded Kokrono, and then he was like, oh, come to Ghana and shoot the video. When I came and shot the video, the song was actually popping already, and I was like, what? And I felt like actually I'm doing something with my music career.
So it just came by chance and you grabbed it, and
then I just grabbed it.
And here we are. Great. Yeah. So you mentioned that you've been in the industry for 7 years.
Yes.
I know musicians sometimes they set goals for themselves.
Yes.
Would you say that you've accomplished that goal? Do you feel fulfilled, or there's more to do?
Of course, music is not just something you just feel like. Even the biggest artists that I know, Beyonce, it keeps still working. You just need to do it. I'm not fulfilled yet. I feel like there's more to me that I can deliver. My next EP will tell you guys what I mean by now, because I feel like the types of songs I wanted to do before, this is the era for it. So I'm about to give you guys everything. So Charlie, you for wait.
You should wait.
Yes.
We're on standby.
Yeah.
We hadn't even finished absorbing Aswadin, the one with Eugene. It was an anthem.
Yes.
People so bored could hear the anthem. They just pull it up Aswadin. It was a big deal. One of my favorites too from you. Now we have Makwe.
Yeah.
What really inspired us? And then immediately after you released it, I saw that you backed it with a dance challenge.
Yes.
What was the motive? Like, now it looks like it's a craze.
I'm not a dancer like that, but I feel like right now, the new vibe is basically on TikTok and trying to interact with most of the fans, because most of the fans are now on TikTok now. So, and most of them are like around, 13 to 24 or 25, so the youth. So you just need to, join the club. So I just did that. I feel like it was good I did, because I didn't know I could really dance like that, even though I used to dance.
Nailed it.
I used to dance before, but I did now. If you tell me to dance, I'll look at you. But I'm actually glad that I actually came up with the dance challenge. Shout out to Ziggy for coming up with the whole routine, and also shout out to Asamoah for also being my ride or die. And Makwe is just doing great. But for now, it will take time because it's a new vibe from Sister Afia. People are used to the Are You Ready, the Kokono, the Wedders, and the Judges and the Slay Queens. But this is a whole different vibe. This is the new songs, new tunes, new vibes that I'm bringing into the industry. So yeah, I can't wait for you guys to hear the rest.
Great. So we cannot talk about promoting a song on TikTok without bringing the much talked about whether TikTok influencers, if they push the song before it becomes big, or even without promoting it on TikTok, it will still survive. So what is your take personally?
Well, my take is people are really going to TikTok right now, right? They have a point, but you can also do your own promo without TikTok. But how should I even say it? Before, I would have said that it's not really necessary for you to bring influencers from TikTok to do it. But right now, that's what's going on. That's the issue. People are opening their TikTok accounts on their phone every time. So as a musician, you need to just target all the connects and just try and promote your songs in the right way. If that's what they're saying, I don't blame them. Yeah.
So we should give their flowers to them.
Yeah.
Like
I mean, they've gotten so much attention from people to come on TikTok. So why not?
Now I know you sing. We love your voice, what you're doing. You're doing amazing for yourself.
Yes.
Because sometimes we always talk about women promoting. If you mention top Ghanaian musician, female, we cannot complete the list without mentioning it. And not because you are seated here. You've worked for it.
Thank you.
Do you have any hidden talent apart from music? So let's say if you were not doing the nursing, you didn't sing, what would Sister Afia, what
we have one of the biggest catering companies in Ghana. Because my second favorite thing that I do apart from music is cooking.
Okay.
So why not? I think cooking would have been my next.
What meal can you slay? Like I think I know my jollof is good. Like nobody can compete with me. So when we talk about food,
really?
Sister Afia, you should taste my jollof. Like I don't want to brag, but
don't let us argue. I beg you.
So what meal would you say you kill it anytime? What's your signature?
My signature is basically non-Ghanaian food. I mean, foreign food. I can cook a whole lot of good food. I mean, I can cook all the Ghanaian dishes all right, but I feel like, or should I, because we're in Ghana, I should say Ghana.
You decide. Anything that you know.
Anything. Honestly, I don't have a favorite. I can cook everything. Fufu, ampesi, jollof, white cheese, spaghetti, everything. Yeah, it goes on and on.
I know you have some inspiration, some veteran artists that maybe you wish to collaborate with. Can you give us some of them?
Yeah, Akosia Japan, my forever favorite. I mean, she's one of the few people that actually put me on stage when I came in the industry, and she's actually played that role. So of course, I can't wait to actually have a dance routine with Akosia Japan.
I can just imagine the collab because I know your flow, your vibe, and Akosia.
Yes. Oh, it will be great. It will be so good.
I just hope, fingers crossed, I just hope and pray that collab really comes. So Akosia, any other veteran?
No, I think
not
Akosia
for now. Akosia.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Now back to veteran musicians. It's not even like artists. You hear stories where someone will come out, I need help and all that. Some people word on the street, they wonder, the time that you were working, didn't you save and all that? When you hear such stories, do you think that it's the industry which is not favorable, or do you think that maybe they didn't put things in plans? When you hear that, how do you feel?
I mean, I don't blame anybody for their downfall. Sometimes it is what it is, you know. I mean, I wouldn't know the right answer to give you because I've not actually thought of this ever in my life. I mean, I've just read things on social media, but I don't really take them personally. So I don't know how I'm actually going to answer that. But in a way, I feel like life is life. Life can hit anybody. It doesn't matter if you're an actress, a musician, a president, anybody can actually go broke one day. So I'm sure they're not the only ones. I'm sure people from other countries who have been, billionaires are now poor or on the streets. So it's not a big deal. I feel like life is taking its part and doing what it has to do.
So when we hear such stories like that, we also try to better our lives, put things in place, because of course they did not dream that they wanted to be in
so
that
now
position.
We have to always be aware. Now actually it's made a lot of artists like, you know what, I have to put some stuff together.
So that's it. What is Sister Afia's plan? Like, what are you putting in place to avert all this things?
Mid-year, I can't tell you.
Oh, Sister Afia.
I can't tell you
because usually sometimes when people see celebrities, they're like, okay, some celebrity wears something expensive. Is it just music and all that? Sometimes people don't know that you have businesses.
I have side businesses, So I feel like I can't say it because I'm actually putting a whole lot of things together. The reason why I've not even had kids yet is because I need to plan my life, and which I'm doing. I've told myself at a certain age I'm going to start having kids, which is not yet there. But right now, it's like something that in the back of my mind, I need to put this in place before any of my kids come out. So that's what I'm doing.
It's a plan. You're planning for the future.
I'm planning for my future.
Great. Now, housewife or Miss Independent?
Housewives.
I like how you say it. Why housewife?
Independent is overrated, man. I need someone to take care of me, baby.
That's the thing. When a woman says they want someone to, not like you don't work.
I do work, of course. Money,
but then you go for the.
I'll go for
No housewife of Ghana.
Honestly, to be fighting my nose, baby. Can I get some money?
Okay, great. I'm seated with Sister Afia, one of my favorite female musicians in the industry. We'll go for a quick break. When we come back, we get talking. back. You're watching Talkertainment on GhanaWeb TV with me, Paula Amabruni. I'm seated with Queen Solomon, Sister Afia. I like how you mentioned your name in the intros of the song. Yeah.
It was corny from the start, but I feel like it's just it's stuck now.
I love it. I love it. Now, female celebrities, we make news, one for the job that you do and others to sometimes controversies.
Yes.
Why do you think that Ghanaians, fans, social medias have not accepted that a woman can decide whatever she wants to do with her body? Recently, Nana Mike Brown talked about, the fact that, you know, sometimes when you age, you please, if you got the money, you do whatever you want to do. Why is it that when a woman in Ghana, maybe a female personality, enhance their body, go under the knife, then it's like a big news, everybody talking about it? Why haven't we accepted it? Because people outside, Hollywood, whatever, Cardi, that's it, whoever, and then there's no news. But when it comes to Ghana, it's like they bash and then they insult. They don't really understand.
I mean, Ghanaians are Ghanaians. It's hard for people to relate to Ghanaians, you know. I mean, it takes time for Ghanaians to accept anything, actually. I mean, if you ask me. And when you're talking about this whole body change and everything, listen, a woman can go to a hospital. I used to work in a hospital. You can go and take fibers out, right? So why can't you go and take fat out? It's the same thing. I mean, I feel like there's nothing wrong with whatever anybody wants to do with their body. But if you want to go under the knife, it's nothing, basically. It's like you go into the hospital. Hey, I have fibers. I want to take it out. It's the same thing. You want to also take out your fat and put it wherever you want to put it. Fibers, they take it out. It's the same thing. Like, it's the same operation, so just do whatever you have to do with your body. Me, I'm not against anything. Like, listen, it's your life, baby. It's your life. For Ghanaians, it will take time.
So what is like the worst rumor you've heard about yourself and go like, hey, really me? I really did that?
The rumors that there are plenty. They said a whole lot of things, actually. They said my boyfriend was Kelvin Boy. They said my boyfriend was Shatawale. They said a whole lot of stuff. I mean, a whole lot.
But it wasn't true.
Of course it's not. I mean, anybody that you see me around with, so if you see me with any other guy, in your mind, you might think, oh, okay, they are close. Oh, then they might be, you know. It's the way we live in this country. So it is what it is. It is what it is.
So, Sister Afia, while interview, I really like to dig up and see what people are looking out for, what questions people ask, apart from enjoying your music.
Yes.
And one of the stories that I saw is that rumor that you had worked on your body. I just want to find out, has Sister Afia worked on it? If you want to comment about it, or you still...
No, I feel like it's too early for me to comment about that.
Too early.
I have my own biography coming out, and I want people to go check it out very soon. Everything, all the answers that people really want is actually going to be in there.
So we should keep our fingers crossed.
Keep your fingers crossed. It's
when
going
is
to be
it
on my YouTube channel.
When is it going to be out?
I was thinking on my birthday, which is in November, so hopefully around my birthday or 16th of November, either one of them.
Still in this year?
Yes.
Okay, great. So you ain't going to talk about the whole. You're not going to.
Everything is going to be in there. So so that it will be easier for you guys. It will be easier for everybody, including yourself. So just wait for it.
Great. Yeah. So one of my favorites is Jeje, the one you did with Shatawale.
Yeah. Oh,
great.
Yes.
You don't actually kiss in that video?
No, we did not. I think that was how the whole thing sparked. I mean, it was through the Jeje video that the whole rumor of me and Shatta being together came out, but it was never through. Shatta's like my godfather, somebody who I call for advice, somebody I call and I tell my mind, he tell my mind. It was like we have that vibe. So when you see Shatta Ryder doing that with me, I don't blame you guys to think that way. I mean,
so there was no kiss like how we saw in the video.
No, never a kiss in that video. No.
Great. Shatawale is one person who is outspoken. Everybody is a one dollar. He will just say his mind and just go. He's had some people, friends, people who've worked with, people were one time in his camp come up to levels, several allegations against him. You have worked with him. He's a friend, as you said. You sometimes place a call to him.
Oh yeah.
How would you describe Shatawale? Wamdon. How would you describe him? And have you suffered that with the whole thing that friends are coming to, like, okay, maybe sometimes he uses them as a whole lot of allegations, but you have a personal relationship with him.
Of course.
If you're going to put in a word for Shatawale, how would you describe him?
One of the smartest guys ever. I mean, Shatta's one of the smartest guys. I mean, that's the one word I can use to describe him. He's so loving. He's so sweet. He's funny. He's just somebody that when he comes in the room, the whole room's, I mean, lights just sparks out, and the real energies of people would actually come out in live because Shatter's in the building. He's a very free-spirited person, and that's what I like about him.
So you appreciate the support and not be like join the bandwagon who killed.
Why will I join the bandwagon? The bandwagons have never held me. He did, so I will stick with him.
Shout out to Wandon Shatawale. We're gonna stick with him. Great. Now, when it comes to showbiz, the industry, a lot of people say, "Oh, celebrities they live a fake life.
Yes.
Celebrities they take this just to make believe and all that." Are celebrities living a fake life, or we don't really understand how you guys operate?
Everybody is living a fake life, including the celebrities, even the normal people in the street. I'm not sure. I mean, celebrity is something that you're in the public life. Even if you don't have money, you have to hustle and make money because everybody's actually looking at you.
Yeah.
So I feel like fake life there, everybody live them. And then meet me fake shoe, or she also meet me fake shoe. Meet me wig and they wear 500 cedis. You can wear a wig that's 1,000 or 2,000 or 4,000 Ghana cedis.
That's a wig, yeah. Me who say
so it's any day or be a how real or fake it is to you. Just do it. Yeah, I don't believe in those things. I feel like everybody's fake.
Okay. Now back to the industry, especially because I'm a woman. Sometimes I see the targets. A woman makes it big, and then they want to link it to a man, a sponsor, and all that. A woman wants to wear what she wants to wear. Recently, I follow you on Instagram. One time, the bikini shoot, the hot one that you gave us, it was something that a lot of people talked about. Yeah. Oh, it's indecent, but it's a shoot. It's a bikini shoot.
It was at the beach.
Great. So, with such things, with people telling celebrities, female ones especially, we are the target, how to live. How do you think? How does he? Or you just ignore?
I do now. I feel like there's nothing that can come. I mean, I'm just a tough girl right now. I mean, it takes a lot for it to get under my skin. I mean, you do whatever you want to do. People will talk whatever they want to talk. It is life. Life goes on. Live your life. Protect yourself. Make sure God is actually doing good in your life. And just move on. People are going to talk either way. So just don't pay attention to those things if you ask me. I'm just a free-spirited person.
Same as to your female celebrities. You didn't really...
No.
You know.
I mean, everybody, I support everybody from afar. I mean, everybody's doing great. We got great chemistry. Me and most of the female artists. So, I can't speak for them, but I can say that I don't care. I just don't care what anybody has to say.
Great. So, should we expect a collab with any of our female artists sometime soon? I think I'm the only female who has worked with most of the female artists. Yeah, I love the one you did with
Frida, Afia, Eno. Yeah. I mean, a whole lot of girls. Eshawn, Felinuna, Sefa. I mean, I think I'm trying my best.
Great. So if you were the musical president, what change would you bring? Because I know a lot of people saying that, okay, leader. Let's say you were handling that, because I know it's a union.
I'll talk to Nanu Placca to give us a national cathedral to do something for the music industry.
More of a theater, so a concert.
Yes, a concert where we can actually go, because it was actually going to give money. God, dear, we get plenty churches for here. So,
okay,
make you use the national cathedral for us.
Okay, okay. So that's what Sister Afia will use the national, if you give her the opportunity. Great. Now, in the music industry, a lot of people love to keep their relationship very private, personal life out of it. Let's do music. Will Sister Afia ever make a relationship public?
Hey, it's been 7 years you guys have known me. You guys should know the answer now.
Sometimes it might be that it's there.
Well, I mean, no, I'm not the type of person that actually wants that side of my life to be out there. I feel like it's enough. What you guys have is okay. I mean, I have to protect something. You know, I have to protect my family, whoever is in my life, whoever is involved with me. I feel like that person needs to be safe, because in this part of this world, there's nothing safe here for him. So I'd rather keep him wherever he is, under the rag, under the sheets. Baby, we're good.
Ever open to dating maybe a colleague in the industry?
Oh no, I'm not sure.
That's not your type.
I'm not too sure, but I'm not sure anybody in the industry.
But what's your type? If I say, I know you got
have a type. I don't have a type.
Sister Afia,
only the type I have is, baby, you have to come looking okay. Okay.
Presentable.
You need to be able to speak good English. You know, I'm taking you around the world, so yeah.
Someone to compliment you.
Of course.
That's not too
and
much
also
to
you have to come in, you know, fully loaded. I mean, this girl is not going to take care of herself.
I love that. Now, Adi, you talked about the fact that you've got something for the fans where you're going to keep exclusive about you and all that.
Everything.
Before we wrap up, any message for the fans and maybe something that we should look out for?
Well, I just want to say my new song is out, Makwe, available on all platforms, so kindly go download it. And also shout out to all my Slay Nation fans. You guys have been holding me down from the beginning of my career, and we're still going. Charlie, we go for Grammy, no, I beg. Okay, let's say BET. We go for BET first. So Ghanaians, Charlie, God bless you. Everybody that has been playing my song, streaming my song, the DJs, the MCs, everybody. Charlie, I don't know what to say. God bless you all for holding me down, and I'm sure I'm not going to disappoint you guys. I love you so much, and I can't risk that. Yeah.
Thank you very much for coming, Sister Fia. Thank you very much. Great. So I did this with Sister Fia, one of my favorite female musicians in the country. She's got a whole lot of his songs to her credit. Do check out her music. There's a new one, Makwe. Do stream it. Check out the video. No, the video is not yet out, but then I've seen a couple of dance videos out there. Great. So this is Talkertainment with me, Paula Amabruni. We'll be back with the next episode. Thanks for watching.
Out on the seal of the Director General, but I assure you it is nothing to worry about. A lot of good news on the way. So I will yield the podium to the Director General shortly, but before I do so, permit me to acknowledge some dignitaries who have joined us this afternoon for this all important exercise. We have the head of disease surveillance at the Ghana Health Service, Dr. Dennis Laye, with us this morning. We acknowledge you, Doc. We also have the Director of Public Health, Dr. Franklin Asiedu Bekwin, with us this morning. With us also is the Global Health Security Program Director of U.S. Government CDC, Dr. Danielle Baradas. If you are here, we acknowledge you. We also have with us the Health Advisor to FCDO. FCDO is the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office of the UK, Ms. Uzuamaka Gelpain. Thanks for coming. We also have with us the Country Director of the U.S. Government Center for Disease Control, Dr. Tony Au. Thanks for coming. With us is also the World Health Organization representative to Ghana, Dr. Francis Kasolo. And as I mentioned already, we have a very special guest, the Presidential Coordinator of COVID-19, Dr. Asamoah, with us. And also our speaker for today, Dr. Patrickuma Abuaje, the Director General of the Ghana Health Service. So without wasting my time, I'll invite Dr. Patrickuma Abuaje for his substantive presentation.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. Like the Deputy Minister said, we have good news for you. I will tell you the story how we got to where we are. And I want to stand on existing protocol and acknowledge all our partners who are here, the media, for joining us this afternoon. We are here to talk about the end of the Marburg virus disease outbreak, and we'll talk about the background, how it was the outbreak response measures that were put in place, a bit of the survivor who
recovered, actions taken towards the post-declaration conclusion, and then we made a final declaration. Ladies and gentlemen, on the 28th of June 2022, suspected viral hemorrhagic fever cases were notified to health authorities at the Ashanti Regional Health Directorate. That's in Kumasi. The first case presented to a health facility in Adansi North with symptoms onset on the 24th of June. He arrived from the Western region to Ashanti region, where he came to seek care. He sought care at the hospital on the 26th of June and died on the 27th of June, that's the day after reporting. A second case also sought care at the same hospital. He came from the Birthright municipality as a first case, 28th of June, but also died on the same day. Blood samples were collected for both cases and sent to Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research for testing. On the 1st of July, both cases tested positive for Marburg virus, PCR. Both samples were sent to the labs for additional labs in Dakar, Institute Pasteur, for quality assurance purposes, because that was the very first time we had actually gotten Marburg in Ghana. The second case was not confirmed. Subsequent tests showed that it was negative, so that left us with one case at a time. The first case was a 26-year-old male resident in Adansi Kusa in the North region who presented to the health facility with a 3-day history of illness. He was vomiting, he had bloody diarrhea, a history of fever, he was feeling cold, with general body aches, he was having pains on urination, bleeding from the nose and mouth, and had reddish swollen eyes. These are all very clear signs of a hemorrhagic fever. 2 more cases were confirmed after that, a 14-month-old boy and a 24-year-old woman. Both cases are related to the first case. The 14-month-old was a son, and the 24-year-old lady was the wife of the very first case who died. These cases affected 3 regions, Ashanti, Savannah, and Western region. I'll take you through how it happened. If you look at the first slide, the case presented at Adansi, that's where we found the first case. But we realized that he was ill from Western region, precisely Pristia Huni Valley district, and moved to Ashanti for treatment. By the time the results came in on the 1st of July, the body had been buried in Soratuna Kaba, where the disease hailed from. So within that period, that means that we had 3 regions areas where we needed to focus on: Savannah, Sobatuna, and the Savannah region, Ashanti, and Western region, and specifically the district I mentioned. So if you look at Soratuna Kaba, apart from the fact that where the burial took place, we had 2 cases were diagnosed from there, and that's where the burial also took place for 2 cases. We also have the Adansi North District as the place of residence for the case 1 who had returned from Western region. And I talked about the fact that because we had the initial second case from Birthright municipality, we had contacts. Despite the fact that we had tested negative and the quality assurance, we continue following their contacts, and that's why they still remain on the list, to be sure that we don't miss anything. So the Western region is where the first case actually working there as a farmer, and that's where he fell ill. So that became a very crucial point for us as part of our response. We suspect that that's where the virus must have been coming from. But when we visited, we also realized that we also had all the ingredients of the virus. We have the bats that were there were old caves, and some mining activities going place. So that meant that it was a very fertile ground for such things to take place. And there were other migrants who had come in there working there. So these were all areas that created a challenge. So how response measures did we put in place? As soon as we found out that we had that challenge, we issued alerts to all our health facilities, including teaching hospital, that we have identified such a case, just to create the awareness and people to be on alert to look out for them. We also had to activate the national, regional, and district public health emergency structures. This is not limited to only the place. This is a nationwide response, so we just alerted all of them. We also had a deployment of national, regional, and district public health emergency response teams. These are teams that are already there, but we only have to deploy them when there are cases there. We also initiate our risk communication and community engagement about Marburg virus across the country, not just in the district. And we also initiated a nationwide sensitization of all clinicians, that is doctors, health workers who are seeing cases. We also have specific interventions for the affected regions and districts, and these included activation of the regional public health emergency management committees for Ashanti, Savannah, and Western, more of an enhanced activation of the district public health emergency management committee in the affected districts, that is Adansi North, Bekwai Municipality, Sola Tuna Kaba, and Pristia Huni Valley. For these districts, we also had further to do contact identification. We were tracing and following up contacts. You know, we had about 198 contacts, 50 in Ashanti, 84 in Western, 64 in Western, and out of that we had about 28 were health workers. And the most important information here is that when you have such cases, those who are at higher risk are the health workers, the first responders who are likely to come in. Fortunately, nobody developed the disease, and even though we followed them all for 42 days, despite the fact that the official recommendation is 21 working days to make assurance double sure, we followed all our contacts for twice the incubation period, which is 42 days. We also had training and deployment of community-based surveillance volunteers to go into the communities and look for what is happening, provide education, and also report anything unusual that they see in the communities. We also had the area of case management. That is those who manage the cases. First was the clinical. They went on to review clinical records, review of the clinical or the facilities in the locality that we are working in. So, for example, in case someone may have missed something, you go into the records and see all the cases, see what were the symptoms, in case someone missed it, so that we can follow up. We also had provision of psychosocial support for the affected individuals, their families, and their health workers. I mean, if you just even hear that you've been a contact of a case of Marburg viral disease, is something that requires some psychological support. We did it for the health workers, the families, everybody was done, but including those who were positive. We activated existing treatment centers, specifically in the regions where we had cases, Sola, Savannah, Ashanti, and Western region, and mobilized logistics in terms of PPE, etc., if they were need to use. So we had a single surviving individual. A brief about her is that she was a 24-year-old female related to both the index case, that the case, the first case, and the person who died. And a child. That is her child, her son. She was tested as a close contact to the index case and the child. She was initially asymptomatic at the time that we took the sample, but was positive, even though it was positive on the 19th of July, 2022. She was isolated following the positive test results, and all her contacts were identified and followed up. He later developed mild symptoms and so moved her to a dedicated government treatment center in the Western region. 3 weeks subsequent to that, we had 2 tests done on the 3rd and the 5th as per protocol. On the 3rd of August, it was negative. A repeat 48 hours later, still turned negative. And so she was discharged on the 5th of August as 2022, that is Marburg free. So what have we done? That was the very last case, and subsequently no other or none of the contacts had developed anything that required anything to worry about. So the WHO policy is that WHO recommends 42 days following the negative PCR test result at a time for declaration of the outbreak that the outbreak is over in the absence of new cases supported by evidence of active surveillance and for Marburg virus disease. So basically that is the next policy that we are trying to work on. First is we're going to start accounting, and we're going to enhance surveillance to make sure that we don't miss any case, and then we can now declare the outbreak over. So following the discharge of the single case, in the absence of any new case, the countdown for this declaration started on the 6th of August 2022. We had implemented additional measures as part of the action to culminate the final declaration of the outbreak. And these were included enhanced surveillance and active case search. We're not just waiting, counting, we're actually working and making sure that we're watching, looking out for any case. We all tested all suspected cases, and I'll give you the details later. We also enhanced our risk communication and community engagement to ensure that we are able to protect people and also identify cases. And we have a nationwide, continue the nationwide sensitization of clinicians and healthcare workers across. From the 6th of August 2022, as a way of confirming that they were active stage, we had actually 20 suspected cases who all tested negative for the virus. So that was a real indication that countrywide they were being tested. We also had some suspected cases reported in 15 regions out of 16 regions, showing that the activation of the surveillance system was working, and everybody were actually looking out for these cases, but they all tested negative out of the 91, and post 5th of August we still found about 20 more cases that we had to test, and they all tested negative. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, Ghana's first outbreak of Marburg virus disease was rapidly detected, communicated, and contained. And I'm sure the communication took place from here with a press briefing, etc., to alert the world we didn't hide it. Appropriate public health response measures were implemented with support from our partners, and we must acknowledge all of them. We're having a ecological and animal studies with Wildlife Division to map out risk across the country. What we are looking at is that let's look at risk mapping. Where in this country is Marburg disease at highest risk? So there's a study going to see maybe this spot and that these are areas we need to continue watching. And so we are not just leaving it there, we are making sure that we are more better prepared and also prevent any further outbreak. Our resilience disease surveillance system has once again demonstrated the existing capacity to detect and engender appropriate response actions despite the fact that we are dealing with other outbreaks, yellow fever, monkeypox, measles, and still with COVID. So Ghana Health Service, together with our partners under the leadership of the Ministry of Health and all stakeholders, will continue to work towards achieving the public health security in Ghana. So, on this day, what's today's date? 16th of September I, Dr. Patrick Kumabwaji, the Director General of the Ghana Health Service, on behalf of the Minister for Health, Honorable Ku Ajimamenu, together with our partners, do hereby state that appropriate outbreak response actions to Marburg virus disease has been implemented during the 42 days following the last negative PCR results for the sole surviving case in line with recommendations by WHO and best practices. Ghana has therefore successfully interrupted the first Marburg virus disease outbreak and hereby declare that the outbreak is officially over. And I must say that Ghana is safe for all, both Ghanaians and everybody. We want to use the opportunity once again to acknowledge WHO, both technical and financial support, the US government through CDC, the UK government through the FCDO, all other partners, CSOs who supported us, the Wildlife Division played a key role, Minister of Information as usual, you, the media, the local communities and chiefs who were helping us and the general public. So I want to thank you. Thank you very much. So Ghana is Marburg virus disease free.
I promised you some good news, and it was well delivered. We are happy that we are at this stage. And it is my prayer that we will come back here and Dr. Patrick Kumabwaji will tell us no yellow fever, no monkeypox. Yes, so keep the good news coming. And thank you so much for the good work done. On that note, we will take some solidarity messages from some key stakeholders, not all of them. So we will start with Dr. Francis Kasolu, the country representative of the World Health Organization.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. The Deputy Minister of Information, Director General of Ghana Health Service, Dr. Bwaji, Presidential Advisor on COVID, Dr. Asamoah, officials from the Ministry of Information, Health and the Ghana Health Service, representatives from partner organizations, recognized colleagues from the US government and the UK government, the media. I would like, on behalf of the World Health Organization, to congratulate the Ministry of Health and the Ghana Health Service for their timely response and rapid containment of the Marburg virus disease outbreak here in Ghana. As you all know, the Ministry of Health promptly notified the World Health Organization about the Marburg virus disease outbreak, and I think this is commendable. They did not hide the outbreak. And this is what the World Health Organization indeed recommends to all countries, that do not hide outbreaks. And we are thankful for that action. Ghana has ensured that this particular disease does not spread beyond its borders. I'm also happy to report that since the time the response to the outbreak from the Ministry of Health and Ghana and partners started, it has been swift, consistent, and very focused. It is heartening that within 6 weeks after the detection of Ghana's first Marburg virus disease, this outbreak has been officially declared over. This has been achieved, as we've heard, through a coordinated response across all pillars of the response, that is the surveillance, strengthened laboratory support, contact tracing, infection prevention and control, case management, and indeed community mobilization. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity to thank all the health workers at the national, regional, and district, and indeed the community levels, who through their efforts significantly contributed to the quick containment of this outbreak. Ghana, as we've heard, has recently been battling, and again, the surveillance system, as we've heard, has demonstrated that it is up to the task. And I think we need to condemn all contributors to this work, our partners, and indeed the health workers that continue to toil on a daily basis, looking out for the different pathogens that may emerge in this beautiful country. It is also important, ladies and gentlemen, that partnership that has been demonstrated through this response continues to flourish. I'm aware that my colleagues will speak, but WHO working with the UK government, for instance, will continue supporting the strengthening of the integrated disease surveillance and response, the outbreak investigation, and as we've also heard, we are also both going to contribute to the socio-ecological and the animal study that is proposed to take place here in Ghana. I would like to conclude by stating that WHO is committed to supporting the Ghana Health Service, attain its vision of universal health coverage, making Ghana a safer country against all potential outbreaks. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kasolu. A message from the US CDC presented by the country director.
The Honorable Deputy Minister of Information, the Director General of Ghana Health Service, Presidential Coordinator for COVID-19, WHO representatives, all other government officials presented here, and development partners represented here as well. Members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, or afternoon in this case. It is an honor to be here with you today to celebrate, to represent the United States government to celebrate this important public health milestone for Ghana and indeed for the world. On behalf of our interagency health team, including the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, U.S. Agency for International Development, and the U.S. Naval Medical Research Unit, I would like to congratulate the government of Ghana, the Ministry of Health, and the Ghana Health Service for their exemplary leadership to swiftly contain the Marburg virus disease outbreak, which was declared early July this year. Your quick action, decisive leadership, and technical expertise prevented further spread of this extremely dangerous disease to the larger population and therefore protecting and saving countless lives. As soon as the outbreak was confirmed, you all got to work. With U.S. government agencies and other bilateral and multilateral partners in support, the Ghana Health Service took the lead in contact tracing, in laboratory testing, supply chain management, and ecological studies to track and contain this outbreak. It was truly a prime example of country-led and country-owned disease outbreak response. The U.S. government and the government of Ghana have been working together for several decades on addressing critical public health issues by supporting disease surveillance, laboratory strengthening, health communication, supply chain management, and other essential components of a robust and effective public health system. And I believe it is because of this long-standing and trusted relationship that we were able to react so quickly to new challenges, starting with COVID-19, now with Marburg virus disease behind us, and of course, monkeypox is our next challenge. We will continue to work hand in hand with our host government and partners such as WHO, UNICEF, FDCO, and others to maintain extreme vigilance in order to prevent, detect, and respond to emerging health threats in our country. Again, on behalf of the United States government, congratulations to the government of Ghana on achieving this momentous public health milestone on ending the Marburg virus disease outbreak. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that beautiful message. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, we will take your questions. If you have any question, this is the best time to ask. The news was good enough. I would have wished that. But maybe in course of the presentation, there was something that caught your attention that you wish you further and better particulars on. Please don't hesitate to ask a question if you have any. Okay, I see no hand. Okay.
Initially, he said the first two
please,
cases.
Your name and media house and
right. The name is Justice Lee Adoboy. I report for the Xinhua News Agency. Yeah, he first said there were 2 initial cases, but one tested negative later. Then he mentioned a child who also had it. What happened to the child? I didn't hear that from. I want to hear it from you, please.
Okay, Agnes.
Doc said they are working to contain other diseases outbreaks such as monkeypox, COVID, and etc. So, on us to get an update on rabies, if that's possible. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, Doc, good afternoon. What must we do as a nation to avoid its recurrence in future? And then secondly, what symptoms must one, or what symptoms do you know that the disease has attacked somebody or someone? Because, you have malaria, you may have the symptoms of headache, that. What do you look out for when you suspect that you have that disease?
Thank you for the question. I take that to be the last question, so we'll go to DG for his responses and also his concluding remarks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I will answer 2 of the questions, and I'll get the Director of Public Health to give us a brief of the diseases that is currently ongoing. I believe that the first question was answered by the public, that the 14-month-old baby died. In actual fact, that's the son of the man who died. So they were very close contact. And the survivor is the wife. So it was actually within that group. How do we avoid its reoccurrence? And that's what we mentioned, the things we've done. Enhance engagement so that people will know exactly what to look for and how to prevent that. During the intervention, we did a lot of education. We gave our flyers, etc., for people to look out, to know what to look out for and what to do if they come with such a situation. So those are the things. But the most important in the socio-ecological study and the animal study that we are doing, this is going to tell us these are the hospitals that are likely. We are more likely to get in, so we can also work with our community to ensure that they are better able to protect themselves. We are not ending there. We are also engaging in the sub-region. We can work with other countries in the sub-region to ensure that the systems are in place. I mean, there's a lot of cross-border action, and so when another country can easily come into your country. So that's the next stage that we are also working with other partners, including the African CDC, and Western Health Organization, to ensure that other countries in the neighborhood also put in additional system. Now that I'm here, let me see whether I can a bit of the tree to make sure that this information is communicated to all. Honorable Minister, near Senior Baha, near Kayan say, Bear Busumi no near Chirina, Inya, Yarena friend of Marburg virus disease. Yare bi eba moja tu ho yeshi ne adade yare bone pa se kanipa edu a mu ban kron de ewu em se ha yenya miensan mienu ne wuye yade ntisi bibira ahye yenya no wo Ashanti region Savannah yenya no Ashanti region but enam se and baby or free buy baby okusie in ko Ashanti region Savannah and na share to say or hwa omo amuni omo ba nhia mu nyina ye de omo to nchen ma fan say isolation de omo ekosie say for now twinsia say be ya so wonya bia e be hunu wonya bi nsusu a onfa enye obi ene e friend contract tracing iwi e nsusu no ye hunu say papa na onya bi di odi kan nya bi ere after we see no nsu konya bi ena ne baketo pa wadi afe ene busumi mienu nsusu nya bi ama omunyina wiye na ntina ba akopa aka no papa na wiye na ere ye de no ekoto treatment center ehwe na ntibe na ochinsie ne test ni ehunu se afi de yare no afiri mu na sebe ya beka se yare na fi akra no ya de hihye pie to se ehwe se saa na ochinsie na after that time no obia enya bi ana se ya hwehwe ma hu se obia ni bi okroma na hwehwe mu nso no ya hu bi okrom ha ba bia ye no across the country ehia be nipa be 91 omo ye se asa omo ye nya bi ba na negative ye after mama no so ye negative no ye nya nipa be aduonu a ya test omo nya so ye negative enti se yare no ya Africana na be stress obi a mo no ho ban se be ya bibi e koso bia no we mi aso ate se be abetimi soso ehun ntem na we kire se Ministry of Ghana Health Service near partners in share Ghana no eboa me etimi hunu ade ne ntem ne ehun ntem soso a timi etu ase ema obi a ho ban ntem be su e beda obi ase se ombeboae abegya ma abedru abi adu yes.
Thank you very much. So I think that we asked a question about rabies. Yes, I think 2 days ago we have reports of some confirmed cases of rabies in Ashanti region. I think as I speak we have 4 cases of rabies, and rabies is one condition that when you get the chance of dying is about 100%. So they have 4 deaths reported in Ashanti. Let me say that rabies is actually zoonotic. So it's a combination of the health sector working with the animal sector. So what is being done is that they are actually doing a very extensive communication across these regions, particularly in Ashanti region. And then what we are also doing is they are pushing a campaign to make sure that all dogs are actually vaccinated. I think that we need to look at the ownership of pets. People have pets, dogs, cats, and they don't vaccinate them. So we are pushing that people and get them vaccinated. And also sensitizing our clinicians about the post-exposure prophylaxis, that if you are bitten by a rabid dog, you need to report as early as possible. So that's being done. Just 2 months ago, we had what we call the National Bridging Workshop, whereby the human and the animal sectors are working together, so that we actually try to minimize or actually eradicate rabies from Ghana by the year 2030. We are hoping that the media will help us to achieve that aim. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that insightful presentation. I believe there will be an opportunity for us to have a deeper conversation about that subject matter. But at this point, I think that was very sufficient information moving forward. So, ladies and gentlemen, you heard from the Ghana Health Service and their partners. On behalf of all of us, I would like to thank you for making time to join us this afternoon. We can only plead with you that the information that you have received today, you use your platforms, your media houses to spread it so that we can sensitize our population and make sure all of us in this country are safe. On that note, DG, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Good afternoon.
If you can take money and buy a diamond necklace, the people who support you, they don't even have proper water to drink. The people who are the core of your fan base, malaria is killing them, Qatar is killing them, almost everything bad is in their area.
Welcome to the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. This is your most informative socio-political and personality interview program you can find online. My name is Ismail Akwe. In this edition, our guest is going to take us through some music. He is bringing energy into the studio and also going to give us some important news about his life and also give us the lowdown about his business. He is also a media personality, a poet, and all you can think about in the art industry. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe, and our guest is Blakk Rasta. Blakk Rasta. It's great to have you here.
Well, it's my pleasure, you know.
You know, when I see you in your attire, you come out as Pan-Africanist, and nobody can take that away from you. Who has been sewing your clothes for you, and how many do you have?
Well, I have a number of them. I mean, I've been doing this for, you know, well over 20 years now. So, I mean, we have a number of people who, I mean, want to sew for us, and we have many more who just feel like, well, they want to support the movement. So they come on and they say, yes, so a number of them.
And does anyone style you, or do you have any special accessories that go with them, each clothes with the accessories, or you don't look at the colors?
Well, once in a while, I just pick up something and I wear, as long as it feels good and it looks good. You know, yes, I'm okay. I mean, I move more with the, I mean, power of the environment. Rather than matching the color, I match the feeling and the environment. You know? Sometimes I will wear a red over some pink and over some blue. Some people will find that to be too colorful. But they all admire the rainbow, so...
And rainbow? I mean, do you admire the rainbow?
I do. I do admire the rainbow.
You support the bill, or you are against the bill in Parliament against, I mean, the homosexuality bill that was tabled in Parliament?
My rainbow has nothing to do with homosexuality. My rainbow is the rainbow I see in the clouds. My rainbow is that thing that signifies the end of the flag. My rainbow is that measure of colors that will attract you at a go. It has nothing to do with man sleeping with man, nothing to do with man sleeping with animals, nothing to do with man sleeping with babies. So that is the rainbow I love and admire.
Do you support a law against man sleeping with man?
For me, I first want to understand why a man would want to sleep with a man. From my readings, it is because human beings want a certain kind of freedom as to who they can love and who they would not want to love. Reading from the past, it tells me that when a man wants to sleep with another man, it's madness. In fact, just recently, in Germany, there was a hospital for gay people, a man who wants to sleep with another man. And great philosophers attributed that to mental imbalance. I live in a country that is called Ghana, and there's a chief psychiatrist, Dr. Kwesi, who says that it is madness for a man to sleep with another man. In other words, there's a mental imbalance somewhere. If I go by what he says, then I think that a man sleeping with another man is totally abhorrent, is not normal, and for that matter, these people need to be taken to a place where they can get help, rather than supporting a bill that has to do with imbalance of the mind.
So no jail, but hospital?
Jail, no jail at all. I mean, somebody is not well and then you take the person to jail. It's almost like the drug addicts that we have. But because of the silly laws we have in this country, because our laws were bequeathed to us by racists who were uncircumcised, we all sit back and support these laws without putting our faculties, to the wheel. It is very sad, my brethren, that somebody is hooked on drugs. He needs help, then you throw him in jail. Same way, if homosexuality is supposed to be an imbalance upstairs, then the homosexual needs help. Rather than jailing the eye, don't support it at all. Jail for what? No.
Yeah.
Do you take the malaria patient to the hospital, or you take the malaria patient to jail? If I have TB, is my place the jailhouse or the hospital? We have to think. You see, it's the same thing I keep talking about animal rights. You see, a lion who has been kept so hungry, the lion would not eat until polo grounds a horse is sick, and they think the horse is dying. Then they call zoo. Hey, there's a horse here that is dying. Then they come and carry the sick animal and give to the lion to eat. A lion that can go around the whole big jungle is now limited to a small tiny cage, a prison that I call it. You see that? You have starved the lion. You have taken the freedom of the king of the jungle. You have depressed the king of the jungle. And a certain man jumps into his cave. And boom, something happens. And people are making noise all over. They are not looking at the rights of the animal. We have people who catch the animal, slaughter it, and eat it.
What kind of zoo do you want to see in Ghana? Because our zoos are all confined.
Hallelujah. I don't want to see zoo. Zoos are a prison. Human beings go to prison when they are culpable. Human beings go to prison when they are seen to have broken a certain law that is prisonable. Human beings go to jail because they commit a certain crime. What crime has the lion committed? What crime has the zebra committed? The crime is that it lives in the jungle. Therefore, because of human greed, we want to see the lion, and we don't want to go to the home of the lion and see the lion. So we bring the lion from the jungle into our home, imprison it, and come to look at it anytime we want. And you want to go to heaven. Which heaven? Which God is going to put you in heaven? You are a wicked, wicked sadist.
We make millions of dollars from tourism.
Oh, yes, they do. They call it like cheddar. There's a self-styled millionaire called Cheddar that I met over the weekend. He brought in some white lions. They call them rare lions. Rare breed. Detected them and declawed them. It was published on GhanaWeb. We all saw it.
Yeah.
Detected them and declawed them.
The neighbors called for,
because the lions were there crying. My brother, the lion's power is in his claws and his teeth. It is a hunting animal.
What did you tell Cheddar when you met him about the lions?
I said it several times over and over. I said, look, Cheddar, you are being cruel to these animals. You are saying that you want to help the tourism of Ghana. Nobody needs this. If tourism is all about taking the freedom of the animal, then we are a barbaric people who have come together with our barbarism to make money from. Who wants that? My brother, if you want to see the lion, go to the home of the lion. If you want to see the zebra, go to the land of the zebra. There are helicopters. Sit in them, fly over the jungle and say, oh, this is the lion, this is the tiger, this is the this. See? You can have cameras that can capture them and you come and watch. Rather than bringing them, dictating them, declawing them, and you think that you are smart. Hey, yeah, you have the swag. Your swag is in hell. You are going straight to hell.
Anyway, Blakk Rasta, have you always been free? I saw a picture of you and Raskimono. You posted it yourself. Wearing a very long tie. And he had his dreadlocks. Have you always been like that before you grew your dreadlocks and became the Kuchoko artist?
Well, I come from a family where father was quite able. He had money. You know, I came from that kind of family where I could eat anything I wanted to eat, flow wherever I wanted to flow, just make the grades. My father was a teacher, mother teacher. I had books, all kinds of books. In fact, I started reading books for universities when I was just getting out of primary school. So at least I was exposed to a lot of these things. So dreadlocks out of my family. You see, you must wear a tie. I was the first little boy to wear a tie in the Zongo, in Tamale, the Moshizongo. In my area in Moshizongo, it was only Christians who wore a tie, and it's a predominant Muslim area. So if you wear a tie, it means that you are Christian. You are going to hell. That's the kind of, mentality we had then.
Yeah.
But now things have changed. So growing up, I got exposed to, a few conscious people, and I understood that animals have rights. I understood that I must not eat meat to be handsome and healthy.
At what age did you become conscious? Would you call yourself conscious?
Well, I'll say the consciousness started hitting me when I was growing up. I started realizing that, I was privileged and others weren't. And I wanted to understand why. Then my father told me their parents did not take the right decision. They did not go into real life. They were lazy, some of them. See? Went into it, but at the university, I met some great Rasta people, like Hope Singh Jekwo, called Ras Shao from the Volta region, Ras Bumba, and some other Rastas. We used to sit down and reason what Rasta would say, reason, whilst people puffed their thing and blew the air into the skies. We sat down and then we reasoned, and I picked up the bits and pieces. And I decided that no, I don't want that comfortable life anymore. I don't want the life of the tie. I don't want the life of kun fire kun. Anything you want, it comes. Hey, this it can now. I want to live a life that will teach me lessons, not the easy life. The road that is so smooth and so easy hits the brick wall.
Is that when you dropped Islam?
I never dropped Islam. Once a Muslim, you are always a Muslim.
Okay.
Saying, why should you drop Islam? Islam is a beautiful religion that I love. But I grew out of religion. I was religious. Friday, wear long jalabia, hold your tasbih, Ya Allah, Ya Muhammad, Ya Allah, Ya Muhammad, Ya Allah, Ya Muhammad. Go and pray and go. Sunday, go to the church. I grew out of it. Now, the God that I worship is a God that created me out of himself. So when I worship God, I worship myself. When I worship myself, I worship God. It might be deep for some people to understand, but I grew out of religion. I do not belong to religions that slaughter and eat animals at random. I do not belong to any religion that cannot go to God until you wash your face and you wash your hand. No, that's religion.
So you are not religious at
all?
all?
Sir.
And what are you?
Sir. I am spiritual. There's a difference between spirituality and religiousness. Religiousness is, hey, pray, it's time to go and pray. Hey, you wash your hand. Hey, then you go and sit down and pray. Hey, it's time to go to church. Then you run, you are in the church. That's religion. Spirituality is when inside I feel like, hey, I need to connect with my creator. Whether I'm sitting on the WC or I'm having a doggy style with my woman, I have to start praying. Oh Father, I thank you. I thank you. I thank you for this moment. I don't know why it is in me that I have to pray, but I am praying. Whatever it is, bring it out in me. Let me connect with you. Why should I belong to a religion that has to dictate to me when to connect with my creator?
Does that mean you are not a Rastafarian?
I don't know what it is to say Rastafarian, but what I know is that I am not religious, I am spiritual. I wear my locks because I realize that it's a certain consciousness. Remember, I started by saying consciousness, not religion. So some Rasta people will tell you Haile Selassie is God. I don't belong to that. No, sir. Some Rastas will tell you if you don't smoke Ntampe, then you are not Rasta. I don't smoke Ntampe. So if you say I'm not Rasta, take your Rasta here. You see, take it. What we have done for Rasta, the so-called Rastas who smoke Ntampe and worship Haile Selassie will live in this world for 1,000 years and will never be able to achieve that. That is where my excitement is, brethren. When I was raised as a Muslim, I couldn't touch the Quran until I went to pray. And I asked myself, so if I am dying and my life depends on falling on the Quran and holding it, and I've not performed ablution, it means I can't touch it? Things like that kept flowing through my head. And then I started thinking about the Bible, thinking about this. And I told myself that, hey, religion is not for you. So I decided to be unreligious but spiritual.
Were you a popular person in KNUST?
Well, I would say that I was one of the most handsome on campus, so my face caught a lot of people. I didn't have dreadlocks, but I had a unique face that people said I had Chinese eyes, and a lot of the girls liked my Chinese eyes. But I was so shy, I could never approach any girl. And because of my philosophies, people would gossip and you would get popular. But I became more popular when I started singing. I grew, also trying, came to the university campus, and I was invited to come and perform.
You started from Agro?
Agro. And I started jumping and doing my things, and some of them say, woo! You know, and I was also on campus radio, firing reggae and throwing all the fire. In those days, reggae was all about consciousness and spirituality and the intellect. Now, a lot of people get into it because they have no job. So it's a default. See? But in my days, you had to know the Bible. You had to know history. You had to know the Quran before you would sit and open the reggae mic and say, Jah! That is why, up till now, I don't see any competitor to Blakk Rasta. And it's unfortunate. I'm graying. Right now, I'm getting some grace in my beard and my mustache. 47. 2 days to come on 2nd September, I'm going to be 48. Where are the other ones coming up?
Are you referring to the whole reggae genre, or you are just referring to conscious reggae music?
I'm talking about reggae on radio.
On radio?
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
We don't seem to have anybody. This is a guy who sits on radio. He's talking history. This is a guy who is talking entertainment. This is a guy who is playing his own music and talking. This is a guy who is talking wisdom in terms of motivation. All in one. Probably I am the only mainstream radio presenter in Ghana, maybe Africa, who doesn't have a DJ. There's nobody who sits to play music for me. Say, I don't have guests. I am my own guest. 1 man million. I sit and I'm doing everything. If it's history, I'm talking history. If it's entertainment, I'm firing. It's just 4 hours and it comes like it's 20 minutes.
How do you read? How do you learn? Do you have a lot of books? How do you do it?
Well, I'm a bookmaster. I love books, honestly, because my father and mother were teachers, you know. So I love books. I read anything in print, I read it. Sometimes I wake up, GhanaWeb, I read all the stories from business to, I just read. Because there's some kind of clock in my head that keeps ticking, tick-tock, 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 and tells me that, hey, read this quickly. You are going to go out and somebody's going to ask you a question that is answered here. So finish it. Sometimes I finish and then it comes again, new story has come up, update. And I end up, but I'm a reader. I love to read.
How is family life for you right now? You have your own family. How many children do you have?
Well, the children that I can count, I think I have. How many do I have? I have 4, yes.
4 children?
4, yes.
Are they like you?
I forget, yeah.
Are they like you?
Unfortunately, my first child is not like me. He's a little slow and sometimes I get worried. I sit back and I'm like, sometimes I want to pick up a cane and whip him up into action. Because you must be a lion. This is a very terrible world where people eat people. You understand? It's like the Rasta man said, dog name dog. It's a dog eat dog situation. So if you want to be more and slow, people will eat you. Your father is a lion. You must be a lion.
But are you not the one supposed to give that child the training?
Well, sometimes training is not enough. Sometimes orientation is not enough. Sometimes they grow into it. Because I know that I grew into it, but very early. I pray that he gets into it. We are doing our best.
Yeah.
But the other ones are okay. They are picking up the vibes, and they are pushing the vibes strong and hot. And
the music?
The music.
You play music at home a lot?
Oh my God, we play a lot of music at home, and I record a lot of music. In fact, I listen to my music sometimes and I say that Ghana is very unfair. In fact, the kind of music I record, I don't have peers. Nah. The melodies I record. But I still have some Ghanaians who say, oh, this guy don't know music, don't know nothing, so noisy they make. And I say, Father, forgive them, for they know not. When I die, then they can say, hey, Charlie Paddy in Auto. Charlie, it be Blakk Rasta music with that. How come I never hear? Because we're an idiot. Idiots will not dig and find the real stuff. They are listening to noise that is inundating the airwaves. That's what they are ready for. They are not ready for research. No. The ordinary Ghanaian, the average Ghanaian is not a research animal. No. He consumes what is given to him. He doesn't pick and choose. No. The music I record, my brother, sometimes I sympathize with myself where that energy comes, and I record that. Right now, I've recorded like 60 songs, 3 albums. And I want to release them. Because you don't know when you go home. You keep them and sleep on them. Now, I release them. My brother, I'm doing really good music.
That's great information you've given us, and we'll take a break. We'll come back to the music, we'll come back to the idiots, and we'll come back to the future of Blakk Rasta. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe, and our guest is Blakk Rasta. So Blakk Rasta, you were telling us about the music and how people don't appreciate the music and how much music you make in a short time. Besides reggae, do you listen to any other genre?
Yes, I do. I love African music. I listen a lot to African music, and I play African music on radio as well. I mean, now we have Afrobeat. I mean, I listen to Afrobeat. Fella.
Without the S.
I listen to Afrobeats as well.
Okay.
From the new generation. I listen to rap. I'm not a big fan of hip hop, but I listen to Hip Life, Reggie Rockstone. But basically my music is reggae. And I listen to some selected dancehall, the old kind of dancehall. Now the new dancehall doesn't impress me at all, because I think it's just trash.
Oh, you don't listen to Stonebwoy?
No, well, I mean, Stonebwoy doesn't really do dancehall like that. Stonebwoy is more of Afro dancehall.
Okay.
Mix. I love Stonebwoy's music, but I do not listen to Jamaican trash that they call dancehall. Now, in the days, I would listen to Kote Ranks. See? I would listen to Nadu Ranks, Shaba Ranks, and all the wonderful artists. Super Cat, Silver Cat, and Yellow Man, my all-time favorite. Beanie Man and all that. But now, they are doing something they call trap dancehall. It's hip-hop laced.
Yeah.
You just hear hi-hat. Then one dead drum beat. Dead as in, it's not live. And that kind of music doesn't. And they put in a lot of effects, and it's like rats that are running around and squeaking, and I'm not interested.
You had a lot of backlash when you released your Amapiano song, and you even responded. Is it because of some of these sentiments you've shared?
Exactly that. You see, if I was lying, you would have cut me pants down. I love African music. When I travel to South Africa and I see the way the South Africans are enjoying their music and doing it, I'm a big fan of Home. Correct pronunciation, Home. G-Q-O-M. They say it with a click of the tongue. Jerusalem is Kwon. See? Ting, 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 ting. That's Bong. I love it. Amapiano is not too much my kind of music. I love Bong, but Amapiano along the line, yes, it's easy music to make. Easy music to make. I can make 1 million Amapiano songs in 1 hour. 1 million. All you need is a small hook. You don't need verses. And hey, 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 hey. That's how it goes.
And did it work for you?
Oh, yes. I mean, I'm a versatile artist. I've recorded high life. See? I've recorded dancehall. I've even recorded, maybe I'm the first Ghanaian artist in contemporary times to record soca. And then calypso. I travel a lot. I was in Guyana and they were enjoying the soca and calypso. I said, hey, I'm going to record this. I love it. And when I came, I recorded 1 or 2. But if you observe me, you will realize that I just touch and go. That's not my main genre. So I drop 1 or 2. Like Bob Marley would experiment with a rock guitar. But you won't find that in too many of his songs. It means, oh, I'm just experimenting. I won't call myself an Amapiano artist or a high life artist. No, that's not me. I am a Kuchoko artist. See? I am a Kuchoko artist. Reggae music plus African music gives you Kuchoko. That's who I am.
Thief President. Is it a Kuchoko album?
Yes, it's a Kuchoko song. Yes, it is. Thief President, why a thief, sir? Thief man, why a thief, sir? The people, they must suffer, but you don't care, sir. Thief man, why a thief, sir? Hear this. Mr. President, why you dey lie so? Before election, you tell me you be in jail. When you sick, you run go a London. When we sick, oh, we die for Kolebo. Mr. President, why you wicked so? Tell me how you dey sleep at night, oh.
The album art of Thief President is very suggestive. I mean, there are very familiar faces there.
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
Do you think they are also getting closer to the thievery?
Of course, of course. I mean, you know, Blakk Rasta, I don't hide my things. I've said it time and again that I don't like this president. Nana Akufo-Addo is the worst president we have had in this country. And he's not ashamed of his track record. He keeps going around laughing at himself. You see, I told you that I love to read. When I was a little boy reading, there was this character I read about called Don Quixote. Don Quixote. And Quixote is spelled Quixote. Don Quixote was a man who was seeing things which were not there. He said, I've seen 10 million soldiers coming. I'm going to fight them. You pick a spear. Hey, I've killed 20 of them so far. Hey, I see a lion. I'm going to kill the lion. I've killed the lion. You see, living an abstract life. That is Nana Addo. He sees things that do not exist. Your ministers have all flopped. Oh, your own party people are telling you, oh, Charlie, do something. I'm not. No, me, never. I like what they are doing. They are the best. You are building a cathedral. Today I was reading from GhanaWeb. Said, oh, now we don't have money to continue with the cathedral, so we are. You've stopped what? Build it. Go and build that cathedral. Well-meaning Ghanaians told you that living. You said you made a promise to God. That's the religion I'm talking about. You want to build a cathedral. When you are sick, you are in London. Your finance minister is in London, treating his puffy face. We are here. Look at how Wache died. You reported it. Are you happy? The man who sat and stood and laid on your campaign stage. He died like a little fowl in one of these hospitals. It's sad. He was on my show before he passed on. And I asked him some of his sentiments. You could just see. The guy was gone. I don't want to die like that. I don't want my children to die like that. So I have to voice it out and try to change it.
Without fear?
No, sir.
Or even summoned by parliament?
Oh, Jesus have mercy.
By a court?
You see, where we have reached now, we grow. Where we have reached now, it's not about the court. It's not about the parliament house. Now, parliament has ridiculed itself right now to the point that people think that parliament is a joke. And I think Ghana parliament is a joke. It is a joke. Look what they are there doing. Grown-ass men are punching each other's pot bellies and chewing ballot paper like goats and sheep. Is that the parliament you want to see? Look at the judiciary. Ex-President Mahama just came out and said that it's a ridicule that they call them unanimous FC. They are interested in eating goat meat as an ass exposed. Is this the judiciary I want to see? I say this, then you say come to parliament and explain what. Next time they call me, I will not even bother go.
You don't believe that
even if I go, what I will say there, Bridging, they won't like it.
You don't believe if dialogue fails, force must be applied? Because parliaments, they judge or they argue and put together the laws and everything. Sometimes it doesn't work out.
So they have to...
If you were in parliament, what would you do when it's not working?
Punch. Oh my God, have mercy. I mean, it's all about the discourse. Your ideas will not be taken every time. People have voted you from the constituencies for you to represent them in good faith. Then you go and turn yourselves into bukom bankom, boxing each other night and day. Who are you serving? The people or yourselves? In our country, we are so partisan. We are only interested in the political parties and not in the welfare of the people. That is why they are busily trying to break the eight when our necks are breaking.
So talking about welfare, if you were president for a day, what would you do within that period?
I will not build a road. I'm not going to build no hospital. I'm not going to build nothing. I'm going to build the minds of the people. Minds. What we lack the most is not hospitals. Is this. Rewire the minds of the people. When Nkrumah fought for the independence of this country, the very first words he mentioned after saying the independence of Ghana is meaningless, blah, blah, blah. He said, now that we have the independence, we must change our attitudes. The problem of Ghana is attitude now. We do not have what is called patriotism in us anymore. That's why a Ghanaian can trample his own country's flag. That's why a Ghanaian will stow away in a very dangerous ship to America, that he will go through Lampedusa and be slaughtered like a chicken, all because he wants to enter the white man's land. I did not bargain for this. We are too blessed to be cursed. Look at the gold, look at the diamond, look at the... We just discovered lithium in Cape Coast, in those areas. My brother, this will amount to nothing. Today I saw, what's his name? What's that guy's name? The Magdan, saying that salt in Songo salt is going to be the solution to Ghana's economic stabilization. And I said, this guy is a joker. Somebody should tell him the truth. Your gold couldn't save your economy. Your diamond couldn't save your economy. Demolishing that place there did not solve the economic problem of the country. It's Songo salt, that bloody salt. Salt that he has gone to take. Political goodwill and goodwill from some careless chiefs, some of who have lost their faculties. I was there, I recorded all of them. What is the history of the Songo salt? What is the history? Why would one man come and divert the history of the Songo salt? Now you are saying that that is what is going to help the Ghanaian economy. I say these guys are jokers. They manipulate the people's minds. That's why I said if I was president, I would deal with the people's minds. Patriotism right from the start, like they do in Japan, like they do in China, like they do in America, like they do in England. Here we are only investing in big buttocks and big breasts. Go take an injection so it becomes big. I saw, who was that? Ajia Bintu dancing with who, and I saw comments there. I said, hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Right now, it's not about talent. It's not about what you have upstairs. It's about what you have downstairs.
Won't you pay her to dance to your song?
She's a beautiful girl. If I have her, I will be happy because she's beautiful. Trust me. She's a beautiful girl. Nice shape, nice face, but I think it's overemphasized.
A lot of women dance to your songs and you share them.
Look at the ladies who come. Like I said, I would put her in my music if there was an opportunity. But it is overemphasized.
Okay.
When women dance to my music, watch how they do it. It's all about the culture. It's all about the beauty of Africa. It's not about concentrating on one or two parts of the body. Shake, 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 and that's it. It's done. So where do we go? My little 4-year-old growing up doesn't have it. She doesn't have hair. She's growing. So where are you going to place her? She will look for a surgeon, take injections, blow it, and there's a next big star who is looking for her to come and shake it in her music. No, that is too lowly. You are only good because of your body parts. Where are you going with that? You are only good because of your body parts. Hey, that is dangerous. You should be good because of your character, good because of what you have upstairs. Because those body parts there. Anyway, let me not say so people will say that he disrespects women.
Anyway, Blakk Rasta, you are on Class FM now.
Yeah, that's right.
You moved from xylophone. You don't want to say so much about it. You started a YouTube show.
Yeah.
Black Pot.
Yeah, that's right.
On YouTube, which is also doing well. You are doing it concurrently with the Class FM show.
Yeah.
How is that going?
Well, it's going good. You see, I'm a hard-working human being. I work really, really hard, and I do my best. So yeah, it's a lot of ideas. You bring this, you bring that. You listen to people as well. You know, I don't just read a story on a blog. I look at the comments as well. Much as Ghanaians like to play and misbehave and insult almost anybody. Sometimes I see my stories published there. For instance, Blakk Rasta has gone to pick up an award for maybe flying to space. First comment, somebody will say, Teniba. Next comment, you know, with this foolish guy where that day, as he said, they walk like rabbit from my area. What has that got to do with my flying to the space? What has that got to do with it? That's why you have the Ajabintus and the rest controlling the universe. Papa no all over the place. Right now, it's not about... When I was growing up, there was brilliant maths and science quiz. Right now, they have turned it into a comedy. When I was growing, what do you know was there? When I was growing, speech and prize giving days were there. When I was growing, debating and drama clubs were there. Today, it's about beauty. Body beauty. Where are you taking that to? No disrespect to whoever wants to be a prostitute. Continue. This prostitution, Benji.
Prostitution?
Yes. Go on social media.
You're dancing on TikTok?
Check it out. When a prostitute is dancing, you can tell the difference from when somebody is dancing out of happiness. It's all about like that, selfie, and open it and what dancing is that? Breast dance? Yeah, see, like that. shake, yeah. Hit at them. Hey, hi. Oh, nice, good. They hit back at you. Hey. Yeah. It's sad breaking.
So, what do you know is on TV anyway? It's still on TV, on GTV.
What do you know?
Yes, it's still on GTV.
Oh, yeah.
I saw it airing there. Yeah.
It's lost its steam because they will not give it the prime time that it deserves and all that. Well, it's a conversation for another day.
Well, you went to the US. You taught for a while.
Yeah.
Why didn't you stay there with all the problems that Ghana has?
God would have cursed me and put me in hell. Because my duty is to be able to raise the African youth. That's why God created me. I came here to rewire the minds of a lot of African people. The Americans are already there in their own capacity. Then I'll go and join them because I have a privilege to meet Obama. And I have a privilege to have a citizenship and some other things. No, I won't take it. I go there. If there's an opportunity to teach Pan-Africanism, I teach. Yeah, the university said, stay, we love what you are doing. You are an exceptional teacher. Because whilst other teachers would come into the classroom or lecture halls with, what's that thing called? Spray something on it.
Projector?
Projector. And then I came into the class with just a board and a marker. You know, spelling and writing everything and talking with action. And they had never seen that. It's like primitive to them, but the action, the power in it. They loved it and they wanted that kind of variety. But I told them it's time to go home and talk to my African people. And I left.
And you are happy right now?
Very, very happy.
Being home than in America?
Being home, putting pressure on the dirty leadership that we have across Africa to change. Yeah.
Ukraine-Russia war, they say is the cause of our problems in the country. You are also a social commentator. On your show, you talk about a lot of these problems and you bring the African consciousness to bear when you're talking about some of these things. Do you believe the Ukraine-Russian war is the direct cause of our problem in the country?
It's a shame, honestly. When Nkrumah was overthrown and he spoke from Guinea, one of the things he said was that we brought you independence. We were just at the threshold of getting you economic independence and you kicked out this government. It's a shame. You see, why would one country be fighting, that's Ukraine, and there's no wheat in the world? Why would one country be fighting and there's a whole lot of problems? There are so many problems all over. Meanwhile, Ghana can fight Cote d'Ivoire for as long as it likes. Tanzania can come and join and fight. Nigeria will come and join and fight. And nothing will happen to the world. How useless are you? You are adding nothing to humanity. Nkrumah wanted to change the whole Congo Valley. Change its arability into food. But we removed him. It hurts me, I'm telling you. Hey, small Ukraine is fighting. It used to be part of Russia, broke away. And now that is what is controlling the world. Then we are in trouble. It's lazy politics and lazy politicians who say that.
Well, this is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. We are talking to Blakk Rasta. We'll be right back and we'll talk about some other things, including Dr. UN. I don't know if Blakk Rasta got any of the flask for an award, and also if he is even getting awards elsewhere. We'll talk more about that after this break. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe. Our guest is Blakk Rasta. Blakk Rasta, you're a big celebrity. Do you accept that?
Well, I mean, it depends on who is talking and who sees me as one. There are people who see me as trash. See? You know, I do not have control over what people think about me. Yeah. But I think that whoever I have touched positive will, even if not now, accept it, would accept it later. Some people, because of ego, no matter how positive you are and they know you are positive, they still want you to feel like you are trash. But for me, I think that I'm doing my very best for the nation.
So when it comes to celebrities and also their significance in the country, what do you think celebrities should do? We have a lot of actors, we have musicians, and some of them are supporting politicians because they think that's how they can give back to the nation. What do you think is the role of celebrities?
Well, I think that if a celebrity, that word simply means somebody who is celebrated. Celebrity. A celebrated person. Ask yourself, am I worth celebrating? If yours is to follow politicians and push them into power to come and cheat the very people that you are singing against. I heard some celebrities, so-called celebrities, say that, oh, I'm not the one to train people's children. Yes, you might be right, but you have a responsibility. See? Say, oh, my music, I sing anything. It's not for me to train anybody's child. You are not being responsible. For me, I would be so ashamed if at the end of the day my music does not bring out a certain level of positivity that will help change the nation. Then why am I here? Yes, celebrities have a lot to do. You have a lot of following. What are you doing with that following? That's why I keep talking about Shatawale time after time. You supposedly have a huge following. But what are you teaching that following? It's insults and foolishness and fooling and all over the place. That's what you are doing. You see, I have this gold chain, I have that necklace, I have this. So what?
Isn't that show business?
Well, show business must come with a certain level of responsibility. Yes, you are saying that the people who support you are in the ghetto. Do they have that? If you can take money and buy a diamond necklace, the people who support you, they don't even have proper water to drink. The people who are the core of your fan base, malaria is killing them, Qatar is killing them. Almost everything bad is in their area. What have you done? I would feel as a failed celebrity or an artist if I would wear a necklace that is made of diamond and my key supporters are those who are in the ghetto suffering. I must be seen doing something for them before I can do something even for myself. Have you built a hospital for them? If you ask him this question, he will say, am I the president? Why am I paying taxes? You claim you have it. You claim you are so rich. What legacy do you want to leave behind? A legacy of hoarding money and dying and going away and living it after living comfortably? How about the core people who are supporting you? Have you cleaned their gutters? Have you brought them together to teach them how to clean their environment? Have you bought them shovels and pickaxes? It's all about, I got this, I got this. Me, I get 20 cars. Me, my house, I get 20 swimming pools for inside. It's too infantile. Celebrity should grow beyond that. Recently, Jackie Afia also showed her house and all those. I'm happy for her. I speak with her. Oh, nice. Nice. I don't know what kind of suffering she went through to be able to build that. So I am happy for her. See, she's not a boastful kind of person. She showed the house. You understand? I believe in growing in the quiet. My people have a saying that you see that lizard with a red head, that it hides itself so that the head can grow red. The lizard that does not hide its head, for it to grow red, it dies early. To come out and be doing this. And, hey, children, hey, pop! It's gone. It will hide itself. It's a proverb. Did the Gombe say it? Bandwa swarlo zokar mora. Bandwa is the lizard. It hides its head so it becomes red. So ubenyina chair.
So is it right for them to also support politicians?
It's not right. You don't know your work. I know when I said, oh, you went and supported Obama. Hey, is it because Obama no be Ghanaian? I said, because you don't know. I am a Pan-Africanist. You understand? Everything black that is positive, I want to support it. It's different. You are supporting a politician so that he can support you. When some of the artists had the chance to meet Nana Akufo-Addo, what did they say? Buy me a car. I will feel so sad if I ever told that man that. You know what I would say? Nima is struggling. Please, we need something there. As for me, I can take care of myself. If you watch Titanic, when that guy was dying, what did he tell the wife or the lady or the girlfriend? Say, go! Say, I am a survivor. I'm a survivor. I can survive. The people who I'm not sure can survive are those I'm asking you to go and help. That's what it is. God is not giving the money to the people who can support the people. He's giving it to people who have no brains. That's why the Nigerians say, money don't miss road. Yeah. God is not making people who have wisdom presidents. He is making idiots presidents. God is not giving some of the things to some people who can really change the world. He's giving it to people who can do nothing. For a reason, I will ask God one day when I meet him.
You are a Pan-Africanist, as I said earlier, and you follow African politics as well.
For real?
Yes, and you saw the election in Kenya.
Yeah, I did.
Is that a standard election to you?
Kenya has always been full of problems, you know. From the days of Jomo Kenyatta all the way down. Kenya, such a beautiful country. its biggest export is tourism. I watched how Uhuru Kenyatta and how all those people messed up this country. And I saw how people were killed in broad daylight, all because of elections. Before their elections, America announced that its citizens should start moving out. Why? Is it a war zone? But that's how they degraded that country. That election was nothing but a fraudulent election, just like many other African elections.
They record 101% of the votes in total.
Can you believe this?
It's being contested by the main opposition leader.
Fraudulent. Right from the start, fraudulent. And it's been happening all across Africa. I don't know why.
Is there any single African president you can pick as a model president that other presidents should follow?
Some of them have passed on.
Can we talk about the living
ones?
And then maybe later we'll talk about the dead.
Magufuli just went away a couple of years ago.
You support Magufuli?
Oh, yes. Magufuli was positive in several different ways as compared to the rest of them.
So you accept that there were challenges like the media?
Of course. Okay. Of course, he had that. Just like the Rwandan president.
Kagame.
He also has a problem with... Kagame is not my favorite, but he has been able to do positive things that I would sit back and say, okay, he has done some bad ones, like there's no media freedom. People are abducted and killed because they are political opponents, including gospel artists. See, he's fighting political families that he thinks are a threat to him. But I love Kagame for the reason that he was able to raise the country from the ashes, from the cinders, all the way into a certain space that England finds attractive to bring its unwanted immigrants to. Look at Rwanda now. What's the population of Rwanda? Like 11 million people. But when you check Rwanda, there is no day a driver would give money to a policeman and say, oh, take it and let me go. Like it happens in Ghana in broad daylight. Kagame is not joking. I love him for that. He's brought discipline into his country. In Rwanda, you cannot bribe anybody. Try it and see. In Rwanda, they are beginning to have bullet trains. A country that just came back from a civil war that took the lives of about 1 million people. For a very long time, we did not even have a word called genocide. Kofi Annan could not believe that the mayhem in Rwanda had to be called a genocide. Hutus, Tutsis, it happened. But today, Hutus and Tutsis are dancing hand in hand. Forget it. They say, don't tell and don't listen. Don't ask and don't tell. We have forgotten it. We are one Rwandan people. That is enough. Yes, he has its negatives. But I think that these ones, you can't find 100% president. I think that he's not bad at all.
Who is your worst president alive?
Worst president alive. Hallelujah. There are a number of them. Let me see. Out of the worst president, let me find the worst. They are there. A lot of them. Some of them have died and they are in hell right now. Like Mobutu Sese Seko, he is in hell, that I know. Yes. And I know that Yadima is also in hell. No two ways about that. Now, the next people to join him in hell. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Hey, there is this guy.
Which country?
My God. Kai.
Cameroon?
Cameroon.
Paul Biya.
Paul Biya. In fact, he will be the class prefect in hell for all these people. I just did a song and it's called Bastard Boy Biya. We just finished shooting the video, edited. We will release it on GhanaWeb. Paul Biya, Mr. Biya. Paul Biya is a bastard boy, dirty Biya. You bastard. Paul Biya is a bastard boy. See, I cry for kwa. Ya wunde dwala. It's a very emotional song. Because of the language you speak, they gun you down. Language. You can speak English in Cameroon. Paul Biya will gun you down. How old is Paul Biya? He's heading towards 90 in a year or two. When he's walking, they have to carry him like that. He's president for 40 years. Paul Biya doesn't live in Cameroon. He lives in Switzerland. Why? He says the country is ruling that is called Cameroon. The weather is not good for his skin. So he goes to Switzerland and he's in a hotel called what? He's in there. 5-star hotel. Chilling. And the Swiss people are happy taking the African money from a bastardized African. It's sad. Now they are trying to break away. The breakaway faction is called Amazonia. They want to do it because my brethren are being killed. I don't want to go too much into the histories, but the way they came together, they thought that they would have been good. Paul Biya is killing them after taking out Amadou Ahidjo, taking over the whole place. The whole place is chaka 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 chaka.
So does Paul Biya make Akufo-Addo look good?
Yes. Yes. Akufo-Addo is a bad president. But I would prefer Akufo-Addo to Paul Biya. That is true. Oh, nobody is shooting us in Ghana like that. You can speak any language you want. Nobody shoots you down. There's a certain level of press freedom, even though this man has come to bring it down. Paul Biya, you can't utter a word.
Akufo-Addo versus Museveni.
Museveni is another dictator, terrible dictator. Very bad dictator. He's a bad man who is also abducting people left, right, and center. Akufo-Addo is better than him. But I am on Akufo-Addo because he's the president of my country. When Togo, La Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, and all those countries are seemingly smiling in one way or the other, we are still blaming Ukraine, Russia, COVID for our woes. That is an irresponsible president. He's a president who has no wisdom. Nana Akufo-Addo is an arrogant president who will not listen to his own party people. That's why I don't like him. He's the worst president we have had in this country. How do you compare Akufo-Addo to Museveni and Paul Biya when we had our independence long before Cameroon was even born? We had our Nkrumah went all the way to Boya in Cameroon to be able to bring them together. Nkrumah was the champion of Africa. So if now people are comparing other African presidents to you who had your independence earlier, then you are a joker. You should have been long gone. But you are marking time and marching backwards. That's what it is, my brother. Okay. So you mentioned Dr. UN. You are not interested in it anymore, right?
Thank you very much for reminding me that. I forgot about Dr. UN.
There's a song that I like. Dr. UN, Wakasa. Wakasa, Wakasa, Amagana, Yedi, Sinura, Wakasa, you know, that kind of thing. And it's done by a comedian. He's a guy, when you meet, you will like.
Yeah.
The dental style, the uniqueness of his dental style. He's always smiling.
He excites people.
Excites people. I love him.
So everything that he says, is that true? Do you believe all of it?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know.
But you know he went to KNUST and he did all of that.
Everything he says is true. But I was with him at UST and he was at CAT. I think he was one floor down from the studio.
Yeah.
But he was always in the studio. Sometimes I go to play my reggae and I wanted all of them out. He would hide at the back trying to fix something. I said, sir, please, could you excuse me? You know, he was always in the studio. You know, that was what he was. So at a point I asked somebody, Charlie, this guy, into the student. Say, yeah, social guy be that. Social science, call him social guy be that. You know, but he was always in the studio and I wondered if he was going for lectures at all. He's always laughing. Even alone, he'll be laughing. So, I asked another brother, Black Uhuru, wherever you are, big up yourself. I asked him, this guy, is he okay? He's always laughing, even if he's alone, walking alone, laughing. He said, hey, so there be Irie man. No? Irie man. I said, well. So, when I heard Dr. Ewan, till I saw the photograph, I said, ah, you know be Wyclef be this. Wyclef. You know? But you see, this brings us to a certain point where we prejudice people. Because he looks the way he looks, somebody would say, oh, then he couldn't have achieved this, he couldn't have achieved that. I have said it and it was published in GhanaWeb. I would prefer his award to VGMA. I will prefer his award to 4 awards, 5 awards. I would prefer that to those awards. Because those awards, you have to vote. You are buying them. Up to this time, we have not come to that reality that we are selling the awards by voting. Why? Is it hard to understand? If you go to school and pi x plus sigma this and this is equal to this, and you are able to crack it and do it, and you don't understand basics that people are voting, paying money, and you are not even ashamed when they don't win, you tell them, hey, you didn't vote enough. Then what kind of award is that? Your GhanaWeb awards is better awards. Next time award me, I'll come and take it. These are awards that will pinpoint people and say, hey, we see that this person is doing good, that person is doing. But if you guys are also voting, then it's on to you. Any award that goes through voting, especially when people pay money to vote, is a fake award. You are buying the awards. It's better to pinpoint. It's okay, we've shortlisted these people. And our panelists sat and then they chose that person. On the day of the award, okay, the shortlisting, this person, that person, that person. But when our panelists voted, they selected this person. That's an award. Not pay and vote. So I have removed myself from any award that has to do with pay and vote and buy the award. We've spoken to them. They banned me. VGMA banned me before because they said I spoke too much. Now I have banned myself.
So if you are nominated, you're out.
No, they can't nominate me. I did that to RTP. I told RTP, listen, do not nominate me anymore because you guys are still voting. Of course, in the past we did that. That consciousness did not hit us. We were too excited to have the fans show that they love us. Forgetting that, you know, there are some things you do, then you come back and say, okay, like this. Like a friend of mine, Shatarako, he called me this morning and said, oh, Rasta. He was all teary. Wagwan. I wanted to, you know, the happy person that I've always been. But he was solemn. What happened? Charlie, I bought a parrot last week. As I bring the parrot come, I put them for cage where they give them food where they chop. The food say, you know, they like, but I do, they chop. Because that be what they chop. My daughter can't tell me, say, the parrot, they sick. But the day before, it do me like, make the parrot go. Because, you know, they look happy. But I don't make it go. My daughter can't tell me, say, they sick. I go look at the parrot die. Then I remember the thing they talk for, the radio top and things. Sometimes you have it in you, but somebody has to wake it up. That's how it is. You should never keep an animal, especially a wild animal, that enjoys its freedom. So Dr. Ewan went to UST. I saw him. He was also at Contato. He played he was like a sitting DJ. Anybody who wasn't there, he came there and sat down and played. That was the kind of person he was.
Yeah. Anyway, your final words before we go. Yes. I see you read the comments on GhanaWeb a lot.
I do. Yeah. I mean, GhanaWeb is a very huge platform. Ghana. This is Ghana on the web. People all over the countries, around and beyond. When they want information about Ghana, that's the power you guys have. See? Sometimes my Blackboard, 100% of all the stories are from GhanaWeb. The stories are nice to read and all that. Some of the comments are nauseating. Sometimes I wish that there was a way we could deal with some of them. But I also understand that there is freedom of speech. So people say anything and we let it go. It's sad. The comments sometimes are very terrible, but I read them and some of them are so wise. You can pick up some things out of the trash. You can find something that is nice and you can use that. So I've grown a thick skin. It doesn't matter what you say about me. My eye is fixed on the goal. My eye is fixed on the mission, and the mission is Pan-Africanism.
The mission is Pan-Africanism. Thank you very much, Blakk Rasta, for coming. And this is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. Watch us every Monday on all of GhanaWeb's digital channels. My name is Ismail Okwe. Be safe.
Invited guests, the media, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to the Ministry of Information. This is just another arrangement for our special Meet the Regional Ministers series. And as promised, we've brought the Ahafo Regional Minister, the Ashanti Regional Minister, the Bono Regional Minister, and today we have the Eastern Regional Minister. He is here today to give us updates on infrastructure, education, health, and very important sectors like agriculture and tourism. I know we are in capable hands, so he's going to touch on so many important developments in the region, and then we'll come to you, ladies and gentlemen, for your questions. But before I yield the podium to the Honorable Minister, permit me to acknowledge some dignitaries who are with us today. With us, we have the regional directors from the Eastern Region RCC. If you are here, we acknowledge you. We also have regional directors from the feeder roads, urban roads, and the highway authority in the Eastern Region. We have with us regional director of Agric, Mr. Henry Crensel Jr. If you are here, we acknowledge you. With us also is the MCE for New Drabin South, Honorable Apau Jesse. If you are here, we acknowledge you. With us is MCE for Lower Menya Krobo, Honorable Simon Kweku Tete. Honorable, we acknowledge you. We also have with us the MCE for Yilo Krobo, Honorable Eric Tete. We are also joined by the DCE for Achimansa District, Honorable Paul Asamoah. With us also is the DCE for Achiase. He also doubles as the National Dean of MMDCEs, Honorable Richard Amponsa. We are joined this afternoon by the Acting Regional Coordinating Director, Mr. John Ahunudonko. Chief, we acknowledge you. And as I mentioned earlier, we have a politician, legislator par excellence, who is also the Regional Minister for Eastern Region, Honorable Seth Kwame Champong, with us this afternoon. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, I will yield the podium to the Honorable Minister for his substantive presentation, and we'll come and take your questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Deputy Minister of Information, my only sister, Fatima Abubakar, my colleagues, MMDCs who are with us here, our Regional Coordinating Director, Directorates, Directors from the Eastern Regional Coordinating Council, permit me to do a short prayer for the first time. Today is Sunday. And I pray to God that all of you have clearer ears to listen to us, so you see the goodness the Lord is doing in the life of the people of the Eastern region. We thank God for granting us this day. We say this through Christ our Lord. Amen. This presentation will be purely based on what His Excellency, the President of the Republic, Nadu Placca, since he was given the mandate to govern this good republic of ours, through his team, we have achieved in the Eastern region. And I must say that it is strictly on some selected sectors of the economy. A lot has been achieved. If we were to run that, the time allotted us will not be able to carry out our duties. So our presentation is premised on roads, social services as in education and health, agriculture, and tourism. Since 2017, that we took office, I wish to give a little background of the Eastern region. The Eastern region, as we all know, has the second largest number of districts in Ghana. And several interventions in respect of policies and programs within the sectors as enumerated above has been undertaken. And like I said, this impact on the economic, the social and environment, as well as governance of the people. The objective of this media briefing is strictly to inform ourselves, the good people of this country, primarily the people from our region, and the media, our best friends, government policies and programs, and projects so far. The scope is on Eastern region since 2017, as I said earlier, and like what I have quoted. We are a region which sits on a 19,323 square kilometers. And by this, I say we occupy 8.1% of the landmass of the Republic of Ghana. On the east, we are bordered by the Volta region. On the north, we have Ashanti region and Bono East region. And on our west is only Ashanti region. And the south, we have Greater Accra region and the Central region. So your guess is as good as mine. And this comprises of 33 assemblies. 15 out of us is purely municipalities. And we have 18 district assemblies. We have one of the best traditional systems in Ghana. And we have 11 paramountcies in the Eastern region. So when it comes to culture, we don't stay away. We are fairly distributed on the ground. By demography, the statistics of the Ghana Statistical Service in its last census, we were 2,633,154 in the year 2010 when the last but one census was held. There was a projection that we were supposed to grow by 2.1%. When the last census was held in 2021, we had grown only by 1%, and it was a cause of real worry to us. So we, per our understanding and per what we see on ground, realizes that indeed the Ghana Statistical Services needs to relook into her enumeration. And we have by that administratively communicated same to them in protesting that the numbers that they gave us is not the right numbers. We are expected to have been around 3,317,403 per the projections from 2020, per the projections from 2010, if we were to grow by 2.1%. As a result of that, the current statistics give us a 49.1% for female in our population and a male of 50.9%. and our urban population is 51.4%, and the rural population is 48.6%. I'm sure you see on the screens the beautiful map of the Eastern region representing the various assemblies that we have. As I said, we're starting with roads. On roads, we have a total road network of 7,147.79 kilometers. So far, out of this road network, we have awarded for contract a length of 5,404.79 kilometers. And we have fully completed 1,487.62 kilometers. This comprises of the three agencies under the road sector, i.e. urban roads, feeder roads, and the Department of, and the Ghana Highway Authority. Under urban roads, we have seen some rehabilitation works, and we have achieved 101 kilometers of roads under the road fund, an asphaltic overlay of 100 kilometers under the road fund, and we have maintained 5 kilometers under cocoa board, totaling 206 out of a planned length of 941 kilometers. It is worthy to note that when we took office in 2017, the region had a kilometer length of urban roads at 145 kilometers. And so when we look at what we have added since 2017 at 206 kilometers, we have gained 142% of increment in respect of urban roads infrastructure. A breakdown is as we find on the screen. We've done roads in Ekropon, we've done roads in Nkoko, we've done roads in Etiwa East and West, we've done roads in Brim Central, we've done roads in Efijase, we've done roads in Koforidua, we've done roads in Chebi, all of it. That gives us the 206 kilometers, as I stated in my summary earlier. We have done some asphaltic overlays as well in most of our municipalities. And here, these are Koforidua and Efijase towns, the Boakwa South, Ekropon town roads, Peduase town roads in the Kwapem South municipality, and Suhum town roads. We have also done some in Brim Central, which is Achimodan in particular, then Chembo of Akwetia, Asamankese West Achim, and Etiwa West. And here we are glad to report with some pictorials, as you may see. This, as is being rolled, you find town roads in Kade, in Koko, Okre, Suhum, and Yinem Kwabe, and these are all urban roads infrastructure so far. Since 2017, government is able delivered to the people of the Eastern region. I dare say that under urban roads, we built some bridges, and that is also there for us to see clearly there. We've done some 2-number check bridge modular steel at the Efijase, Asokore, and Chebi in the Ebuakwa South municipalities. Work is ongoing, and these we can report from the engineers that we have worked up to 65% of physical progress. And the pictures show thereof. I want to move from urban roads to feeder roads. And under feeder roads, it is worthy to note that we have a planned road network that we have already started work on at 4,034.44 kilometers. And so far, we have fully paved 440.8 kilometers of feeder roads, and under the road maintenance section, we have done 246 kilometers of road network, and in total we have achieved a 686.38 kilometers of feeder road network in total. And it is worthy to note that as we took office in 2017, the road kilometer network within the feeder roads department in the region was 165 kilometers. As we speak, improving it up to 686.38 kilometers give us a 167% of increment. We have truly and indeed improved on our road networks. The region has an elaborate road network, and it is clear from the following slides as we see. Tinkon among from roads have been done 100% completion. Asamoah, Lakpa, Achichieso roads. Koufudwa, Onyemso roads. Nkoko, Domiabra roads. Brekumanso, Damai roads. Bunsu internal roads. The next slide will show us some routes of the Suhum Nankese, Nkatikwai junction to Obotumpai, Mangwase Akrabu roads, Ofwasi to Akukwasu roads, Mamishenso Tetenkwanta Amanase, Koutafo Ankuma roads, Koutafo town roads, Koun Saba Akadwaso, phase 1 has been done. Koun Saba Akadwaso phase 1, yes, has been done. Okumeni Akukwaso is also been done. Chia Akukwaso, all these roads are roads that have been achieved under His Excellency the President of the Republic within the time Ghanaians and the good people have allowed him to lead us. The slides demonstrates clearly what we have achieved. Ebitifi Town roads, Dwenasi Abompe, Chebi, Akoko, Ekwiase, Subrisu, and Tronai roads, Pipiasi, Bukurua, Kwautafo, Akote, Obodo, Obomidenswa, Awenade, Pram Kese, and Pankese, all have been effected. And I'm happy to exhibit these images for you to see. We have Suhum Nankese clearly out there. Ayiribi, Asaba Bidia, Ekropon Labikrum, yes, Ekropon Labikrum, yes, that one we have done it as well. Mangwasi Kukua, Akrabo, Amenshia, we have done all of them. And they are pictorials to show us. I mentioned in Katikwai Junction to Obotumpai, which I want everybody to know that the times that I used to tread on those roads when I was a young man, it was not even engineered. So it was even worse off than a farm track. But under His Excellency the President of the Republic, the people of Obotumpai and its environs today have seen bitumen. The Feeder Roads Department is also seeing some steel bridges which has been well constructed and some are ongoing. We have some Belgium steel bridges. We have some done at Achimansa, Kwagu South, New Draben South, Akroso, Asene Manso. All these areas have seen useful bridges. And I must say that today our farmers and our commuters are able to cross our river bodies easily to go and sell their farm produce and return safely home. I want to move on to the Ghana Highway Authority. On our highways, so far we have fully done a planned and awarded 866.35 kilometers of road network, and we have achieved 595.24 kilometers of road network, representing a 68.71% of road planned length achieved by fully paving them. We have it in the breakdown as a reconstruction 301.07, rehabilitation 110.37, partial reconstruction 170.09 kilometers. And I dare say we have truly served our people, but there is more to be done. We are still working at them. If you go by the statistics, you realize that Koforidua, Asiswa, Abosu roads, Osiem Begro Empire roads, in Krakai, Edukrom Trum Junction roads, and then Edukrom Trum road is all being seen improvement by the Ghana Highway Authority. Suhum Asamankesi road, Kwabing Ekrupon road, Ekrupon town roads, Ekrupon Pramkese, Adankrono roads is all been affected, and you can see the statistics clearly there for us. Kwabing Abomusu, Esiom, Subi, Kade, Achim Da, Achiase, Amanfupon, Achim Swedro, Achim Oda Ofwasikuma, Etibie paragliding road, all of it has been undertaken by His Excellency the President of the Republic. Since paragliding started under His Excellency President John Ejikun Kufuor, it is President Nana Addo Dankwa who have found it important to tar the road for us, fully engineered, and we are grateful to him. The pictorials are clear for all of us to witness, and so I move on to show you what we have done from Begro to Impemu. It has never seen bitumen. Today we find bitumen on these routes, and we thank the Highway Authority engineers who are so bold to encourage us to do what we have to do. Similarly, Kwabing Abomusu, beautiful bridges have been built. It is there for all to see. Kwabing Abomusu Esiom Road, 1.4 kilometers, was so much badly a road we couldn't work on. But today, we can cross Bremu and cross it comfortably. And this is the good works of His Excellency the President of the Republic. The slides are there for all to see. They say evidence is clear with us. You can see in price of Sheshe on Yemso, it is a very long road, but today it's being improved. Since I was born, it's never seen any form. But today, under this administration, we are tackling it all the way from Impraiso to Anyimso. The statistics follows. You see it clearly. What we are using cocoa roads. If you go to Cocoa Research Institute at Bunso, we have tarred all their compound for them. Kukrentumi Junction to Kukrentumi Tafu roads under construction. Same at Wejiri Adesu Road, Adesu Town roads by Cocoa Board. We have done them. Access to their warehouse, we've done it. Apega Chebi Bunsu roads phase 1 and 2 completed. These are all partial reconstructions that we have been able to achieve. Adesu Asamankesi Dome Abubri Road, Kwiano Achiansa Road, Asamankesi Osenasi Akwetia roads, Nkwetia Town roads, Impraiso Town roads. I want you to show the slide so that people will see clearly that we have this evidence appropriately so made. Rehabilitation, slide 70. And this is clear. I'm so happy when I saw the Okoina Bridge, beautifully done by the Ghana Highway Authority under His Excellency the President. This is the road that takes you from Akuse to Somanya. A beautiful bridge, fully constructed, 100% complete. We thank the President and his visionary team, helping Ghana to improve the infrastructure base of the economy. Please roll the slides so that they will capture it decently and they will see for me. Adankrono, Eshem, Akroso, Odan Road. This was a very bad road. When I was sent into the region, after taking over from my senior brother, Eric Kwachida, for the former regional minister, I couldn't even travel on that road with my vehicle. But today, we are seeing bitumen on this road, thanks to His Excellency the President. We have also helped some schools improve on their compounds. One is the Seventh-day Adventist College of Education, their internal routes in Asamoah, and then Obome Bypass, we have also done that one. That we haven't completed, Obome Bypass, we have completed it fully, and we have upgraded most of it for the schools. So students are enjoying the training college in Asokore. This road was started by His Excellency President John Ejekun Kufuor. And when NDC took office, they called it the Gang of Four. This is the NSIS, exiting from Amasamai and entering Sapema into the eastern region. It takes off from Kwafukrum to Apija Junction. This administration has seen to it that it's been dualized, and the evidence is there for all to see. When we walk our talk, we want people to see the evidence. I'll move on to social services. I think I've done enough of the road infrastructure, but we still have a lot of road network because the region, like I said earlier, is very well elaborate in terms of road network because of the nature of our region. If you look at how our boundary is stretched and how we are spread on the south of Ghana, you can tell by yourself. I want to zoom to education and show what we have done in education. So far, through the able leadership of His Excellency the President in introducing the free senior high school, enrollment from basic into senior high school and TVET has moved beyond astronomical numbers in the region. Public schools today have an enrollment total figure of 744,652, and private schools have 206,274. In total, we have 950,926 pupils and students in both private and public schools, almost 1 million from basic, that is kindergarten, to SHS and TVET. And we have improved in the number of schools. We have gone in public schools up at 5,239 and private schools 3,100, and in totality 8,339 schools. The free senior high school increased in enrollment from the 2016-2017 academic year to the 2020-2021 academic year, which we all know of, have seen an increment of 46.12% in the region. The table is clear and the numbers are evident for all to see. In infrastructure, I can say we have equally done the needful for that social sector. This is an evidence of a dormitory for the boys, a 2-story dormitory block at Akroso in the AMA District Assembly. At SEM, we have a 12-unit classroom block from the Manya Krobo Senior High School, which is also exhibited out there on the screens for us to see. If you come to Ibuakwa State College, we have a state-of-the-art 2-story, 12-unit classroom block as well, fully exhibited nicely there. A 15-unit classroom block at Ukrapiman Senior High School in the Krupon on the mountains. We have a 14-unit classroom block at Bipon Senior High School on the Kwao Mountains. 3-story dormitory with an 18-seater WC and bath at Nkwetia Senior High School, still on the mountains. Uforipeni Senior High School is also seeing a 12-unit classroom block. We have completed a girls' dormitory at Achim Swedro. We have equally done same an assembly hall for the same school. We have done a completed science laboratory at Airebi Senior High School. We have at St. Martin's a very beautiful 24-unit classroom block as well. And when you come to Achimasafo, equally we have a 12-unit classroom block beautifully built there. We come to Koforidua, our regional capital, at Pentecost SHS, a 15-unit classroom block beautifully constructed there. An 8-unit emergency dormitory at Koforidua Senior Technical School is also been done. Akokwasu Senior High School has seen a 2-story classroom block as well as a girls' dormitory fully completed by this government. If you come to the new Jabin North municipality, Oyuko Methodist SHS, a 16-unit dormitory block fully completed. Same municipality at Efijasi, a 12-unit classroom block for the Ghana Senior High School, a completed assembly hall for the Krupon Blind, and Ebri Girls is also seen a completed teachers' quarters for them as well. I'm here to report to you that STEM education is one of the major programs and policies this government embarked upon under the educational sector. And under that, Eastern Region is proud to report that in 2019 and in 2020, our Manfi girls won the World RoboFest competition, and we say ayuko to them. They did not just end it there. Manfi girls also came third at the Renewable Energy Challenge organized by the UNDP. And the Blue Girls is currently participating in the first Global Challenge International Robotics competition this year in Geneva, Switzerland. And we have fully completed the state-of-the-art STEM school at Abomusu in Etiwa West District Assembly. A very beautiful edifice for all to see. A fully completed STEM school. Fully, you see it out there. The pictures are clear for all to see. All in building education for Ghana. We have equally completed a TVET center at Achim Enyinem, and we have completed a technical institute at Kitasi, very close in Ekrapem South Municipality. I'm so happy to announce to this gathering that when the University of Environment and Sustainable Development was named under the SWAL administration of the National Democratic Congress, this new patriotic government led by His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has come to put life into the enactment we did in Parliament at the time. And the pictures I'm rolling out are the investment this government has rolled out in making sure that the university become a fully fledged university. And recently, we invested the Vice Chancellor and the Registrar by this administration. We thank Nana Addo for his visionary leadership. This is what we call walking the talk. At the same time, we've supplied some useful logistics to the schools. We've given them laptops, we've given them textbooks, we've given them notebooks. The statistics is there for all to see. And when almighty COVID hit us, we procured a lot of PPEs and distributed all of them to the schools. The evidence is clear for all of us to see. After doing a bit on education, I want to move on to health. We have done some major infrastructure improvement in health. As we speak, a new regional hospital is being built at Efijasi, in the New Jabin North Municipality, Koforidua, to be precise. It's modernization, that is a very modern hospital which is going to be equipped, and it is going to also act as a teaching facility. So we are not only going to have a regional hospital, we are going to have a teaching hospital. So very soon you see medical students also school in Koforidua, because that is what the president, a visionary man, wants for the people of the region. At the same time, we've had modernizing and equipping of some selected health facilities. The Tibia Government Hospital, where I was born, have seen a 91% improvement in the facelift by this administration. Kibi District Hospital was not left out. The Tekwasi Memorial Hospital at Mampong was not left out. And Ebri Kum is also not left out. A beautifully constructed, state-of-the-art district hospital has started off and in full 100% swing is at Somanya. I know that a lot of noise was made on this particular hospital that we were not putting it into use. Today, the evidence is clear. I know that my colleague, the chief executive, is here. If you want more information, if I'm the one lying, the pictures will show. You see clearly for yourself. At the same time, we have projects on supply contracts for 5 40-bed hospitals in the region. And these are going to go to Jumapo, Kwaben, Nkwetia, Edukrum, Achiase, Enyinem, Enyeresi. We are doing 5 for Jumapo, Kwaben, Nkwetia, Edukrum, and Achiase. They are all under various stages of progress. Jumapo is 40%, Kwaben is 41%, Nkwetia is under 40%. No, Nkwetia is 40%, it's not under 40%. Edukrum is also 40%. Achiase is 41%. Enyinem, we are doing a trauma hospital at Enyinem and an accident emergency center at Inyeresi. And these are both at 23 and 20% progress, respectively. We have done a couple of CHIFs, community-based health planning service centers at Ahankresu, Achimmampong, Tiawia, in Sutem. And these are areas where government have fully completed the CHIPS compound, 100% all. I want to buttress these statistics with some pictorials. So I'll roll to you. This is the still pictures of the Kufuria Regional Hospital that I just spoke of. And that is work in progress. His Excellency, and that is the Bri one, state of the art, beautiful edifice there. And then the Tetekwashi Memorial Hospital as well. Kibi is also seeing a state of the art improvement at this district hospital. Jelokrobo, the evidence is clear. Now chairs are there, they are working, you can see it from everywhere. The NRC one is on. The Nyinem Trauma Center is also on. The Tiwakwabin one is also ongoing. The Chelsea 40 bed, that is it. Thank you very much. And then the Dukrum 40-bed hospital. And then in Kwetia, 40-bed hospital. All is clear. Achim Asene, we have it at Manso. We have it there, beautiful hospital there. These are the CHIP compounds. Achim Mampong, in Suta, Achim in Suta. That is in Sutem, yes, thank you very much. And that is Achimda. That's the medical laboratory which we've completed at Achimda Government Hospital. The next slide, please. Thank you very much. When this administration took office and we said we're going to modernize our systems and digitize our systems and make sure that communication went effectively and smooth, our detractors felt we were lying. We said we're going to introduce a drone service. They said we couldn't do it. Today, I am here to report to you that the drone service at Omenako is serving the people, and I'll give you shocking statistics. We are serving 32 districts out of the 33 districts in the region. And we have a total of 535 health facilities that we serve. As we speak, we have delivered a whopping 36,614 services to all these health facilities. And these ranges from medical, blood, vaccines. And so these 3 products are what we are using the drone service to serve the community. And in total, you'll be surprised that we have done a 566,700 product deliveries in the entire space. And this tells you how effective our health system have been improved. I wish to show you signs of the drone takeoff at its station. And this is a very beautiful zipline drone exercise. And this is all happening under the social services sector of His Excellency President Nana Addo Akufo-Addo's administration. The next slide, please. As we speak, when COVID came, we all know what happened. We have so far vaccinated 744,882 people. The number of persons who received 1 dose of vaccination are 1,073,584. And those doses that we received in the region were 3,388,549. This is by the Ghana Health Services statistics. And doses that we used was 2,026,206. Doses that expired, you know the vaccines after a period will expire, is 353,743. So in total, doses that were usable and we still have is 1,008,600. Reporting on monkeypox, which was recently announced, we had a number of suspected cases. We recorded 47. We confirmed 2 of the cases. As we speak, the 2 have fully recovered. We have no mortality. And so we are a clean bill of health on that score. We were not left out by the administration's vision of ensuring that every constituency gained 1 ambulance. All the 33 constituencies that are coterminous to our districts had an ambulance each. And so the picture there demonstrates when we display the ambulances at our Regional Coordinating Council office. Under health, His Excellency the President, when COVID broke, declared that he was going to help us revamp the health sector and made a declaration that he was going to build 111 district hospitals for us. Indeed, in the region, we are favored to have 7 district hospitals under the Agenda 111. They are currently undergoing construction, and they are all at various stages of completion and within construction. We have Abomusu in the Tiwa West District. We have Manso in the Asene Manso across the district. We have Achim Swedro in the Brim South District Assembly. We have Ofuase in the Achimansan District. We have Adesu in the Upper West Achim District. And we have Atimpoku in the Sujaman District. That is being built at Akpegesu. And then the almighty Kowa Fram Plain South, Tiase. The pictures that follows shows progress of work on these Agenda 111 facilities. Please, you may roll the slides for me. After demonstrating some level of infrastructure, this government is poised to make sure that there's food security, so we feed our people. I want to tell you what government, through its leadership, has brought to the region in respect of the agri sector. Under the Planting for Food and Jobs, a total of 359,544 farmers have benefited from the Planting for Food and Jobs. And out of this, because we are some gender-sensitive government, a whooping 80,568 women are benefiting and have fully benefited from the program. The quantity of seeds that we have distributed in respect of maize, that's open pollinated variety, we have done a 587.13 metric tons. Maize, the hybrid seedlings, we've done 752.81 metric tons. Rice, we grew a lot of rice in the region as well. We've done 455.96 metric tons. We have distributed, under the Planting for Food and Jobs, some fertilizers. Inorganic fertilizers, we've done 49,770 metric tons. And then organic fertilizers, we've done 1,080.91 metric tons. And these have fully been distributed. And this is helping us improve on our yield. That is why we are ready to report on the Planting for Food and Jobs. We have increased for maize production from 2.41 metric tons per hectare to 4.25 metric tons per hectare, using the Planting for Food and Jobs program. At the same time, the average yield of rice is also seeing an increase from 4.30 metric tons per hectare to 5.06 metric tons per hectare. The pictures that follow shows how government is so good in helping to improve the social life of our people by investing in them, distributing 5,000 cockerels and 898 pigs to farmers to grow, and this is at no cost to the farmer. Since the inception of the Export and Rural Development, that's the Planting for Export and Rural Development PED program, in 2018, a total of 3,826,812 tree crop seedlings has been distributed to farmers. And these are in the categories of mango, oil palm, coconut, cashew, rubber, and coffee. And these were all cultivated on lands totaling 28,288.8 hectares. As at June this year, a total of 1,278,504 seedlings consisting of oil palm, coconut, and mango have been distributed to our farmers in the region to cultivate over an 8,399.55 hectares. The total seedling distribution since 2019 to 2021 is as shown on the table ahead of us. The total seedlings distributed from inception, as I quoted earlier, is there for us to see. And the total hectares covered, the table is there clearly for us to see as well. We have a graph to demonstrate what we have done currently this year. Mind you, government have created what we call the Tree Crop Authority. And so we use this Tree Crop Authority to do the distributions now. Until then, we were not using the Tree Crop Authority. So we specifically made this graph for you to appreciate. There was a gap in distribution because of the transparency and procurement issues that we have to go through. We needed to make sure that the authority was fully fledged. It wasn't under any department in the Agric Ministry. And so now we are good to go, and we are doing what is needful for the people of the region. The next graph shows the distribution as we have done so far. And the pictures there demonstrate the seedlings that we are distributing to our farmers in the region. This is a government that helps her people to do well. If you come to Kwao East in the Kwao Mountains, Kotuso to be specific, cashew, we have established fields there, and this is all part of government's social programs to ensure that our farmers also enjoy from the vision of His Excellency the President. When you go to Awusuase, watch me. My joy this afternoon is to report to you the vision of the Eastern region, which we call the commodity satellite market. When government introduced the planting for food and jobs and the yields were increasing, our farmers were craving for market to sell their wares. And so by the good advice of the technical people within the region, and here the regional agric department helped to design a program. And in that program, we encouraged all our district assemblies to look into the produce that they all come up with and then add value to one commodity that they produce in each and every district so that it becomes your competitive product. When you bring it on the market, people will buy. And by so doing, I'm happy to report to this house that last year we had a maiden fair, what we call the commodity satellite market. And the pictures are clear there for you to see. I'll give you some short statistics as we go for you to know the effects that the commodity satellite market has brought. The story I just said is clear there, and I say that consequently, issues of marketing these extra produce became a challenge. And so we have done the needful, and the statistics is there for all to see. The Ebuakwa South is good in honey. You'll see the pictures for yourself. Ikwapim South is good in pineapple. Ikwapim North, mushrooms. Achimansa is noted for rice. Etiwa West is noted for taro. Taro, I'm sure when I say taro, most people will be thinking, what is taro? Brobe, I'm sure you know brobe. That is what we call taro. Good, good, good. Brim Central is noted for yellow crobo, everybody knows is mango. I won't debate that with any person. Then Chambo, palm oil. Fantiakwa South, cassava. In Asamoah Dwejiri, maize. Lower Manya crobo, rice. Etiwa East, rice. Kou South, Jene, onions. Okre, gari. Esujaman, pepper. Suhum, vegetables. Kowa Afran Plains, gari. West Achim, eggplant and rice. The list goes on and on under the commodity satellite market. And you marvel the beautiful value additions that our farmers have been able to do and how they've branded their products. As we speak, we have 11 brands of locally produced rice under this administration, fully developed and are on the market. 18 brands of assorted gari on the market. 3 brands of honey. 14 brands of palm oil from various sectors within the region, from various districts. 6 brands of konkonte flour. Since its inception, 13,655 farmers and small-scale processors have been linked to markets, and a total volume of transactions under the Eastern Commodity Market amounts to a whopping 19,325,400 Ghana cedis. So you can imagine, but for this creative measure, our farmers would have struggled. Our recently held Eastern Regional Commodity Satellite Market is out there for the pictures. And you can see my respected Regional Director of Agric, Mr. Henry Krensel, Ibli there. I saw myself there. My big head is there. You can see it in the picture as well. So you roll the pictures for people to see what the region. And we're saying that His Excellency the President, in his policies and programs, is helping to add value to the local foods that we eat in this country. Look at the honey. They will bring the honeycombs. They will bring the processed honey for you to see. And some have been beautifully made into sachets. The rice packs from Achimansa, the golden rice. The MCDC is here, will tell you. Very delicious, very nutritious. This is not imported from our local market. Very healthy for you to consume. We're having all this in the Eastern region. And this is what we expect our people to consume, not to consume the imported ones. Thank you. So you can see the pictures. It's clear for you to see. The onions from Kou South, the zumi from Etiwa, it is there for everybody to see. We are not lying. You see, I'm drinking some beautiful coconut from there. You can see. When you come, I'll serve you some. You can see what we have done. At the last held National Farmers Day, we exhibited some of our produce at our Salah market stand, and all the regions came to shop from us. This is creativity and walking the talk, so that the people on the farm would also know that there can be value and there is hope for them in the future. That is leadership, and that can be found under the administration of His Excellency the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. We have revamped the taro industry. If you realize, brobe, which we know as taro, for a while was getting extinct. But the creativity of the Agric Directorate and the Regional Coordinating Council, today I can report to you that it is seen a notch, driving up higher, and the yields are increasing. We are going from 9.5 to 11.7 metric tons per hectare, and I know it will improve. It's not going to go back at all. The statistics is there for all to see. The pictorials are there for you to see. That is live brobe there for you. You can see. The women are selling, people are consuming. We even produce smoothie out of brobe. Come to the Eastern region, you see what we have there. The best is always emanating out of the East. We were also not left out by the vision of the President in establishing, under the IPREP program, the One District, One Warehouse. We have some infrastructure under the One District, One Warehouse at Apamanya Krobo. We have one at Ayensuano. We have Fantiakwa North, Kwahu South, and Akwa Afram Plains, all at various stages of construction. But the yield and the total capacity of these warehouses is going to be 1,000 metric tons when completed. We have some pictures demonstrating the various completion at various sites. That is the one at Apamanya Krobo. And please, you can roll the slides for me. I'm sure the way I'm being watched, my time is fast spent, so that I double up. We have built up using, under the Ghana Secondary Cities Program, built beautiful markets at Achimda in the Brim Central District Municipal Assembly. And then we have also done some beautiful market sheds for them. And Lower Manya Krobo is also building a beautiful market as well. It's under construction. Our MC is here to attest to that. I cannot come and stand before you and not mention a beautiful region that houses a lot of tourism. Every area within the eastern region can boast of one tourist site. Name it, from waterfalls, from water sports, from caves, name them, eco parks, all abound. It is only in Ghana and in Kwahu, in the eastern region, where we paraglide. So you can imagine. Government, and you see the entrance to the Bree Botanical Gardens, which is in the Equapim South Municipality. We have decorated the entrance and we are improving the park so that visitors will be encouraged to come. This is a government that is ready to listen and to help her people. So we will serve and serve the good people of this country with all our hearts, with all our might, with all our strength. You can see the pictures for yourself. Beautiful Booty Falls, Asamoah Falls. The big tree had been left alone, but this government decided to revamp it, and it's built a beautiful facility where people can sit and also have some beautiful leisure when they visit the big tree in Aprokumase in the Asene Manso Akroso district. This is what His Excellency the President has brought to us. One of the commodities that have helped our country balance our payments in respect of the economy is cocoa. And cocoa was brought into this country by a man named Tetekwashi. And there is a receptive which was developed many years ago. We have come, we have touched the facility, and I want to show it all to see that this is a government who will come and meet rot and put it into good use. That is us on the Tetekwashi Cocoa Farm in Mampong. That is what we have done. And I thank government for doing this. I would not end without advertising that the investment potential of my region is so huge. And even though I'm selling what government has done, we are open to more private participation, and we dare say that government is putting in the enabling infrastructure. As we speak, government has procured funds to ensure that we dualize Peduase to Koforidua, and this is going to happen. Government have secured funds. We are going to put up a bridge across the Afram River from Adorso to Echiamanfrom, and these are matters that we are not joking with. And in tourism, our facilities are bound. Real estate, there's arable land, beautiful land. And this is what we want to tell people. We have land for shopping malls, and you can see it's clear. If you are exiting out of Accra, I don't need to tell you, most people are living in the eastern region and working in the greater Accra region today. Opportunity abound in real estate. And then we have demonstrated to you the agro-processing, clearly from our commodity side market views that we showed a while ago. I want to thank you. Because the Volta Lake is in our region, we use it both as food and for leisure. And so for tourism, you can come on the Dodi Princess, and then you can also come for some private cruise as well in our region. In conclusion, I want to end my presentation by emphasizing the vision of our region. and which is my region, and which is to become a peaceful, progressive, and developed region. Simply, that's all we want. We want to believe in peace, but we want to be very progressive and aggressive in developing ourselves and ensure that we're a developed region. I would not have achieved what I said without these people who really supported the Regional Coordinating Council to arrive at this presentation we put here. My colleagues, the municipal chief executives who are here with me, and district chief executives, I want to acknowledge you for helping me achieve this. I want to do same with the Regional Agriculture Department, the Ghana Highways Authority, the Department of Urban Roads, the Department of Feeder Roads, the Ghana Tourism Authority, the Regional Directorate of Ghana Education Service, and the Regional Directorate of Ghana Health Service. I wish to thank all of you. This is the end of my presentation. I thank you for your attention.
A bigger round of applause for Honorable Minister. And I'll tell you why. You know, a lot has been shown this afternoon, and it is impressive to note that what the Minister presented on infrastructure are not artistic impressions. Someone will sell you books, working books, and then convince you that President Nana Akufo-Addo and this government have done nothing. But for the good people of this country who are beneficiaries of all these big infrastructural projects, they know there is something. And government is committed to, you know, working so hard so that we can deliver to the expectations of Ghanaians. And in recent times, if you were following the news, you realize that the President of the Republic, Nana Akufo-Addo, mentioned the records of this government on roads infrastructure since 2017. A lot of people who did not take the pain to even check the facts on the ground, who had not even checked with the regions, were saying that the figures were cooked. They were cooked figures. They are not true. But could you believe that just from the minister's presentation, I realized that he mentioned that in Eastern region alone, 1 out of the 16 regions of this country, they have awarded 5,404.79 kilometers of road and completed 1,487.62 kilometers of roads. So with these facts in your face and the pictorial evidence that we have seen, if someone tells you that this government has done barely 4,000, you are telling me that we've done almost 1,005 in one region, and in 15 regions we've done 2,500. That is untrue. I don't know anywhere at all. Accra, Kumasi, and this alone should tell you that those informations out there are not true. So I'm pleading with you as our friends to spread the word. At least you have seen the pictures. At least they have given you the locations where you can find these projects on the ground. So please take the pain to follow up and fact check on this information so that we can well inform Ghanaians. On that note, we have a few more acknowledgements before we take your questions. Joining us this afternoon, we have the DCE of Ayensuano, Honorable Awuku, with us. Honorable, we acknowledge you. We also have the MCE for New Jabin North, Honorable Comfort Asante. We also have with us the DCE for Etiwa West, Honorable Seth Asante. So, honorable members, thank you so much for making time. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, we will take your questions. You show by hand, you mention your name and media house, and then proceed to ask your question. Okay, so I'll take Duke. Okay, I can see Madam. Okay, Nana. We can take 5 questions for this round, so please, if you have any question, this is the best time to ask.
Okay, so, my name is Duke Mensah. I work with City FM and City TV. My question for Honorable has got to do with a matter of safety and security in the region. We know that calm has returned to the Krobo enclave, but my question relates to what the long-term plan of the Eastern Regional Coordinating Council and the Security Council is to ensure that there is permanent peace and security in the Krobo in relation to the running agitations between persons in that enclave and the Electricity Company of Ghana? And then secondly, you spoke about the investment potential of the region. If you are given the opportunity, what is the most urgent venture that requires urgent investment with private sector to create jobs for residents of the region? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So we'll take the second.
Yes. Good afternoon, Honorable Minister.
Good afternoon.
Winneba Sodro Odan Road or Odan Tunkoko Road. It's in a very bad state. Now, if you want to go to Odan, unless you go through, I think, someone through Asamoah, where the road is a bit better. But I went there the last time. I had to do some detour through, I think, Nyakruma, whatever, or Konyako, whatever, before you could get. And the road is very bad. I don't know what is being done about it. So I want you to state the state of that particular road, especially from Odan to Nkoko. That has been under construction for a very long time. When I was there, secondary school at Odan School in 1975, they were doing the afternoon. I don't know what has happened to it. And then talking about tourism, can I draw your attention to Galamsey activity in the Brim and Pra River? I come from where the practice is so I know what I'm talking about. I went to, I think, Achim Banka, yes. And the state of the river is very, very, very bad. Very, very bad. I don't know what the RSC is doing about it because water is life, as they say. Then, Honorable Minister, we have TV hospital that is serving the SCAP, whatever you call the towns on the mountain. But we have Holy Family Hospital at Nkoko, which is a private hospital. Is there any plan, as it were, to set up a district hospital at Nkoko? Because Nkoko has now become a municipality, and the towns are growing, and people are doubling up every now and then. So do we have a plan for this hospital for Nkoko? Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question.
Honorable, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yefemi Opoku, Kingdom FM. Pastor, my question here to Bakwe in relation to the first my colleague Bakono in connection to security. You say Adoso they call a chairman from a farm plains on a trader said I complain and say because of say a quine ain't a comfort more that stretch of road. And say honorable no former MP on price so a DNA in Shishaya region to calm this issue and I say may help you say security in Boku. The next question is so far. You say Eastern region, one of the regions are challenges with Fulani herdsmen. Most of the time, farmers and herdsmen they tie confrontations kakra. Against honorable to region to help calm this issue with the Fulani herdsmen and farmers.
Please, if you have any question, kindly show by hand so that we'll call you. Otherwise, we take that to be the last question and the last round if there are no questions. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so who do I start with first? Duke or Opoku? Opoku then I'm in first and as I'm in Duke there first. Answer I'm in Duke brofo. In Duke, you who can't full and for seven. Any equafo. A quanya ye befaso. Ama a year one kita hudi asumbiaba. And if he eche a man from a bad also the ensue. Nti ene de enye kwan ene na meka asisi ase aban be ye etwene atoso aman no na mmom se wo kan se bi afiri kwawutafo e de atwam nkyene e de kofa odotum kwanta de kokoduru adoso e bia ofa mu amane e de kosi eye esubone etwam ekọ nketepa e de kọ akosi ko amanfrom empam a ɛhɔ no na ɛkwan no nyɛ sɛ yɛkɛsɛ nyinaa Ghana highway for ɛde wɔn fidie ɛbɛtwa so na adwadifoɔ ne akwantufoɔ atumi afa so nti ɛhɔ no ɛna yɛ ana ɛkwan mu ɛkafoɔ a from armed robbers no wɔn ɛta bɛha adwadifoɔ ɛwɔ saa kwan no so nanso stansen abambɔ apolisifoɔ no ɛboa yɛn ɛma odi ɛkwan so atrehwie paa ɛno nti ɛma saa abɔneyɛfoɔ no wɔnya saa mmerɛ no wɔnya edidi adwadifoɔ bɔne no wobɛhwɛ a ɛkɔbɛ afe ntamu nie wobɛhu sɛ ɛsrɛ so ɛyɛ ɛkyɛm mfrɛmɔgya ɛhɔ nyinaa adwofɔm nyinaa gyina nhyehyɛeɛ a yɛne polisifoɔ ɛyɛ polisisahene ɛyɛ okunini akufo dampare George ɛne ne mpanin ɛdi ɛho nsawɔsoɔ ɛne ɔpanin a yɛne ne wɔ ɛyɛ mantam no mu ɛyɛ ɔpanin DCOP Anderson aka fosu yɛn nhyehyɛeɛ mu no yɛde apolisifoɔ no ɛkɔ ɛwɛn ɛwɔ akwan ne so sɛ bɛyɛ a adwadifoɔ ho bɛhenhan wɔ mu nti yɛni edi ɛno akyire na mmom ɛbɛmforo ani ne ɛyɛ nantwisɛm ne ekuafoɔ no aban baahɛ no mampani kofoɔ mmerɛso wɔba bɛkɔ no osisi deɛ frɛ no nantwibuo ɛwɔ frɛmagya ya ntene ho anhwɛ ne yie nanso nanado benya baanwa ne bio no ɔyere no ho de dwetire hyɛ mu amye wɔ nantwibuo kɛseɛ ɛwɔ wawase ɛwɔ afrɛmagya ya yaka nantwie gum wɔ ha wɔm wɔ hɔ a yɛbɔ wɔn ho ban yɛma da hɔ a yɛdua nsensan de hwɛ wɔn ɛna bra no so no yɛne ekuafoɔ hyia ɛyɛ me nuanom mansini asoafoɔ ɛne ekuafoɔ hyia sɛ bɛyɛ a yɛbɛnya yɛnyinaa yɛho ntiaseɛ ɛne wɔn no a wɔwɔ nantwie no yɛnka sɛ obi nyɛ nantwie yɛn deɛ ɛyɛ adwuma nanso wontumi ma wo nantwie nkɔsɛe obi adeɛ nti ɛno ho kita ho ne kasa no yɛyɔ nso bi wɔ ha abrakyie nti no yɛwɔ sogyafoɔ a yɛde wɔn asie ɛwɔ ɛpom hɔ a wɔn ɛte Kwawu East ebi nso wɔ yɛn nkyɛn wɔ Koforidua yɛ operation cow leg wa wantia waboa no a waboa no bɛti nkɛnsee no ɔkɔna so kɔse obi adeɛ na ɔnamu a ɔmbɛtumi akyere no nti ne nyinaa ne nsa wɔso a yɛdi a yɛde hwɛ aboa ama asomdwe aba ɛpom hɔ yɛnwie ɛyɛ adwuma a ɛkɔ so seesei a ɛsoso atue deɛ nsensan wɔ hɔ bebree nkurɔfoɔ mfudie soso wɔ hɔ nti wobɛhu a ne ɔsiɛse aboɔ bi akɔakɔwe yɛayere ho ahyehyɛ mmara ɛne ɛkwan yɛfa so a yɛbɛtumi ahwɛ ama wo a wanhwɛ waboa yie no sɛ okodi abansɛm a yɛbɛbɔ ka nti ɛyɛ afotuo a yɛn nso so yɛnam so yɛne fura ne mpanifoɔ nso wɔn nso wɔn ɛtete a biara no a wɔn ɛka wɔn ho bom nti wɔn mpanifoɔ no ɛne wɔn yɛne wɔn di nsawɔsoɔ wɔba yaso yɛ original coordinating council a yɛne wɔn di nsawɔsoɔ ɛkyerɛ wɔn nso wɔn adwuma no sɛbi omi yɛ kɔ omi ne kɔfoɔ ɛnam yɛ amisɛm yɛ kɔ ni a meti kɔ yi woba abɛso kan a sɛ yɛn ani spare pass wɔ na mfura ne fɔ nso wɔn de a ne nantwi yɛn nti no wontumi nyɛ wɔn mfiri nantwi ne ho nti yɛbɔ yɛn ho mɔde sɛ yɛn wɔn bɛdi nsawɔsoɔ sɛdeɛ yɛyɛ no mmea bi a yɛnim no kwan a wɔn fa so sɛ bi a eduru sɛ nantwitɔ ɛbɛkɔ soro sɛ ebi a yɛn nuanom a ɛsom muslimi eduru bi a wɔn kum ayɛn mmoa ɛde yɛn mpaebɔ no saa abere no nantwitɔ kɔ soro nti ɛma ɛhonya ɛnyɛ no nko a ɛyɛ nam nso yɛ aduane a yɛdi nti yɛnhyɛ obiara sɛ mo ɔnyɛ n'adwuma na mmom wobɛtu anammɔn no wɔ kwan pa so na mmom wokɔka abansa deɛ a ɛnyɛ yɛ ne yɛkɔfa biribi abɛ sanka wo na wɔn a wanhwɛ waboa no yie waboa kɔ sɛ obi adeɛ na obɛyi kyerɛ ne ɛnya anaasɛ operation carlec fo nya no wɔn de ka no a mesrɛ nti mefa kasafidie so atue nyinaa yɛ ho fo sɛ obiara hwɛ na yɛ mmoa yie no ankwankɔfo yɛ ne bia ambrɛ yɛ sɛ kwan mu ka fo sɛ no deɛ maka ante ase aba hɔ in summary we the herders the nomadic farmers who are owning and some are just rearing the cattle on behalf of the owners of the cattle. And at the same time, we're engaging our town folks using the administrative machinery at the district assemblies to ensure that we engage. We believe in that social engagement, engaging the stakeholder to have an amicable settlement on some of these matters. We're learning best practices elsewhere. And so our concern is not necessarily to go and use with our military might to kill the cattle, but to engage to get people to appreciate that in as much as it's an economic activity, we ought to be responsible when we are with our cattle. That aside, the crime which was in that enclave of Afram Plain South and the Coast South areas, by the assistance of the Ghana Police Service, we have had some increase in men and additionally we stationed messaging some corporates were arrested, some lost their lives. Unfortunately, this is how we have to for the majority population and citizens to have their peace. And so when it happens this way, it is the state acting and working to ensure there's public safety. And that is all that we do. We don't do anything other in addition. So I'm sure that settles the Mr. Puku, your question on the Adosu, a chairman from Security Matter. I'll come back to Oda and Koko Kwan. Okwan, you said I'm Kayan. Mantem, Yakwan Dosu. Your Kwan here, pa. Free a year, a brim, a DBC, a Chimansa, a Ditrum, a co Odanwa. Sakwan, Sissy, yo. Into a year, Sir Wabe first whom the other coffer. Asamankese ediakosi across nkoa anase odbe mane akofa kade ediako nkoa ye hwe sisi kura odi free kade ediko abremu no ye ye adankro no kwan no mfuni amde kire kura obehunu se eno susu yo kwan a ye ya se bia wo free nkoko na besi abremu obetimi afa ho so de aba besi akọ ne akọ ya kwan doso e wo premantem nti etoda ya kase zuba kase ne mikrum kwan nye na so nsi yetwa mfuni no wohwe adwuma ya ekire se ya wakwan ahodo dodo e wo mantem ne mu. We have an elaborate road network in the eastern region, and that one we cannot run away from. I know of the Nkoko Odan road. It was a major road for us in the northern part of the region in Kwo to travel to the western part of the region in Odan, and I know that it is a road that has been captured by the Ghana Highway Authority. It is yet to put it on advertisement for construction to be effected on that. But it isn't that we've just left it. We need it. But you know, the economy, as much as we have, is what we use and deploy and work on it. So these are the things that we've done. There are contractors on that road. Then there are contractors, no. He's talking of the Odan road. The Odan to Nkoko road. No, Odan school, No. You see, wait a minute. The one from Odan School all the way comes to Ofwase. That one, there are contractors on it working on it. But the one that leads to Nkoko is what you are talking about. Nkoko, New Abrim, has been done, fully completed. No, Ofwase, I don't need to talk about that one. We have done from Apuputia, I'll call in Nkoko Hotel Junction, all through to Abrim Fie. And then from Abrim to Ofwase, it's been done. He's talking about when you get to Abrim, you may not necessarily go to Ofwase to go to Odan. That's the road you are talking about. The Ekwansin one. So that one is talking about. That we haven't done it. That's what I was talking about. But that's why I said we have elaborate road network in the region. So if you don't take care, you don't get the mappings very well. That's why I said you have alternative. You can go to Abrim and use the other one. Either you go through Ofwansi or you go through Kade and you make it all the same to order. But government will make sure that each and every person gets their fair share of infrastructure development. And you talked about Agunanya Krum, which comes to Akroso. That one too is between us and Central Region. You remember when I was giving our boundaries, I showed where in the south we border Greater Accra and Central Region. That's our link with them. Highways have picked it up. Like I said, the entire road network of Ghana is so huge. But between us and them, we are pushing for more infrastructure development to be effected. So it is work in progress. Then I'll come to Mr. Duke. I'm sure you talk about Chim Banka, the source of the River Pra. Yes, the RECSEC, the Regional Security Council, is seriously working. We have a task force working and helping that illegal mining activities are reduced in the region. And so it's an area we have marked out, and we are working with our DISECs and MUSECs in the areas to make sure that there's less illegal activity in the area. Unfortunately, this has been a war His Excellency the President waged, and we are still in the war. We are in Operation Halt 2, which it is led by the Ghana Armed Forces, and then periodically the Regional Security Council, with its operations of a joint force of armed forces and policemen, go on ground, also based on tip-off, because you know the activities of some of these illegal miners. And so it's a major war we are after, and we are not kidding, we are not joking with it. We're going to make sure. You talked about the ETBA, no, in Koko, we want a district hospital in Koko. It's a good proposition. We proposed that. But mind you, a district hospital is being built, the polyclinic status is being built in Kwetia, aside what is already even, government has sourced some funds to develop what was started under the President Mills era in Abetifi, and then a TBA. So in Koko, knowing how big in Koko is growing, yes, government has plans of building. But you know, the cake is not as big as my head, so we go it in pieces. Thank you. And then the equipment reach stability, we are on course. Government so far has been able to bring some peace to the area, and peace is not all achieved through physical establishments. Some have alternative dispute resolution mechanisms. Government is employing every resource available to ensure that we bring lasting peace to the Kwapim Ridge. In the Kobo area, when it started, it was tough, but I can report that reason is coming and reason is winning, and we've been engaging both citizens, traditional leaders, and all the stakeholders and actors to bring lasting peace in the area. So far, we have a smooth deployment of prepaid meters in both assemblies, i.e. Yellow Krobo Municipality and Lower Manya Krobo Municipality. We are so far cool, and ECJ is deploying peacefully. In the long term, our plan is to engage our people and educate our people. And we want everybody listening to us to also open themselves up for education. There is no way a resource such as electricity, when generated, cannot be paid for. Once you utilize the utility, you should be ready to pay for the service, because the service provider, the generator, and the transmitter are all spending to produce the resource for us, and the resource needs to be paid for. That aside, we also would also crave on the service providers to also temper with our language, our approach to our citizens, because you are serving and helping all of us. This has been the way we have been able to move the stalemate into a settlement, and we are coasting peacefully to ensure that we fully deploy the prepaid meters in the two municipalities. In fact, I will say that the major sector for investment in the region aside agriculture, is tourism. And in tourism, the built environment, there's so much room for putting up hotels, putting up real estate, because, like I said, people are commuting from the region and coming into the national capital to work. I know people who live in Koforidua and drive every morning to come to Accra to work. And when the dualization of Peduase to Koforidua is fully completed, I see a bigger rollout of investment and improvement in the regional economy. And so that is why we already advertise the region for people to see the potential of the region. The region is a very green region. Green Ghana, we don't struggle to green Eastern region. It is a region that has a lot of potential for that. So aside agric, and in agric, we are open. I demonstrated our commodity satellite market, the various produce that we are doing. Value chain is there. Anything in the region. We have mineral resources where if you want to do extractive industry investment, there are concepts that are available that you can go to be a responsible miner in the extractive industry. And that is what we're doing. So I would state these first three as areas that we welcome. Tourism abound, water sports, the Volta Lake is there, the Afram River is there. And if you go to the Sujaman and Kwao South districts, this is where you have a lot of water bodies there. And we walk to anybody. There are several opportunities. Just walk in. People are running zip lines in private areas in Kwao South, and like you may. This week, the Ghana Tourism Authority is going to hold a second paragliding festival. This is not only for the Easter festivities. They are trying to do a biannual paragliding festival, and so it is known to all of us, and this is what the region stands for. There's a lot of potential in our region, and I think this satisfies Mensa's question. Please, are we satisfied with my answer? Now, and go and sit quietly without trouble. Thank you. Since my good friends, the journalists, have allowed me to speak freely and market my region, the platform for marketing my region was ably provided by the Honorable Minister and Member of Parliament for Fonsia Yerebi, ably supported by the Honorable Lawyer Fatima Abubakar, my sister. And we couldn't have done this interface with the entire country without the support of the Ministry of Information and her personnel. We are grateful to you. We are grateful to the media for carrying us out. I wouldn't have come this far without the able support of my core administrative personnel at the Regional Coordinating Council. I want to extend my thanks to all of you. My district chief executives who followed me from various parts of the region, in particular my landlord, the new job in South Municipal Assembly Chief Executive is here because the regional residence is housed on his land in his municipality. He followed me to come here. Some people don't know, but my ancestry is in New Jabin North. I come from Efijasi as well. And to comfort the teacher and professor, our municipal chief executive, my mother followed me here to give me the support. And what mom who say, yeah, mom give it. And my sister Josephine, I have 5 female chief executives, and Josephine is representing the others. And so Josephine, get up for them to see. That's Ayensuano. That's Ayensuano. So if you get to teach Amanti, and that's the young ones. So Auntie Comfort is my mother. The young ones are my sisters. And then my dean, all the way from Achansi, the jungle warfare. If you come to the Eastern region and you want to play with us, we'll discipline you. But I want to thank His Excellency the President for offering me the opportunity to serve in his stead in his region and making sure that we are doing what he wants us to do. We thank God for life, and I bless you all on Sunday.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. That brings us to the press briefing. It was so comprehensive that, in fact, it will be a crime for me to attempt to even again. But I was like, oh, Honorable Minister spoke so well, good English, good Chi. And then he mentioned Taro, and I said, and he attended a good school because if he started where I started, maybe I will be saying watakoko yam and cocoa, you know. So, Minister, thank you so much. It's been a wonderful afternoon, and we hope to do this some other time, hopefully in the region where we can do town hall and get more engagement. And our friends from the media, I would like to thank you for sacrificing your Sunday afternoon. I know we can go back to the fufu and all that. Thank you so much for your time. Good afternoon.
I'm swimming. I'm swimming. I'm swimming. Hi guys, we are back again, Charlie. I'm right here in Kigali, Rwanda. And as you can see, this is the hotel I'm going to be lodging. It's called the Kigali Serena Hotel. This is how I look today. Yay! And yeah, we are going to be exploring this beautiful hotel together with you. My first impression here is Kigali is so neat. The country is so neat. Right from the airport to the hotel, I've been saying this and I'm really impressed. You're coming along with me, so come, let's go, let's explore this place. Let's go, guys. I really like the fact that they have given me some fruits. And guys, what fruit is this? I haven't seen this fruit before. This is my first time. I'm yet to taste it. Looks like a tomato. Yeah, so it comes with, I've already settled in. It comes with a TV, a study area, a work area, and of course the favorite part is the bed. And yeah, it also comes with a safe, so let's go and explore the hotel. I'm really excited about the hotel, so let's go and see how the entire place looks like. Yeah, so the environment is such that they are not used to seeing people film. So every corner, everyone is like literally staring. But this is how the pool area looks like. I'll be coming here to swim soon. I really like it here. The place is so serene, so beautiful. It's so vintage. Yeah, that's the right word to use. So vintage. The colors are dim and the water is blue. I can't wait to dip myself into the pool. Let me know in the comment section if you like the place, just as I am enjoying my time here already. To get some photos of me, and look at this. Let me show you my favorite picture so far. I got a nice photo. Yeah, this is it. This is it, guys. I got a photo just here. Yeah, so let's go. It's time for lunch. Let's go have some lunch. I'm going to get my tripod and go have some lunch. So let's go, guys. Gonna be my lunch with a beautiful view. Yeah, and there's some beautiful live ceremony in there. So yeah, you're all invited. Back to my hotel room. For a span of 4 hours, I've experienced 3 weather here. So when I came in the morning was very warm. Last night I didn't sleep with air condition. The room was just like room temperature. I was very okay. And I went to take a short tour around the hotel and it was sunny. Just when I finished having lunch, it started getting chilly. Now I'm so cold, I needed to come back to the room. So I'm finally here. The food was it was amazing. I like the fact that they have options. So for people who like maybe like the beef sauce has a little pepper, and then they have another sauce that do not have pepper. So you have a choice. It's good. But I had a good meal together with some live band. So the next thing to see is the gym. center, and I'm waiting for my other colleagues that I will join later on for dinner. I'm super excited. I was supposed to get here on Thursday, but they got here on Thursday. I got here yesterday, which was on Saturday. So today is Sunday. I'm waiting for them so that we can explore Rwanda together. So yeah, this vlog, in fact, this whole experience is in partnership with the Rwanda Development Board. They brought me here. I was invited here to come explore Rwanda. In fact, Kigali. So yeah, so I'm super excited. I'm just going to rest for a while, and yeah, chill. I wanted to swim, but it's getting chilly, so I would wait. Maybe tomorrow after we come back from town, I'm definitely going to chill with you at the poolside. So I hope you're enjoying watching this vlog as much as I'm enjoying being here already. I'm going for dinner. I decided to use the stairs this time around, so let's go. So good. I can't wait to taste it. I had some plantain, beef, and then my spaghetti. This is so good. The man did it just the way I wanted it. Spicy. Since I came, the weather has been cold, a little warm. So I'm going to swim. And yeah, so I'm going to swim and have a good time. I'm already dressed in my bikini and a skirt, and this is how it looks like going to swim from the hotel. This is my view here, and yeah. So yeah, I'm going to take some pictures for the ground and also take you along while I swim. Say hi. She's having lunch.
My lunch I'm about to finish.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because it rained about an hour ago, it's so cold, but I mean, I'm leaving tomorrow and I have to swim today. So by hook or crook, I'm swimming. At night. Dude, good to see you.
Stella, baby. I've been waiting for you to come, and now she's here. Hey, we're gonna turn up times 2.
So guys, I was supposed to come here on the Thursday just like them, but I couldn't come because I had other arrangements. And there's one other guy, Kalije from Ghana. And so it's only the 3 of us from Ghana, right? Mm-hmm. The rest are either from South Africa. You meet them soon. So let's go to the gym. Breakfast here at this hotel, and yeah, let me take you through breakfast. Good morning. Can I get your number, please? 255. Hi, Josie. Let's go. Hi, Chamaka. I've been worrying her since I came.
Guys, you're invited.
I really thank God for a perfect weather today. Say hi to Chiamaka.
Hi.
Funny enough, we've been twinning ever since, and it's so not planned.
Yeah, I'm her new sister from Nigeria.
That's my sister.
Yes. We're here in Kigali, having an amazing experience thanks to RDB.
Yeah. Oh, we're going to leave this hotel soon, and I just wanted to share my breakfast experience. So far, we've been having amazing time here. The food has been good. What about you, Chiamaka?
Yeah, I've had an amazing experience so far, you know, from like everything we've done, the people, Kigali, Rwanda, all the places we've gone to, like the parks, oh god, it has been amazing. I'm speechless really.
This brings us to the end of this vlog here at the Serena Hotel. It's a very beautiful space, and if you're considering coming here for a week or two a day, I would highly recommend. I had a good experience. The food was amazing, and yeah, the fact that sometimes they had live band, it's pretty cool. So yeah, I'm checking out now, and I hope you enjoyed watching this vlog as much as I enjoyed being here, as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire stay here. Until next time, on my next video, I want to say I love you all. Please subscribe, like, and share. Until next time, I love you all. Wow.
So I'm bringing me my kwababa in Komo or GhanaWeb TV. Now what you did in Sembe brain across entertainment industry be I will some just a would see how yaw. Wow, should I now someone the frame prince one relationship said there was a one terminated contract. And look what I'm saying a Kevin boy so a jar to Musoso. Oh, she shimuka cran one chain or she muffled one drink rabas. I don't know Becca or she, but to me, so can acquire. Woman who quite on kind of acquire. Now what you did, same baby. Sa called their job about what's one my radio presenters. I was in with Quapai, any moon, some other big stories. And I'm about to say, Tremunia and Babby to really enter crass and a down. Mama ain't trying when a hobber and seminal, maybe she go harm. Miracle Pamela Quaba. So now I'm saying now what be so she am saying I just say trends across the entertainment industry, celebrity news as a beef gossip bunya and I just say Marco Sunny and I be mama. And what she did and some day be na me anka sa abo me pusa me tea be so to be asema buko binu me be yesro but wa wo hwe relationship na da eye ana ne friend pon nko fo adodo a friend prince of friend prince music production on the dina Asamoah and Tatalesta we I'm a dinosaur and I say slay, you know, back to back, no off days. Your own man, I just say, evangelist Asamoah his original verified Facebook page. What about to say? Yeah, on the executive producer, yeah, friend prince. What year you might know 52,000. Okay, almost 22 years now. 1 year you might was in one terminated contract. No, so oh, now then I bear kasa and I said the yembo de insay yan team musem. But let her never do it. Dear to say GhanaWeb person submit can be show me didn't show much. I want to say, friend prince Jim, I will say. Yes, maintain me once be crab them. That's a breach of contract. Next time, who also need you, my beam. If it's in echo, then as a mabon who they are not a new logo, no, on found to be biaso. I also any annual concert or no, so friend prince on in your beam, tinty on kase onjina be bi nkase won ne na yes our programs no why you hu afim na afen so o say all digital platforms including any social media pages be Facebook de mu akote o say we seize you the nsa so or the tabo ato so na say de ono na ebe use na so na verified Facebook ya Dina din that so na say we ja all the ba be den aya some say bia say to call ba na bia management wa ka say we seize artists ni any social media handles na nkofu bisa so we de be den to kosa post na say fans of Dina Asamoah ne defense that just almost mu no mu defend no wo to be my friend prince wanya de unu obi wo hono me na sa kasa mpo aba wo se wo sisi any social media page na den na ba ku so etwa manfo nsunu mu friend prince the two just say o say 52,000 no we're producing albums 9 bia ma Dina Asamoah ni nyina o claim right na just order nsa atoso na eba na uletanim na mafo wonte won ho ase wo se wo de won sa atoso wo claim right na che say Dina Asamoah to me ngina baby perform sa anwom no ana say den na wo but friend prince odi nchemu aba later ye beka ho asem ntikata ebetu obia na je say obi ato say na wonu se mama Dina de friend prince don to na se kra baby obeji na onya platform bia na wabo ni din so enye onu ana ekwanum kakra na nya minsha ne ade nti ekoba ne den na ya num disom na woso ebia de wa Dina slay na say ni njona me say on cars I let him there was no cars ebia ni slay na fe de abro no so ana say there was no mention of that ebia ya kasa later parties in na the one disem ababetuja but friend prince nsem ye de betuja na woso radio eche kotodegu fe mesa dansa yem yesra wa wo de wo se won contract na enka se won nte say wo de won sa tunum ne so but legally betumi abansa depending on contract kwa wo sign but ansem be betuja na GhanaWeb bi nso ebo pini mama Dina ni bisa no so nsem na tese no so ye no kware mote asa na ete but ono so de official statement aba and on the Sunday GhanaWeb exclusive pa na ono so trema o se we jatum but sa part na friend prince you ordinance to sa album 9 no so no o say no the on ne songwriter enko didi hu san ko be say me bubo album 9 me bubo din for that was starting 52,000 e be si na but o chema Dina new single no de on de betumi perform 2022 one no so on ni ni asem bia na album friend prince ordinance to so ne edi kan wo friend wo na mani agina wo mabo wudin akokọ abon madansi die Pentecost ja momome wude mufua tetelesta ena Pentecost sorry sa albums ya mabobosu na te say friend prince chemo de nsa atoso na friend prince interview bi ewo Angel FM no di two just so no mpode na nko test Dina Asamoah so na hwe cause asensem bia bakakranti odi letter ne send ni so August 4 no di sa letter ne send no expect to say Dina Asamoah te say obe straight say obe kire say bia asem na esi we nu ni ho remorse say obe wo so ka so bia frame me nu me ho say bia na esi ni nti de me tsere wan ka yen fa nsem tojo so man 3 weeks Dina ba patch wo anaso wan ka bibia obe kuma betori yemu na ohu an so no reply letter ni so wati ase na mum sa pass no so de nza to ni nyom no so no so ne de on said that ne nya adwene no so she pleased to differ inti friend prince chema na ye test by Dina Asamoah efeli na mafo so na we dey test bang na o pesa wo so ne sha na se ba nsem dey bebre unza nsem ne ba dey Christopher asem dey ye dey mpa bo techi kofo bebre a che wan adwe na nsem yi ko buy na ja me frɛ Boo God talent manager na me so wu nsem yi wo dwe tumusem cause ase kofo wo social media won ti won ho ase se ne what is you friend president sa to nyom ni so anti se obi a de na no abeto ase won etu egu no so no so possible etasi because a contract na se matro say ebia me manage 15 years na say be 5 years na say you terminate contract na just say nyum na me produce na own it until say 15 years ne be so no na just say who original way right to the nyum no masters ni streams ni ade but ochirema aya usually say be executive producer because of the necessary to nyum no so na say okay so my artist name perform and I just say who to me stream who to me that's who yes can't usually it's of the best interest so because okay you don't start so you own it but obetumi a performance say na friend prince akase Dina Asamoah obetumi a perform nyum no but on case so asesa na adwen say na also obe claim me right na say na et but say na ekwa CD na agidifo amu okrom ha say monfa mama Dina nkompai bomu no so ade atoja so say mrempa mrepemu no on GhanaWeb twetwe nkomo say na ebekọ bia ma broni wa nim se medini na eba betuja na say yet one common so I Kevin boy e dey nsem bia kwa kotuja Kevin Chema also no de say krom hade to the bu anan kofoka so we dey artist radio otwetwem kakra otwetwem bonsam ta we ne cigarette I saw the frame kakra na I mean the boss eja she na no ma petition fa ni nyina mbom ebinom ma select one de ebinom one de ne ye ensa ebinom one so a smoking we dey ato ho so na Calvin boy down flat hit making no okoye hit FM and no the kotuja so no de ni addiction ne de any say you smoking you smoking but one fan to just say a cigarette and I say nya haban tetra mo say na mo kan say na you rolling na say ya peja to moon but one kasa unima if you know nya amaboni aba kan ma koka say enye sa no kai me dem mpem ho asem so na say de bia me ye ne da na kai de betu da no chema so no say one smoking cramp a say bibi fa ni tima so be bodam nti onu de ne sa na nwa no no ma say wa fa ne say moje dru ba kwa no pa Bakwa wiade bakwa nwumre e no betu dwa na nkofo so oh say nipa de yankopon say mun ka no kware nti wa ka no kware wo na wo je de say wo nya bone da na fo bo na to bon but amafo de abetu dwa so Kevin boy wo kwa wo say wa asem ba ko bi wo court da yen kenwie and now we are public figure who hit songs go for the waiting go for small boys so the waiting so the to just say wo twetwemu sana ase wan kasa ye na ye don chega e wo we hit FM I know no kwa podi betu just say sa suban na eyi Kevin Daddy na ase nyanse nim it was very foolish I say no kind pepepe na mafu say na mo ni papa betam platform so we bisa na asem o de no kware atodwa foolish be na ewo ye hu an say Kevin boy so atwete I wo ne Twitter he handle no so no chirema and wa wajimi na hu yonku jimi ni sebio nti wa nim say shady wa nim ne yakoma na enye kasa bebre ko bebre de wa no na abetum but me bisa wo mo amunim say kroma de bia de we so bobo e artist ni celebrity say aye wo hihyimu ni ade let ne de wan kasa betum provide bi nti so bia ba out na beka so ohia anka media anka me say dan hu anything when we now say for public figure there you should have kept that information private. And for what I'll say now, Tima Homasa, I'm Black Sharif to say when a big nomination BET Awards, I'm Bonidin. He's been nominated for the category a best international flow. Now just say it's a river to Jadi and your Ghana Funina, Beshe man, congratulations. Hey, Black of course, and ya dear that from BET pa not send your tinny your routine man, your name says send your Beko Biako for 6 non one a compete for that category. Your winning your warrior, mu pass a Black will bet to me. I want to be a sakode. We need be a Ghana to say the Black will be a second Ghanaian musician. That is all contended for that way. But many do so they send a baby. I say Ghana for the home support. A baby Modiania supporting them. But Black on some artists will be releasing album. Yes, you want standby. Send it to be uncommon. It will be to drama. Now what you dey just say any just some crown. Just say congratulations. And I'm from him. No, be so on your congratulations. He be a shatter bundle. Aye, young rich. Now they are so mami. Na ya wohonu man obey we some bloggers e post some picture bi na shata band mu sa so o hospital ho bi na as sister bi tuntum bi tini echi bi no no su gine enim no okita abofra bi na abofra no kokokokokoko wan wo shata band oni hu tuntum na jesa abofra yo okita now caption award to as say wo say eye shata band nyankopon ayadom obi ane ne wo ho wa wo ba man kama baby boy ai musa akolede ne ho ofe ankasa na ho ofe no so o de sene papa me de mentumi nkyere but mu se ne ho ye fe se ne yetene se na mo so mu kyere mu no ba shata bando so se wo boy fa a picture na okasa o shata bia congratulations na just say ono so respond fe bia emoji na say thank you bi na e hyase wono but question amafo bisa person say hina na eye shata bando ene ne way but me de me hwa as a hospital setting ho picture ye de hwa me ne wo hwe as a sister bi tie chi ho no as o ye tuntumi as aha no ebia na yo no ebi so ana enyo but say there some na ye beka ni tintin ni tietie nyina ne say shatter band way congratulations ayo na say yakoye ni mudia wa onim say nche kra ye ne beto dwa say eye Queen Elizabeth waka baby ai 96 years so betina akuya no for 70 good years enya de dafam say ebi wo mankasa na che say wi be na che say wiase afa na nyina na obi a na che say bia ne rest well ne che say obi aka so Queen de wa bobra pa Ghana ha say music social media che say obi a posting ma munim hwefa no kra mu posti no na ese you mayade ye nipa be ya na yaye na owi be yi na ye mame dina Asamoah an ye video bi se ono ankasa na edi betu dwa so se ono de yake yi de anya asantifo e muye ye de be mamu wo se muye yi mane ye fe wo se muyi eye egori anka magori be penhwe ne senti no ono de on kasa nche se kasa bebre kasa ye mframa nti ebe ya anka Fremo Parry and Chief of Staff and ye man pin and other than Kwekufado. One more than one could jay in Imra, who could jay in the banson swa, on Farmer Santa, or therefore, or 2 4 8 to 2 to sway being. No near in my end, come, no, the two them say, eh. Dana, what were you cow? Now, what flower you can bet to me about a month to Chirima, in your waka and a waka, was Santa for the Mona was say. Muni partner dine and the betu just my ye fe. Into us say 1 day in the member, Binusi, a ne quansa, and to me, be sour. So we say Queen Elizabeth. Na kaka wabedi dafunu e ba ye be ko me shala ye do abeto ifa ensem dey bebre but me se me bisa wo saka wo jetu mu pan se sa royal eyi kese ya wa be yi se wo je ma ye odefo asante no tumfo se tutu anko betima ye yi ma na ye fefefe kama na nka wo be franta ma na se wo be bo twene I'm just picture me tutu menu so se na nka be ye but then Asamoah che na adwen te so se wa adwen tre any day
was say yes ye be kwa years na ifro ntinka ye we die ebi nkotodwe go from say na Asante no we say tutu Ghana man nyina anu say ye we de Asante man ye de musu
sa ko interview bi na mu semodi tudwa a o kire ma o say radio presenters bi okrom hanum say ma ye adwuma wo Ghana ha krom he ya over 20 years BBC kramu nko bi da mu nche da nko ye adwuma wo eyi foreign eyi bi because we international eyi ama mu mpo makase makomani mu nti mo bua ma e bi ati say wo krom ha se mo ma won eyi opportunity ma won sport wo sa international platform mu nye bi da mu nko be bi ada krom he ya na mobo ha se na modi champion ata e na mudi nanso se mutena radio so ane ne Shatawale sa akodi stone boy they no do anything. They are not going international. Muhuni and Nigeria fuye fa hinko si hi. Na so mu yehwem mu brama ba. Akwa yese mu ndu bebe anso manu togbe. No this se mi betu dem name say, "Hey Isaac, asem yi a wa kokin." Hey. Any entertainment pundits, radio presenters, media personalities, journalists will say, "Isaac, one ka say into so say into me criticize so kwa man pay na do dan kwekufado ko to be man nze to be man on stone boy Shatawale no man na nka aye den wo say eye kwan a wode tetem I mean eye mic 2 eye interview and no so dey anu di sembe 2 do chirema sa akode asema wo kan no wan ka say wo say wo dey sa akode mic 2 so oba industry mu ha say ya obi obu ade hunu so oye je say ahobrase na egware ni say je say on pen ho asem akode be ma e sa akode na fa ahe ko ba sen ana kokosa asem ti my two so no de papa mu esanka eyisa akode eba out ebedi edi chop akese modu beka so wan ka say ko so se wo kire ma wo hwe big journalist wo kroma se nya wonya na wo ko international but one abobra you get what I'm saying no bet me I criticize ni na what netin wa kwemu osanso me ne interview ya na osanso kan hu se wo sa akode o start cry te say adom fm phone ade wonya so mu kasahara ni ade nti wonya de that's their way amoso they've paid their due to say wo mo build a brand nti be ka say omo mpesa international opportunities bi mo world stage and I say one can ye kra nti also sa asem bi say de tie ha say my two say nka sa asem bi say de anka ne nka fata ne ye one don Shatawale wo say nsem ya say lose talk ase nsem bi ahun say wo kasa say we bi an ha me be say SM for life wo say nka mo boss na nka beka na kan nsem de nka nya eyi sa akode ne beka na me say Mike, no sir, I yes said they be a chat out also ukikasa so no do so oti say Mike too. There's absolutely nothing I say a Shatawale bekebe no wa bebre. Now on the back of a yes akode nsem you dey betu da say what jabi radio presenter say na a yes Shatawale tino so ho amanfo Ghana fo nyina clap for a yisa akode o se wa ya de nsem ade bi opeso kan do tudwa amanfo te say won kan ye na sa akode akoka o so no de se sa akode kan de akoyo no akamo na echi but o kire mo se krom ha say radio presenters bo anu mamu nika you never buy Range Rover you never get money you are broke Most na mo pesa mo job say ni gift of God abo de bia na mo ka so fan ba ye e na mo punch ho say no ntu pour drop any say onya drop na pesa mo say mo de be comparison na e na sa akode abo no is better than Shatawale this person is better than until so ni na fan to dwa but onu do so ni mirpem or the ni ni abo ba be to dwa and say nsem na sa akode kan ya te say me hu say Arnold other big entertainment journalists who come say the one what me Kwame Dazi kwan so right have been so chair na adwe fan but me person me bisa o ensem na asa akode adu tu dwei eye no kwan mu anase music ase wajabi eye radio presenters at say won ko BBC ni sa eye Choice FM ni bia na.
If you did radio for Ghana for close to 20 years where you know if you come enter Choice for here or BBC, I don't think you have the moral right to talk about artists where they Ghana will know.
Now what he pictures be a trendy of a former president John Dramani Mahama Ninsa Afia Okosra a veteran actress Grace Norte. I won't say Grace ma yema me de we di cinema kwoti ankasa we twa bi ache 85 years na we do just say nani Afia ankasa na say they will say we gya na home kakra be te say na ne ho fa na kakra na pictures here be to dwa ye John Mahama Kosra ni na won't say ma yema me won't say nani Afia Kofoche Mose na ne swat of course ene swat won say eto o yare kakra na recover but say na we hu no tie kwan mu fine o siese ne ho kama na JM ne nkofo nso awokaka ne ho nso tete wo fine kama na ma focus o John no mama we de wa ya ade koso nse to ebu no ma na say veteran ayi movies free sa nkofo na say won agya mu sa de bia no ba aton be ka say nkofo nhwe won say they been neglected into JM pictures beto na mafuso wo bo wa ba so pa na beka ye Grace Note some time ago be ye interview no twi mo say unni weni fisa na just say nkofo mpom frɛw won bisa wase wotetete husbands me dey need ya ne sremo aya mombo modin say kuku amwo eyi sini twa si dwumai mu mombo modin na mkosra sawo ne mo amonsem wo sika kakra na mo mabo modin na akosra sawo ne tese mbo bi wo ho ma modin amonsem de mo maye ngina eye nsem yiso nsem ne bebre se na de bi ameka no eti theater bank situation ti ye nche kwa maye ntwa ye ho na ye kwa ba Marburg ni aka nyina ma besan egu ha ma mo. I come on na say when you go so a wo hwe na say wasunsu gu ha wuti amabroni yours truly just say ja me na me cheche mu ma na say nsem nyina me bible mu na just say ne yehye ho bia na akwakoyi na eye interview bia me ne eye Adi Self I former SM militant and Shatawale boy I me ne ye interview bi na odin nsem bia betudwa say de onum say ofi Shatawale camp yes kakra ba betudwa but unu say de bia na nsem wo kakra but Adi Self chema so say no de so tiwe so yo ni pay onyi Shatawale boni ayeda so go start a career Shata na so so ni mu na hit songs kakra omutwitwa ni ade taking over ne yake ni na ye SM camp onum no yo Shatawale de ogumi ne fine those no de or the sa e credit no ebe ma Shata but o chema interview obeye wo GhanaWeb TV no chimo se sa eyi kwanga Shatawale ebe announce say on a SM militant woni shi just say one way won twetwem na ensem fata o sanka sanko bi aba no wa be adwuma na say dia bi asansem po na aba o minti me ho asere say munyam be some come different ways na nka sanka ye press release bi na just that biso nya say kama obi eja obi akwa na just say ye kwani but sa the whole right na sansem na be tututu dwa say na say den twe ye kra so no so fi SM campon fancy kakra say chempe kakra be mu just ono so fa ne difference say the what no so kwa from self nation na I said obo ne ho modern pa na me kan dada ni Ipia oye zongo to BBC last year na ejina na naso akasa sasa o so the mixtape bia beto dwante say beto to no ma o say mixtape ne beto na ma bonde anu akoti be say the later saying you be a friend loyalty wutie ma je say won a say bia wo shatare white but wo hwe won akoma tun kwa o chwe ma o so no the industry mu ha say and o de wo show loyalty man ko bebre na fofo ne nkofo bi onu aye adwuma but akoye say de bia na wo yi na ma wo so no de he still do on there no problem see more modern Adi Self ne single ya dia betuja loyalty say streaming the video no to YouTube no modern ma ko pe bia share but interview no there wo GhanaWeb TV na enti bo modern na pe bi na tie na say some revelation ade ni na we tie na interview no so obi a keys me kan dada obi a keys pa.
If I have to live there, it could be a simple press release. And then the fans and everybody will know that Adi Self is no more with Shatta Movement. But it was in a harsh way and it was like crazy. But I had to be strong within myself and tell my fans that, yo, let's pick up the pieces. And so many Shatta Movement fans still love me and they are following the thing.
Reverend Dr. Abiam Danso and Abiam Ministries, they are to just also no de Osromia. We ask your bay, Osromia, papa. And it says, I say, be a mere issue, and I just a word and also no, so we only so worry, or be a beer and you know, send no chilima. But there be others, so as a mopessemody womanizer, muso per me, never he could see in some motion. A Branson says that I want very acquiring. Eh, so for the ones and we a young man, so no voice also muso to Numa, over 2 charming Yankopon. No, so only the Sana Yanko Focus or Permier, also in Nanya no quarry, so no the other 2 jobs, so Chemose, MPB, also one bonny ding, MPB, say, no, and the Casano Castle, so who said Yanko Casimir Permia by yes, and Netty. That be say, eh. Na Reverend say when you pause or no cronya crank or do be na Reverend Abel say, hey sister. Let's pass and mammy, now say Sophie and who ye fair and cassa, but Mamma Yamuka so ye womanize also a dribble or pamucho. O say, one car to no second, yes, I no quarantine me pamucho. Finako, Reverend Abiam dance so srem, Mamunka or Pemia or pamucho baby.
Honestly, to see me your baby hour me home. But I know the Bema me push ya kwa. Yes. I fear women.
Na ekeka konfie bia seni anya hwene ma se one don shata wale be release a gift of God album na de bia na say we tu ahye da na watwe ya Yohana wo se we release EP be friend the truth you can say the truth na be kan bia no EP a shata wale release 11 track 11 track EP na ma for say eh na satan kan ka fa my GOG album na just say umba my album na just want my EP by way there munya but so de bia one don ka so say mu understanding the music business de bia na mo prepare mu ho ono akasa ne pem na we release EP the truth won nim inspiration na wo ho say na mo pese mo man pressure also no ani me pem or the GOG na beto dwa it is say na mo the truth mo mo de na mo kotie nyom ne de de na wa wutie matese nyom no wa hyehye mu telling a story nti wonye bi ntie ya me ka kiro se Shatta Wale wo new EP bi na nyom ne de mako level no enafem nti pe bi tie e wo me kwa ye prapra kwa mu aye twen GOG album na abawo semba kwa to ye ni entertainment industry je say baba spirit ni wi je say ya wankasa wa nim se be like over a year ni na je say ne ho asena ne ho mfa ne ade but he recovered no ampo beka so he's very soon back to business na baba spirit so ye comedy so so di juma wo radio so na ni wi betu dwa je say manfo ya work na adanfo we so friend kwa pia no di se ne owi be mu no chemo so ho no ma na baba friend wo phone so on kan home no bomode anon bra ni fi ho sesi cause wa abofem no so wa abofem kan na ne ti krampo bo ho ne ti e ne yaw nti say sister bi o ho no ne jaja o rashi no ba no de be ko hospital na say a doctor fu so ni mu kakra na say o ye Nyankopon de joso no do ko do hospital de anche kwa na say no o kan chi ni gui na wo ye chi na mafo de nsem bia beto jo no akasa ni old video bi o ye o chire ma nya ye spiritual attack so nkofo na 9% ko yi ni fi ho ni say nti kwa no be ka so ba ne ho atoni de radio adwuma de wagya ma mo a mo pese mukum no wagyai na asem ne be ye bebrenti wi na nkofo ka so na bia na ja te wodi agye ne ade but say na work and sometimes yen say ye dey credit in my devil no say yan kasa ye kasa bia ono akasa na Nyankopon mrepen waton safent me de say na ono akasa kan ne say na wu na yen de be fa ne say Nyankopon na ni mrepem wa frɛ no but owu yi mu hu say ye yi na say busuafo kirema wode yi ne be ko eye north wode be ko soro hokos honum no ofi na bigger kwesi ni twa ni Kumawood actor ye hu se video bi betu dwa no tese ase also onte ne ho so se na mo de koso ho no ye bede na onipa be bo ne bra wa ha se na mfu bebre obedi dwuma wa ha nti mo de kono of ha no ma ye fe ne ba be fa carbon so no kwadan ka na adwenkyerema anka wonye yi ni wa ha bato mafo kyerema so se obi wu a wo so wo ye ebusua ne dehye funu aba be ye won di nti enya mu na mo betumi a kyem se nsem da be ye bebre but se na eti bia baba spirit na eyi hu toto eyi na amabroni yadini na bedroom when the share kan hu biem ni latest Twitter on any series I just say amanfo to the say Ghana wake up no odi also we dey o say say on ni colleagues Ghana fo e dey aside mu odru asida pesie pama Nigeria fo minum to focus and na wonso and I just say Afrobeat a Ghana fo eja somu yi and na wonso na say African music fo accept e wo international stage ni so na say odi beto general say when the kasabe na wo kase wa akwa say wonim the true origin of the Afrobeat ya ye kan ho asemi cause Ghana ha na efi na just akokoye say Nigeria for na akamuja na just akọ global but mamu we fi say e ha na say na just say painful chirema wo trace e Ghana ha no say na efi na wo say when the akokoye say won ti asemase cause zero beka say Ghana fu nyum to fu edit credit no koma e Nigeria for cause enam won so anka say ye nyum na ye Afrobeat na nka hit o say kan ya yire mu kra e bi nkofo bebre no ni nyaado o say wan ka say cause Ghana fu ye nyum to fu ye boy ye homodin cause e bia beka say bia Grammy yi na Burna Boy ko wini bi na fine ko see na de you can say it but say na wo ka say who discredit say wonti wan nyaade na TikTok formally say we rebrand we find the take other way to just say when the say one ka say na jo ono so betutu bi man ono so responding na ye flisa so hono ma ade chain na just say when the chain so betu just also no dey she still stand by her word say Ghana for say modi ase that pay see e ma Nigeria for now didn't say be betu na just say popular blog be Nigerian blog from Insta blog once wo so mu na just say wo so when the say why ade say me say nye pobi manaka na wa be kan dey no kwa na just say unse Nigeria for heli when the say wa kan ya just say nipa be bring to me ka be say me bisa wo je to mu say Afrobeat ni just say di we nkofo attention aba African music so Nigeria for na say ye di abasobon ma wana we say it's a collective effort what do you say then and check na stone boy boy one god over everything I beam nation boss ekoye ni annual Ashaman to the world concert okoye wie na say esem bi echi na wo chema some violence because so nyum to one ko so akotie nyum ye binum twitwa won ne ade na say akromfu esesa ankofo ho ne ama ukitafu na weje wekshawa na wetu say wo twitwa ankofo ne ade na say le akoye si as annually de bi eba police kwampo chema ankofo 42 wo tebiri won say for various offenses na say be to jana tesama for dey 100 be to jana me so eja me throw a letter to Stoneboy me tuni din Sakasaka Park not a safe ground move Ashaman concert to a holy ground ni tenti mu ne ni ntete mu nchema ne say akoye se de bia ye te Sakasaka Park won se me break so tie be ya anka Stoneboy te say be se venue hono ma na anka on se na te say be safe cause na say akoye se bia say ye edu so na say Dex head kwa be so so ma wa o me so ma bare ma cause akoye se hono mu nye safe na obi ati say me am Bruno Asman say me nko Ashaman to the world concert fine all right fine but na bibi kosi na me koye ne dey nti na me so me hu say semtwe say me so me twa na me de ma adwintwe betuja me hu say akofo afefa be brain na wo say mu so movie on fan koye it's a suggestion say na ye kan wo de betu na enyum no so ahwem na just say ne aba pam no na wa fan to we de na nka nye big do bia na akofo afefa me hu say case radio bi pause ni me audio bobo me say ne Paul Abroni na de na wo kan na say na fan kosi but ni nyina say internet na ye wo industry ye pani ye isi say asem bi ba na say ya pene hwe ne be koye ni na say nya won so be fa na wa fa say na wo kan public opinion na so afa wo de na say ya koye nim na aye nkofo bra bo Stoneboy ye chi na wo chema wo say sa ensemi be si ya hwe ni ma say obeka so wo ke bia won a wo pray e bia we issue statement bi na wa kasa fine yente won kai na nsem ye course ya na te say Stoneboy so reply no say akakọ say binum ye babylons beside de bia na mu bese mu didi na se na mu kasa Ashaman to the was event yo ye no was fine no chaos wo pong na chi na asa akofo didi won hu jem but event na se dey so na security ye tight of course we dey double triple no na say na military fu na police fu nyina wo but ye kan say ye srem mo aya mu kona mu kodi Stoneboy bon na ati say tutubotom fu mu jai cause akokoye se mu didi boni bi bata show no ba show ni dey all in all sene nyina ye kan ye ni so and this year day it was well organized na what we answer na amabroni mesori na se minimu din kra cause oni say the same industry they say common e wo mu nyina ya ba begi all the top stories mature na ye hwe ni me say na catch me say follow abiban so me din nyina ba sodwa na answer na me di mu be din kra no ye very own queen of Asemse be Victoria Chebafo me the happy birthday more din pa ekoma wo say we follow GhanaWeb say wo hwe yen programs say hu say lady bia ya twi news na say wa be kire mu ni adon say na no atewa no tewa any birthday to Victoria na me kan say onyankopon enshraw na eye birthday shout out bin Sufi Benis Oparijan ho elder okoma ne pastor Reverend Joseph Okledimfo so ye head pastor ma Christ Global Family Chapel also no so ma happy birthday mu adru pa and mo hwe nyina mo push video mo spreading na me kan say you just say na mo ye ni so is mo bomodia na mo ko so share na just say mo nka ho nsem na onim say ha de oba de just na ye de ma full time and yes say ba na be kan sem bi enyu enima ama bonimere nka se na yetena na say ya betu na say ya akon enim ti da se ne ye be sanso ahia makramo.
Good day and many thanks for joining us on BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. I am Ernestina Sewa Asante. Today's edition features engineering and computer science students of Academic City College in Accra who have designed or developed automated tools and dog kennel. My colleague Maoli Aholumega has more.
Welcome to yet another exciting edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. Today I'm in an engineering workshop, yes, at the Academic City College, where some students are creating rather unique innovation to help spear development. Today I'll be speaking with these students, one of them which has created an automated toolbox for storage of tools and equipment, and the other is an automated dog kennel for dogs, which can also be expanded for other animals as well. Before we go into this interview, I'll take a quick break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back from that break on BizTech. My guests are first-year students of the Academic City University College, and the first item that we're going to look at is the automated electronic box. I have here with me Mawina and Levi from the Academic City University College. Mawina, how are you? Welcome to BizTech. Levi, how are you doing? I see you guys are doing something really amazing. Can you tell me what I'm looking at right now?
Okay, so this is a prototype of an automated toolbox.
Okay.
So at the moment it's equipped with Bluetooth functionality. But
Bluetooth? Wow.
But in the long term, we want to add a GPS functionality and some IR sensors to enable it to move autonomously.
Okay.
So this is what we currently have as our first prototype. And I'd like to demonstrate it.
Okay, but before we go to the demonstration, I would like to, what went into the process and the idea of creating something like this?
Well, in the workshop, right, there are a lot of facilities, and it's stressful to move about from one place to another to pick this tool, different tools. So we came up with a system that will enable the transport of tools to be easy. So rather than moving from one place to the other, like we have something that can do that for us, like automatically.
Okay. So I see some wood and some cables and some ties and all of that. Did you source all these things locally here, or?
Yes, everything.
So where did you get most of the raw materials from?
Well, we got this from, I think, a mall, a shop, yes.
All right.
And we broke the bearings and 3D printed a certain part to lock the tires in place. Okay. The wood was from around scrap wood.
Okay.
And the Arduino, we bought it,
Okay. Yeah, so can I open it?
Yes, you can.
All right. Yeah, so, all right. So this is what it looks like. I see some battery and all of that, Yeah, I'm sure we'll do a demonstration quickly.
Yes.
So these items, what's the function of this, and then these other cables for those who have no idea what it is?
So this is the battery. This is a motor driver, and then this is the Arduino board.
Okay.
The Arduino board is like the main brain behind everything. So you write the code here.
Yeah, so you have to do some coding as well. So
yes.
it doesn't work on its own. It goes through a process.
So when you code here, then you upload it to the main brain. This is a motor driver, so that's what controls the motors of this.
Okay.
It's connected to this, so it takes instructions from it. So this is step down.
Back on data.
And then it steps down the voltage because this is 12 volts.
Okay.
And then the Arduino takes like 5 volts, so it has to step it down to 5. And then this is the Bluetooth module. As you can see, it's blinking.
I'm quite interested in that, the Bluetooth. So how do you connect it to your phone?
Yeah, exactly.
And then you can move it around and all of that. I'm sure we'll do a demonstration quickly.
Yeah.
But I understand you've been working on this from April till this point. What do you seek to achieve with this, and how many more do you want to create of these very innovative things that you guys are working on?
Okay, as you said, the aim was to make it first Bluetooth and then add a GPS system where, let's say for instance, you're standing at that side. I'll just enter the GPS coordinates on my phone. Then I don't need to control it again. It moves to
on
your
its own. Okay.
side. Yes. And then we want to make it a little bit bigger so that it can house more tools.
Yeah. So I understand you're a team of it's not just the two of you, it's other colleagues as well. So what was the process working on this? I know you had maybe some sleepless nights and all that. What were some of the challenges that you faced working on this box?
The 4 of us are level 100 students.
Okay.
Yes.
What courses are you guys offering?
Three of them are offering computer engineering.
Okay.
And I'm offering robotics engineering.
Okay.
Yes.
All
and
right.
then we kind of like split the work into parts. So Mawena here worked on the SolidWorks modeling. And he also worked on the hardware. And I also worked on the codes and then the hardware. Yes. And then Fifi worked on the electronics.
All right.
Yes. So that's how we split it amongst ourselves.
Okay. Yeah. I think it's really amazing what you guys are doing, especially you're adding computer science technology to build this. So now we've been talking for quite some time. I want to see how the whole thing works. So take it away, guys.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. All right. So we're going to have a demonstration of how the automated toolbox is going to work, and they're going to do this with their phone. Yeah, right. So it's connected to the Bluetooth.
Yes.
So you connect, you control everything from here. All right. So let me have a look. Wow. Okay. I see you have some buttons you're about to push on the phone. Is that a mobile app or something?
Yes, a mobile app.
Okay.
We downloaded it off the Play Store, but then we used our own code to program the...
To connect it?
Yes,
okay.
to connect it.
All right. So let me have a look at how the toolbox works.
Okay.
Yeah.
So first I'll send it forward to Levi. So
okay. Wow.
And I'll make it turn and come towards you.
Okay. Wow. So you're driving the whole thing yourself?
Yes.
And all this is done on the Bluetooth and then the app that you augmented from the Play Store, and then you augmented to the box?
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. So how fast can this go, or is just a short period of time?
Yeah, for now, the motors aren't that strong, so it can't really move too fast at the moment. But this is just a prototype, so we hope to improve it and make it faster and stronger.
All right. So I see the wood and all of that. Are you going to add some added equipment and layers to it to make it more of a refined electronic toolbox?
The final model would it's be more ideal if it's made of metal, because thin metal that is light enough but will be able to carry enough weight. So that's what we are looking at in the long run.
Okay. Yeah, so Marina, you're a computer science student, right?
Computer engineering.
Computer engineering, and then Levi is also
robotics
engineering. What do you guys seek to achieve with everything that you're doing, and what's the future like looking for you guys?
Well, we just want to encourage technology in African schools, that anyone can do it. It doesn't matter whether you're in Africa or you're outside. You just need to be committed, and then you get there eventually.
All right. Thank you guys so much, and I appreciate what you guys are doing. I hope you guys go very far. Thank you, Mawina, and also thank you, Levi. I've been speaking with Mawina and Levi. They are level 100 students of the Academic City University, and they'll be showing me one of their prototypes, which is the electronic toolbox. It runs on the Bluetooth. It has its own battery packs and all that. They've been my guests. I'll be moving on to my next group of students. They have the electronic dog kennel. So We'll look at them and we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back from the break on BizTech. I'm moving on to my next set of students here at the Academic City College, and I'm going to be showing me what they say. It's an automated dog kennel. I have here with me Jefferson, one of the guys working on the project. Jefferson, welcome to BizTech. How are you?
I'm fine.
Yes, great. So I understand you're working on an automated dog kennel. I've never seen anything like this. What exactly am I looking at?
Okay, so this is just basically a system that I thought of, course, you know, I have dogs at home.
Okay.
And then there are lots, and then we don't want to be feeding them every day. So the idea is to create like a storage, right, on top here for this prototype, right? A storage at the top for food, water, right? So that it's automated such that every day the system just runs without you going to refill it every time. We'll give the dogs food morning, afternoon, evening.
Wow.
So we have, for example, for this prototype, there's a water reservoir connected to a water valve, connected to a pipe down there with the water sensor.
Okay.
Yeah, which is here, right?
Yeah.
So the things are not put together now because you dismantle them. So this water sensor is in sort of a container, right? If it senses water, the water doesn't come in. But if the water is done, the valve opens and then the water flows in. So things like that. For the food, I plan on using a servo motor or other way. So the food is the same idea. A valve or something opens, the food flows through and refills for the dog. That's basically it.
You mentioned something very important, which was motion sensing. So everything that's going to work for the dogs has to go through some kind of motion. Did you have to develop it through, because I see a laptop there and all of that. You had to build a system?
Yeah, so we have to build a system, and then this involved some programming, of course.
Okay.
So we used Arduino for this prototype.
Arduino,
yeah.
Okay.
So
right.
There are some of the codes in there which relates there, which sends the command to the server, to the valve, and then to the sensor. So the valve opens depending on what the sensor senses. So yes.
Okay. So what went into the idea of developing this for the first time? Like you said, you're a dog lover, you have a lot of dogs in the house and all of that. But I also see some metals and all of that. Where did you source some of the materials from?
Okay, so the school actually supported us in some of these things, and then I was quite smart about this because, you know, we had a course this semester, right, which involved metal work. So I decided to speak to a lecturer. The lecturer we liked the idea and decided to do this for the metal work part. Then we add assistance with the school's help.
Yeah, so I see how big is this thing right now? I think we can move around and have a look at it. How big is this whole thing right now?
This is like it has like a 30 inches height by a 60 breadth with a 45 length, I think. Yeah.
Right. So this one doesn't move.
But this is just a prototype. Yeah, it's on wheels. So we made it such a way that it can be moved easy because of the weight.
Okay.
So it's on the wheels. It can move easy.
So is it just only for dogs or other kinds of animals? Because I know some people like to rear fowls and all of that.
So you can incorporate this system to poultry, large-scale poultry, in the sense that, for example, in a poultry farm like this, you can build a system that's automated for their water and probably for their feed. So it can be used for breeding animals in general.
Yeah. So you are a first year student of the school.
Yes, please.
I'm sure some of your other colleagues. What are you studying in the school?
I'm offering mechanical engineering.
Mechanical engineering, and so I'm sure other your colleagues are also studying computer science engineering as well.
Yes, some. Well, I think he's doing electronics.
Okay.
He's doing electronics. He's doing mechanical with me. He's also doing mechanical. So
it's an infusion of engineering all through together.
And we learn some of these things on the web. So, yeah.
So where do you want to take this to? Because I think it's quite innovative for those who own pets and other animals.
So I actually plan on getting probably in this breaks. We go to probably a poultry farm and probably incorporate it into this. If it works, I think it would be a very good idea for people involved in agriculture and things like that, because it saves time, it's efficient, and your poultry farm will run very well with this type of system.
Okay. Yeah. So how durable and secure are these systems for those who are out there and they are watching this and they want to, do I want to move my dogs into this automated system and all of that? What's the assurance for them?
Well, compared to the old systems you have, the traditional system, this actually quite doable. It's an improvement to the old system, so I think it's very safe. And then when you are done with the actual system and everything, some of the wiring some issues might be the wiring. The wiring, I want to make sure is insulated, right, and away from the dogs.
Okay.
And then yes, everything is going to be such that it's perfect, safe. Yes, and safe.
Finally, where do you want to see this, and what are the prospects of this automated dog kennel, animal kennel?
Okay, so actually the plan is to get investments, because some of the things we are using like that, so sometimes the connections break off and it's not strong enough. And then so the aim is to get investors to really invest in this, so that we take this as far as possible and start making profits.
Correct. Yeah. So just quickly, finally, before we go, can you just show me what our gentleman is doing here? I know he's working on something here.
He's trying to work on the water sensing part of this. So this is the containers I said. This is the valve. These are the connections. Okay. The relay, the Arduino, and then it runs to the water sensor right here. Okay. Okay. So then there's a container in there, there's a pipe there connecting everything. So it's trying to get the connections right, so that when you pour water in here, and then it senses no water on this water sensor, right? It will, the valve here opens. Yes, and then the water just flows. After a time, some specific time, then it closes back when your containers be refilled.
So you can feed the dogs just by
for even
the tap of a button.
But and then when it comes to rearing probably puppies, it's much simpler because it's like milk and water. So that one is for those who rear puppies and sell. It's a nice system for them.
Thank you so much, and I like what you guys are doing, and I hope you guys keep it up. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, there you have it. I've been speaking with some students of the Academic City University, Jefferson, and his colleagues as well. They've been working on an electronic dog kennel. I initially spoke to Marina and Levi, who are working on an automated toolbox. They've been my guests on this week's edition of this thing. Many thanks for watching. My name is Mauli.
Thank you, Mauli Aholumega, for that report. Up next is Biz Headlines. Now to our very first story. The Ghana Revenue Authority has said it is criminal for businesses not to issue VAT invoices to customers after they make a purchase. According to the head of Domestic Tax Revenue Division of GRA, Edward Jambra, he cautioned registered businesses to not evade taxes and issue receipts after transacting businesses with customers. He pointed out that GRA will prosecute businesses issuing fake VAT invoices to customers. He also added that effective October this year, GRA will start the automation of some VAT invoices. This is to monitor businesses as well as fast-track their processes of issuing receipts. The exercise forms part of measures put in place by GRA to generate more revenue for the country. The Securities and Exchange Commission has cautioned Ghanaians to be vigilant and desist from investing in unlicensed financial institutions in the country. It has in recent release cited by GhanaWeb noted that 17 companies were operating without a license. Among the 17 companies were Yvonne Hansen Deals, Bitcash Investments, Alpha Pay, Quick Earn, CD Network Ghana, among others. SEC stated that the operations of these unlicensed banks were in contravention of the Banks and Specialized Deposit-Taking Institutions Act 2016, Act 930. In recent times, many people, especially the youth and businessmen, have lost huge sums of money to scammers. This is because they have pumped their monies into unlicensed businesses that are later shut down by the central banks. So the 17 unlicensed companies operating in Ghana are Patron Pay Ghana, CD Network Ghana, Bitcash Investment, Soul Group, Freedom Synergy, FS Cash Investments, Binomo Investment, High Pay, Quick Earn, Light Earn, Snap Finance, Fosset Wealth Investment, Opay Investment, Pay Me Financial Services, Passive Income, Yvonne Hansen Deals, and Alpha Pay. Prices of ice, sachet water and bottled water are expected to increase effective September 19th this year. Ice, sachet water and ice bottled water are expected to start selling at 50 pesos and 3 cedis respectively. The price increment has been attributed to the rising cost of inputs such as fuel and packaging materials, which are mainly imported, and increases in electricity and water tariffs from September 1st. It's added that the suggested adjustment is to help producers cover their production costs. In a press release by the National Executive Committee of the National Association of Sachet and Packaged Water Producers, they said there may be slight variations across regions due to the haulage of remote and distant areas. The association also added that the price recommendations are expected to serve as a guide to ensure uniformity in the sale of the product across the country. The sachet and packaged water producers therefore empathize with consumers regarding the growing difficulties in the country. Ghana's consumer price inflation for August 2022 has hit a 21-year high record of 33.9%. This is according to the Ghana Statistical Service. This means that prices of goods and services went up by 2.2% between July and August this year. July's inflation stood at 31.7%. Government statistician Samuel Kobina-Enim, who announced the rate on September 14th, said for the first time in 2022, month-on-month inflation was 1.9%, the lowest this year. Meanwhile, the Eastern region recorded the highest inflation rate of 41%, while the Upper East region recorded the lowest rate of 22.8%. Food inflation stood at 34.4%, non-food inflation was 36.6%, and inflation for locally produced items was 33.4%. Inflation for imported items, the government statistician said, stood at 35.2%. Consumers of petroleum products are expected to witness a slight drop in pricing in the coming days. This is according to a projection by the Institute of Energy Security. The institute attributed a marginal reduction in prices falling on the international oil market for gasoline and gas oil by 10.96% and 0.54% respectively. The IES, however, said the 3.58% depreciation of the cedi against the US dollar is likely to thwart any expected fall in the price of petrol and diesel at local pumps. Consumers may rather be forced to buy gas oil and LPG at a higher value over the current prices for the rest of September 2022 on account of the cedi fall against the greenback. Meanwhile, the prices of petroleum products have been soaring higher since the start of 2022, with petrol currently selling at 11 cedis 55 pesos per litre, while diesel is selling at 14 cedis 50 pesos per litre across various pumps in the country. The local currency also continues to depreciate against major trading currencies, particularly the US dollar. The cedi is currently trading between 10 cedis to $1. Some transport operators have on Thursday, September 15th, announced a 30% increment in fares, while it is expected to take effect from September 21st. Thank you very much for joining us on today's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. This show airs every Friday on the same platform. But before we go, do log on to www.ghanaweb.com for more stories. Do well to follow us on all social media platforms, on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at the GhanaWeb. On YouTube, GhanaWeb TV. I am Ernestina Sewa Asante. Do have a lovely weekend.